Thank you, Bob, and good afternoon, everyone. You know, it's quite easy for us to talk about quite often Ganassi, Gainsco and Wayne Taylor's SunTrust Dallara because of their respective performances either in the Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series or this, the Rolex 24. However, there are many other cars, teams and drivers who can get this done over the next 24 hours. Here's an example.
I love everything that's going on right now. So I think for that, the preparation, the talks, the chats, all that we've done has kind of paid off.
That was Michael Shank, owner of Michael Shank Racing, talking to his team about winning this race. Now he's assembled a team that can get the job done. The drivers are stellar. The two race cars he brought, extremely fast. In fact, qualified second, third.
Now, two-time race winners in 2009, Krone Racing returned to action with their Lola Ford. They have not been spectacular this week, but look for them to shine if this rain continues throughout the course of this race. Now, 1/3 of the Daytona prototype field this year are powered by BMW, including a two-car entry by Level 5 Motorsport. They have a star-studded lineup, but one of those stars got caught out here in practice. On Thursday, there it is. Lucas Luhr clips a GT car, takes a big spin, heavy impact with the tire barriers. A lot of work for that crew here to get the car on the grid today.
So there's a sample from the Daytona prototype field. Now, it's not the largest field that we've seen here at the Rolex 24, but the talent certainly runs deep. There's two sides to this story, Daytona prototypes and GT. Let's talk about our second class.
Well, Wayne Taylor said it best when he said that his young son, Jordan, did a great job when he qualified this number 30 Mazda RX-8 in second place. Now, Mazda's always been good here on the high banks of Daytona, but this year, the numbers are stacked in their favor. In fact, there's no less than 7 of these RX-8s competing.
Well, the two leading GM GT teams have switched body styles for 2010. Leighton Reese's group have switched to the Corvette body, and the drivers this year include the 2008 champion Paul Edwards and the 1990 overall 24-hour winner Davy Jones. And one of the favorites for the GT Championship this year have to be Stevenson Motorsports. They switched from Pontiac to Camaro, but the nucleus remains the same. The team is geared up to claim their first championship and will definitely be a factor here today.
There are 8 Sprint Cup regulars in the Rolex 24 in 2010, and they are all trying to get the job done. That is, get that beautiful Rolex wristwatch. This man here, Jimmy Johnson, this is his 6th start. He's finished second twice. So too is AJ Allmendinger. He has almost got there, wants to go one position better. Paul Menard is back. He's had a top 5 finish a few years ago back in the AGT class, and Boris said he's a 2-time class winner here at the Rolex 24. Max Pappas knows how to do the job. He's an overall winner and a class winner. And then we welcome back Jamie McMurray. He's had a top 5 in class here in the Daytona prototype era, while JPM won. Pablo Montoya is a 2-time overall winner for Ganassi. Bobby Labonte is back. He's running in GT this year. He's had a top 10 in the Daytona prototype era. And we can't forget about 2 NASCAR nationwide driver Colin Brown is back. You see Jimmy Johnson, Bobby Labonte, Sprint Cup champions trying to get it done here, and they're former Sprint Cup champions on that graphic there who have competed in the Daytona prototype era and are unable yet to win a Rolex 24. Bob?
All right, thanks very much, gentlemen. Let's talk a little bit about this racetrack now. The combined NASCAR Tri-Oval and infield road course makes up 3.56 miles. This thing is an all-day sucker in the dry. Imagine it in the wet. Here's our Subaru track map.
Well, it's a complex little track. It's got 8 corners there, excluding, of course, the west and the east banking and the Tri-Oval. You come into that turn 1 there at about 194 in the dry, that is. Here we're on board now with the number 55 Superlife BMW Riley, driven by one of the world-class drivers assembled in that car into turn 1, a tight left-hander. Then you get a left, right, left S through here, and you exit at a pretty good old clip as you head down into the International Horseshoe. 180-degree right-hander. There's no camber to help you here. People kick up a lot of dust off the inside there. It gradually gets laid up on the outside there, so the clag gets deep as the day goes on, especially the night. In the evening sunshine there, very bad. They won't have that problem this year. Into the kink, the fastest left-hander in the infield, about 160 miles an hour. Hard on the brakes now for the horseshoe under the banking, under the west banking. Out of here, you want to make a good exit here because maintain good speed, because overtaking to turn 6 is a very easy thing to do into here. So you want to make some good speed in there. Through turn 6, a long left-hander up onto the banking on a sunny day. That can be very tricky as well. And off you go.
Here's what the teams could look forward to. These are the numbers for last year's race-winning Brumos Porsche Riley. 735 laps, over 2,600 miles, over 19,000 individual gear shifts. Imagine what that does to the engine and gearbox. 27 pit stops, lots of fuel and tires, very little sleep, and mountains of stress. That's what it takes to win one of the greatest road events in the world. We're getting ready for the start. We've got rooster tails all the way around this great track. Let's go back up to our announcers, Lee, Calvin, and Dorsey, for the start.
And as they say in endurance sports car racing, keep it on the road and keep it out of the pits. That might be easier said than done here today as we check in with our Pirelli race analysis. And the weather, boys, really is the talking point.
Well, if these are showers, Dorsey, I'd hate to see a deluge here this afternoon. This is going to be awfully tough on these guys in the early going.
One of the unique things about the 24 Hours of Daytona is that you spend more time driving and racing at night than you do in the day, as you can see by the graphic.
Key difference between the Rolex 24 at Daytona and the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So we will have a single file start behind the Mazda, the new Mazda RX-8 pace car. And we do have our onboard cameras. As always, let's check in and see what they look like. And inside the SunTrust Dallara, visibility not too bad at the moment. And it was very interesting to hear Max Angelelli mention that it was good to grab the pole. It's important to be up front and have a nice clear track.
Well, he's talking about not following the spray, but one of the keys for these teams is to keep that windshield defogged, Dorsey. We've been in cars where you literally can't see the hand in front of your face, and it makes it awfully tough at these sort of speeds we'll see here around this racetrack.
That was Joe Foster giving us a wave and the big thumbs up. This is on board multi-time series champion Craig Stanton and one of the new teams in Rolex GT competition, Magnus Racing.
Christophe Bouchou, a lot is expected from this team. Two new BMW entries. They were here last year. The BMW powered machines have seen 24 hours, but there are 5 of them in the race this year.
There's Eric Lux in his Porsche powered. And as you can tell right now, none of that fogging you talked about yet is starting to occur, but it's still early.
And Andy Lally aboard one of the 5 TRG entered cars. This is aboard the AXA famous 66. That's the car that got it done all those years ago. And Jeff Siegel, it was a super qualifying performance in GT Mazdas 1, 2 and 3.
Well, they're awfully tough around this place, and it was really just that incident with Sylvain Tremblay that may have precluded them getting another 24-hour win here last year.
Now, what I guess is going to happen, guys, we're going to start single file, and it wouldn't surprise me as we look on board the 95 car here, Scott Tucker behind the wheel. If we start behind a pace car, that would be the smart thing to do. Run the first few laps behind that pace car, controlling the pace and keeping the racetrack, cleaning some of this water off of it.
Now the green is out, but also the double yellow. So the race and the clock has officially started. The 2010 Rolex 24 at Daytona is underway. However, we are behind the Mazda pace car. Taking it easy, safety is the priority.
Absolutely no reason whatsoever to go out and wad up a bunch of race cars right now at the beginning of this. You can see from that shot it's still raining really hard here. And the puddles, Calvin, as you know, on this infield are really, really deep in some places.
It's really tough, and the key for the drivers right now, as Scott Pruitt mentioned on the grid, he hadn't seen any rain here this weekend, so it'll allow these drivers who are starting the race to go out and really evaluate where that deep water is and try and adjust their lines accordingly. But right now, I'm sure what they're doing is just reporting back to the teams up and down pit lane as to what the cars are feeling like in terms of the cockpit environment. Can the drivers see? Are the wipers working? Are the blowers working? All of those things that are really important in these conditions.
That's something you folks at home may not know. Chris Neville, our Chris Neville, had a lifelong ambition to be a weatherman. Instead, he ended up a Grand Am pit reporter. But Chris, take it away.
Lee, I'm still working on it right now down in the Brumos camp, taking a look at their weather radar down here. Now, we're really tight on Daytona Beach right now, so that's why the whole screen is filled up. Big yellow monster sitting on top of us, dumping all this rain. The good thing is when you back out of that picture a little bit, we're almost done with the rain, and there's nothing on the other side. So just a few miles to the west of us, it looks like most of the moisture will be out of here pretty soon. So hopefully, I'm guessing half an hour from now, we should be dry, and it looks like it's going to stay dry for quite a while.
Well, talking about racing around here in the rain, Calvin, you've done it, I've done it. It's not as bad as you think up on the banking because that drains very well. You can get up by the wall, ride around, but this infield is completely flat. And that International Horseshoe Corner, which is slippery in the dry, remember, you're only doing 48 miles per hour. That's the slowest corner on the track. There is no downforce, and it's dry when it's, I mean, it's really slippery when it's dry.
Another key part is coming off these turns, though, so you see those painted curbs. I mean, if you put your wheel up on there and try to accelerate, it's literally like being on ice. So the drivers really have to be on their toes, really watching out. If you take evasive action around a GT car for one of the DP drivers, suddenly you can be on that painted white line, it will catch you out. So it is very intense, mentally exhausting in these type of conditions to keep it together.
Would you care to share the story with our viewers that you shared with Dorsey and I before we came on the air?
Well, one thing I can tell you, Dorsey, when it's dry and it starts to rain, the banking is no longer flat out. As I tried back in '91.
And it didn't quite get there. So we're up, we're away, we are racing, well, kind of. The clock has started, and hopefully the rain will ease and we will pick up speed. But the Rolex 24 at Daytona 2010 is away. You can be there as the field is set for the 500, the Daytona 500 that is, with the Gatorade Duel at Daytona Thursday, February 11, live at 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed. And during Daytona Speed Weeks, there's 134 hours of programming right here on Speed. And that kicks off February 4 at 4. So there's plenty coming up. If you've just joined us, welcome to Speed's coverage of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We are under caution. We've started this way in the name of safety, but hopefully it won't be too far away before we go racing. And Brian Till standing by with a team owner who is anxious to go racing with some new cars.
Well, Lee, you know, we talked about changes at the top of the show. Stevenson Motorsports has some changes as well this year. John Stevenson, the big guy here, the big boss. Now, from one Pontiac GXP last year to 2 Rolex GT cars and 2 Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge cars. That's a huge, huge undertaking, and we went to Camaros this year as well. Tell me why and then the results so far.
Well, obviously Pontiac going away was a big change, but we were extremely excited about being able to represent General Motors and Chevrolet with the brand new 2010 Camaro. We think it's got a lot of promise, and we're looking forward to having a very successful year with these cars.
Certainly the nostalgia of the Camaro out there looks good as well. You took on a challenge at the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge as well. So 4 cars in the shop now.
That's right. We thought it would only be 4 times the headaches, but it's about 10 times the headaches. So fine line between brave and foolish. But we had a good race yesterday. The guys are doing a great job. The cars are fantastic, and we're looking forward to a great 24-hour.
John saying Robin Liddell right now thinks it's great. He thinks they should go green. Of course, you know, he likes the rain.
He is Scottish, of course.
Well, Robin actually did a rally during his off-season. He took 7 weeks to build his own rally car, and he's going to run a Great Britain event over in Preston. And the car has to have an MOT, which means it's basically legal on the street, and he couldn't get it passed until race day. So at 12 o'clock, Dorsey, he's taken the MOT down to the post office, had to get it taxed, and was racing at 3 in the afternoon. So
didn't he do that in your neck of the woods over in East Anglia somewhere?
Yeah, it's pretty close. You obviously didn't take geography at school, did you?
I think his stops at the water.
Well, we're speaking about team expansion and bringing on star drivers. The Level 5 Motorsport team, backed by NPN now, is one of the talking points. Look at that lineup. Scott Tucker, of course, the team principal. Ryan Hunter-Reay, Christophe Bouchou, Lucas Luhr, Richard Westbrook. Both Scott Tucker and Christophe Bouchou are cross-entered in the 55 and 95. However, they're both starting separate cars. Bouchou in the 55, Scott Tucker in the 95. That will affect them as far as the duration of the championship is concerned, but we'll deal with that later on in the year. Superstars everywhere. Let's hear from one of them now.
And Ryan Hunter-Reay, one of our IndyCar stars here, and he'll be next going into the 95. We don't know the game plan yet, but how comfortable are you getting behind the wheel of the 95 on a wet track?
I love the rain. I mean, I think that's one of my strong suits. Had a really good race here a couple years ago in the wet, in the middle of the night, so the sun's out. That's that much better. We expect Scott in pretty early, maybe even 2 laps, and I'll get in. And we didn't get to qualify the car because we had an incident practice, but so I'll get out there and just start knifing through it, hopefully, and you know, get this 24-hour race underway.
And Scott will be racing in both the 95 and 55, so we'll see how both of those cars fare.
Well, once again, Chip Ganassi back here with the 01 and the 02. And Chip, we typically don't see this team have a misstep, but last year when the team did stumble, it was in the rain, New Jersey and Montreal. Any additional talks or coaching to these guys, as we're probably going to see this first hour a little bit wet?
Well, you know, in those missteps in the rain and this race are really 2 different things. I mean, you know, this is an endurance race. It's a long, long way to go. And what happens here in the next hour is not going to determine the outcome come tomorrow afternoon. So I think it's more or less a thing of, you know, let's just wait till it dries out and everybody start having some fun.
Last year they were going for 4 in a row until Brumos stopped that trend. This year they're just hoping to get back into victory lane.
Thanks for that, Chris. And right here where the cars are entering into the bus stop area, we have just heard from race control that there will be several more laps behind the pace car because too much standing water right there in that bus stop area.
Well, I think that's a great decision. There's too much on the line here to get the race started if we don't feel it's safe to go. But certainly for Chip Ganassi Racing, they learned a lot when they came here for the first time with these Daytona prototypes. We had similar conditions to this, Dorsey, and their drivers couldn't see a thing. So what the team used to do was to take the Daytona prototypes in Indianapolis to a big open parking lot. Whenever it rained, they'd have one of the mechanics just simply drive and trundle around like they're under the caution right now, just to see where the water was coming in the car, what was steaming up, what would fail under those conditions. But talking to the team this week, this new body work that they went to with the Riley chassis certainly sealed a lot of those problems, Dors.
That's a good thing to know about, too. That bus stop is a problem because it's downhill from the banking, so all the water, of course, runs down into it. It's a little bit harder to get that dry.
Brian, tell us more about the conditions.
Well, Lee, I'm listening to a lot of radio traffic right now, and part of the problem with being behind the pace car versus racing in the rain is that a lot of these cars running at a very low RPM, and I'm hearing crews up and down the pit road telling drivers to turn off the helmet blower and maybe the windshield wiper or the windshield defogger because it's taking too much voltage from the system right now. They need the RPM to turn that, and behind the pace car, they just don't have it. A lot of drivers already complaining about visibility problems, and they feel like if they can just get the cars going a little faster, a little more RPM, they'll be able to turn on those driver's aids.
Well, these cars run on a 12-volt system like your street car with a 12-volt battery, but with all of that electrical stuff turned on, they need about 13.2 volts to maintain or to stay even, and for that they need to turn more RPM.
Alex Gurney is the 15th and final Daytona prototype, right at the back of the pack. We told you the story and the reason why. He's got time on his side along with his 3 teammates to get it done.
Welcome back live to Daytona International Speedway and Speed's exclusive coverage of the 48th Rolex 24 at Daytona. Right now there is no rain falling here at Daytona International Speedway. We hope we've seen the last of it. Still under the yellow flag, and according to race control, we're about 2 laps from setting the field under green. Right there you see the Gainesco Bob Stallings Racing lineup, 2-time series champions. But they are a team with a hole in the resume that they would love to fill this weekend in Daytona.
I never would have dreamed that in 2005 when we first got in. You know, we were a really small team, only a couple guys, and it's just gone, you know, straight up from there.
2 years after their formation, the Gainesco Bob Stallings Racing Team captured the Grand Am Rolex Series Championship in 2007 and another in 2009. The team has won 12 races, but victory at the Rolex 24 has so far eluded them.
Obviously, in winning the championship, we have some Rolexes, but this one, really important to me. I mean, it's been a race that's slipped away and competed in it a number of times now and have not had a victory.
We're putting our best foot forward. We do feel like we're the most prepared we've ever been. You know, we got a great driver lineup. We've all done this before. We know how the exchanges work with the, you know, driver changes and all that. This is one of those races, though, that you can run for 30 years and not win it. You know, it's that hard.
No question about it, the Gainesco boys are a group with undeniable speed, but somehow it just always manages to go wrong for them here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. We are about 1 lap from going green, so let's send back up now to our announced team of Lee Diffie, Calvin Fish, and Dorsey Schrader.
The Gainesco boys, John Fogarty and Alex Gurney, are the most prolific duo in Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series history in the Daytona prototype era with those 12 victories. The last 3 years in particular haven't exactly gone to plan. The highlight has been a runner-up finish 2 years ago in 2008. Let's get a closer check on conditions from the cockpit.
Well, right now we can see the cars going around. They're going to try and check in here with Joe Foster, driver of the 40 machine. Joe, it's Calvin in the speed booth. We're hearing that we may start to see some green flag action here this afternoon. What is your evaluation of the track right now?
Well, I don't know in the infield, Calvin. I can see him loading the animals 2x2, but it's not too bad here on the racetrack. You know, visibility is reasonably good. There's a lot of standing water in a few places, but it's the same for everybody. We're ready to because it's Mazda RX-8 to the front. We want to go green.
Certainly a lot of excitement starting one of these big races, Joe. What sort of anxiety does it create when you're in conditions like you're seeing today?
Calvin, you know how we're all control freaks, and obviously we want to control our environment, and lots of variables outside our control in the wet, so all we can do is just try to hunker down, remember it's a long race, and just be conservative, to be honest, at the start, to see what everyone else does.
First time with a two-car entry for Dempsey Racing. Are you guys ready? They say expect the unexpected. Are your guys prepared today, Joe?
Absolutely. This is the end result of about 3 months of preparation coming up to this point to run 2 cars with our second Team Seattle Global Diving entry, you know, in addition to the 40 car for myself and Patrick, so we're very excited about it.
All right, mate, best of luck today.
Calvin, you guys stay dry.
Yes, we will.
You may have noticed the flashing yellow light on the dash there in the Dempsey Mazda in front of Joe Foster. That's the Delphi light, which is in addition to the flashing yellows and the flags here at the Speedway, just to inform the driver that we are under a full course caution. Various teams have them placed in various positions wherever it's going to be the most effective for the drivers to be alerted to the conditions on track. And it's appropriate that we see one of the TRG cars here right now, because the 66 AXA Porsche came onto pit road. You may have seen it just then for fuel only.
Well, I think it's just a strategy call probably by Kevin Buckler, just top him up. We expect to see some caution here in the early going as these drivers try to tread carefully, and Andy Lally will be in better shape to extend his pit window here.
Well, it's 3.5 miles around per lap. They've just done 5. They haven't got the green yet. I think that's a good call. It's conservative.
These conditions don't even get Andy Lally's heart rate up compared to what he did over the winter break. He went down to my neck of the woods, down to Australia, to Bathurst. I know that many of you, I've been asked by a lot of people a lot of fans in the paddock, tell me about Bathurst and the Bathurst 1000. Andy went to Mount Panorama to partake in the World Street Luge Championships, down, coming through the most dangerous section of the track and then heading down onto Conrod Straight. So if that doesn't get your heart rate up, nothing will. So Andy can handle these conditions, no worries.
He's a definite nut job, I don't know.
Yeah.
Lights are out on the Mazda RX-8 pace car, so this is looking promising for a start. Mark Raffoff and his staff from Grand Am have evaluated the situation. No doubt they will have got some feedback from the drivers as well via the teams, and have made the decision to go racing.
And these drivers, all they want to do is get a good clean start here. It's going to be pretty hectic as they try and negotiate this very tricky first turn, and it's a totally different kettle of fish to what they've been seeing here under these slow speeds under caution.
And you know, Joe Foster talking about the arc down in the infield. It is slippery down there.
They've done 5 laps under caution. Finally, we see green flag waving here. We're under racing for real now in the 2010 Rolex 24 at Daytona. Max Angelelli in the SunTrust Dallara Ford has a clear track ahead. Scott Dixon goes around the outside of Michael Valiente.
Looking for grip there, but he seems like he slipped just a little bit, couldn't get the power down, so just searching for grip. And that's what it's all about in these conditions. You won't run the typical dry line. You'll try the rim shot like Oz Negri around the outside. Can he get that Crown Royal sponsor machine to the front? He looks for it. He touches body with Angelelli.
You got to be real easy getting on the throttle here, or we could take out a bunch of cars. These tires are not up to temperature yet. Not behind that pace car, they wouldn't be.
And they're trying to get out in front. Oz is trying to get out in front so he doesn't have that spray. He doesn't have to deal with it. Look on the inside. Pruitt on the outside of Valiente here.
Pruitt's a man on a mission. We typically talk about Scott Pruitt not liking the wet conditions. He's about to take second spot away from Negri.
Great move. Scott Pruitt tucks into second nicely. Now he puts the pressure on his old rival, Max Angelelli.
One key is they've switched to this BMW power. They talked about it being more drivable. That'll really be a key part to this race in these rainy conditions, Dorsey.
And running those rim shots at Scott Stoon is a smart thing, because that's the part of the racetrack not run on most often, and it's not as polished, meaning it has more grip.
Pole sitter Angelelli has been pushed back to second, now maybe even third. Negri has got the Crown Royal XR. Mike Schenk racing forward, and here comes the sister car. Look at the 6 of Valiente. He wants a part of this battle as well.
He's going to look to the inside. This is going to be really touch and go as they get into the brake zone for this bus stop chicane. Remember that Dallara there of Angelelli, our pole sitter. People talk about it may not having the same downforce as the Riley. That will show up in these wet conditions.
Oh, is there a fight going on? Let me have a part of this, says Christophe Bouchou. Look at the black car there, the 55. He's won this race overall before, and the Frenchman really wants to get back up on top this year.
Like I said before, up on the high banks, you don't have to worry about any puddling. And the downforce, the artificial downforce caused by the bank, you are very, very good right here. It's when they get down here to the tri-oval, Calvin, it'll get slippery.
It really does, and you have to be so careful. You see those white painted lines. You can't afford to get on those, on the brakes or under acceleration. You got to get your brake bias correct. What you typically do is just wind a little bit of brake bias to the rear. You're going to lock up those fronts, so the drivers will be tuning that in. It's a little knob they have inside the cockpit to adjust the brake bias, the pressure front to rear on the race car.
Ganassi, Mike Shank. As we go back to GT, it's a pretty serious fight here too. Patrick Long is ahead of Sylvain Tremblay. Johnny Molam is in the mix, and the defending series GT champion Lee Keen in the 41.
But look who's up front, the little guy, Jordan Taylor, going to be running full-time in that 30 machine, and he has taken the lead. What a day for the Taylor family.
This is the 18-year-old son of Wayne, team principal at SunTrust Racing. Wayne and his two sons are driving just like the Nonamaker family with Joe, Will, and Wayne.
We watched Jordan in qualifying. He pulled one out of the hat, boys, right at the end, putting this 30 car right up in the front row.
And these Mazdas are going to be strong this year. There's now 7 of them entered in the GT field. They're going after that manufacturer's title this year.
Father and son on screen. Different teams, different categories, same family.
How would you like to be Wayne Taylor? He's got his eyes. He don't got 2 eyes. He's got 2 boys, and he's got his own car to look after.
I tell you what, though, he made a huge decision this off-season, Lee, to put Ricky Taylor in the number 10. I mean, Ricky Taylor showed so much speed and poise last year for being relatively inexperienced in the high-powered Daytona prototype machines, but he felt he was ready. There was talk of him going to Shank in the 6 car alongside Marco Valiente, and right before the January test days, Ricky Taylor was suddenly announced as the co-driver for Max Angelelli, a lot on his shoulders.
You know, Wayne came to me and said, what do you think about that decision? You think it's right? I said, absolutely, I think it's right. And then they put Ricky in the car, and guess what? Right to #1 spot in the practice session.
Look at the boys he's ahead of. Patrick Long, who is the defending ALMS GT2 champion. Look at this for the lead. Pruitt is under pressure from Negri, and Oz goes to the front.
Oz doesn't mind the rain. He's been in the rain more than one time. And I told you at the beginning of the show, these Shank cars to me look really good. They've been at the top of the charts in all the practice sessions, and the drivers that they have this year, I really think can get the job done.
It bothers Mike Shank greatly that he has not enjoyed victory in this race. They have come so close so many times, and whenever they've been in a prominent position, something has happened that has not gone to plan, and he has not left anything untouched in his quest to get either the 6 or this car, the Crown Royal 60, to victory lane at Daytona this year.
You saw 2 very different lines there through that international horseshoe turn. Oz Negri kind of in the middle of the road. Typically, if you run on the normal dry racing line, there's a lot of oil and grease down there, Dorsey. In these wet conditions, you don't pick up grip. So Oz is searching for grip. Pruitt took the traditional line through there.
Our pole sitter, Max Angelelli, has dropped considerably. Brian, what's going on at SunTrust?
Well, down here, Lee, there's certainly a good news, bad news situation. Let's go to the bad news first. The pole sitting car, Max Angelelli, Wayne, beginning to slip back to 7th. What's up?
He just said that to be patient. He's struggling a little. So, you know, there's another...
I'm sorry, Max Angelelli said be patient?
He told us to be patient. There's 23 hours and 40 minutes to go, so I think he's okay.
A new Max Angelelli, obviously, in that car, but we were also looking at the 30 car just moments ago with your son in it, Jordan Taylor in it. How nervous are you this weekend? You got to work hard enough on a regular weekend. You're double duty this weekend.
I never get nervous. You know me. I never get nervous. It's, yeah, it's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive.
I think all the calm in the Taylor family actually belongs to Shelley and the 2 boys.
Good to hear from Wayne. You see a change of lead there in GT. It is the collaboration between Flying Lizard Motorsports and TRG, and Patrick Long, who is the defending Rolex 24 GT winner for TRG, out in front now, ahead of Jordan Taylor. Johnny Molam is there, who is a former Rolex 24 GT winner as well. Jeff Siegel's still in the mix. Robin Liddell, the first of those Stevenson Camaros.
Well, you saw there, Pat. He just sort of like got a little bobble there as he's trying to get on the power, Dorsey. These are really tricky conditions, but he probably feels, just like Max Angelelli talked about, the clean air, the clear air is the place to be. He wanted to get to the front quickly.
What a quartet, he and his regular co-driver, Jörg Bergmeister, Seth Nyman, Johannes van Overbeek. This car will take some stopping, no doubt about that. Good to be racing here at Daytona. Stick around.
Welcome back live to the 48th annual Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs at our Victory Lane Speed Studios on the infield. The track continues to dry out, drivers are getting racy, and a few have suffered incidents. Let's get you up to speed. Just moments ago, this was Johnny Mollum in the mix in the GT class, losing a tire in a big way coming off the NASCAR high banks.
And here we are down at the chicane here. Michael Valiente in the number 6 goes just a bit wide, hits that standing water there. He was being harried by the car behind him anyway. Just absolute aquaplane off the water.
Aquaplaning indeed. There he is in the pits, getting the rads cleaned out. David, you and I talked before this rain shower began about the decisions needed to be made about setups. It didn't appear that the rain would last for more than a few hours, and then you'd be running the rest of the way in the dry, and that affects all of your setup decisions.
Well, of course, it makes the cars very difficult to drive in the rain because obviously everybody leaves the dry setup on because, you know, from about 6 o'clock on, it's supposed to be dry anyway, possibly even earlier. And so you wouldn't want to upset the setup of the car, but it makes it very difficult to drive when it is wet.
Let's get more on that pit stop from the 6 with Brian.
Well, Bob, this is what came out of the grill on the radiator. It's the grass and such from the off that Michael Valiente had. It's not the grass that's the problem. It's this fine silt that'll go through that screen and get caught in the radiator, and that's where you got to worry about overheating problems a little bit later on. Lee?
You may have noticed we've got a new race leader. They say the rain's the great equalizer. Look at Memo Gidley. He has been setting fastest lap after fastest lap, and he's got the McDonald's Dallara out in front.
That car looked really good. You know, we were watching him while we were going on break there, and he was riding him right through the middle of that pack like it was nothing. This car, obviously, I would think has either got a lot of downforce on it, or maybe it's a little bit softer, more compliant car.
Well, talking to the team this week, they're complaining about understeer in the dry conditions, Dorsey, so maybe the car's just putting the power down better. It's all about balance. They may not have the perfect balance in dry, but it may be to their advantage in these conditions, getting off these hairpin turns, which will then affect your straightaway speed as well.
Do you remember last year at Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Montreal, Marcus Ambrose teamed with Carl Edwards? This is the very car that was destroyed at the hands of Carl Edwards. It was an accident. It was an unfortunate accident on the warm-up lap, and Kevin Doran and his team missed the last few races to get that car fixed ready for the 2010 season. Here's the Gainsco car in, Chris.
Alex Gurney comes to pit lane. It looks like he's going to take some fuel here. They're going to put another set of rain tires on the car. Been listening on the scanner. I haven't heard them say anything, so I would think with a pit stop this early, it might have been because that tire was going down, but nothing said on the scanner, and it looks like these guys are going with brand new rain tires. Typically, on a rain weekend like this, typically on a wet weekend, these guys could be prepared and have scuffed those rain tires so the outlaps could be a little bit quicker, but those were brand new rains going in that car. I'll try and check in with this team and see if there was any.
I'll tell you, Alex must have felt something he really didn't like and called back to the crew chief and said, let's not risk this. I feel like I'm getting a puncture, or I feel like I'm losing some air pressure. And you saw what happens on the Daytona High Bank. When you lose air pressure, it immediately blows the tire off and does a lot of bodywork damage.
Thick in the GT field, Max Hyatt, Paul Edwards in the 07, the Godstone Ranch, Mike Boffman Racing, Leighton Reese Performance Group car. And it's good to see these guys come together, and Paul achieved his best ever qualifying result, Chris.
Yeah, in qualifying, he had a great run going with about a minute left. He was at the top of the GT board, and then he got mobbed by those Mazdas. But in the early going in this race, that car has faded from 4th back to, I think, about 10th right now. And listening to both Paul Edwards and Tony Dow on the radio, initially Paul thought he had a tire going down. The car just would not turn to the left. They've since kind of figured out that the sway bar in the rear of the car is hanging up, so he can't get any adjustability back there, so the car is just not working in the wet. When they come to pit lane later in the race, they're going to take a look at that, see if they can free that sway bar up. But also, as the track dries out, the car is going to start handling a little bit better. Checked in with the Gainsco guys, and they said Alex did have a tire going down, so that was not a scheduled stop or anything like that. They had to come to pit lane because Alex had that tire going down.
Well, you can see that problem right now, Chris, through the kink on the infield and also getting up onto the banking. Paul Edwards is just really slow. It's like the car just takes a big arc, Dorsey, and is not able to make the turn-in point.
And the driver has an adjustable cable in there that he can turn in and turn out. And what will happen sometimes, what he's trying to do is soften the back end or take the sway bar off the back end. But that cable sometimes will get bound up. Obviously, it's happened to that car, so it's still on a pretty much of a dry setup, which he would like it not to be.
In GT, Patrick Long still leads the way ahead of Robin Liddell. Lee Keane is in the mix. Bryce Miller, Jordan Taylor, Sylvain Tremblay, Spencer Pumpelly, and Eric Lux and Martin Rogginger have been going at it. Here is one of the new Salins Mazda RX-8s, and the two cars, the 42 and the 43, are formerly the 69 and the 70 from Speed Source. This is the old 69.
Looks like Joe Salin in that car is going to try to re-enter the racetrack here. He's got to wait for a clear opportunity to do so.
Just gave you the brief rundown in GT. At the front of the field, there is no stopping Memo Gidley. He's just set another fastest lap of the race at a 56.8 versus a 58.2 from Oswaldo Negri. The McDonald's Dallara is flying. Let's hear from the team boss.
And he's got a smile on his face. Kevin Doran, team principal for the 77. You know, I talked to Memo before the race, and he said that he felt more prepared than ever for this race. But what's working for him so well? He's setting fast lap after fast lap.
Well, the McDonald's car has a history of being really good in the rain, going back pretty much the whole history of Daytona prototypes. So it's something to do with the way we do our setups. Doesn't qualify real good, but it's always been really good in the rain. Of course, Memo's good in the rain, too.
Well, Memo and Brad Jager both telling me they got the phone calls maybe 2 weeks ago that they were even racing. So how important is it to have this good showing now and hopefully carry that through the 24 hours?
Well, it's really fun to see the car out front. It's been a long time, and we've done it before, you know, but it has been a while. So it's really cool to see the McDonald's car out front. Hopefully we can stay there for another 23.5 hours.
I'll let you get back to work. Thanks, Kevin.
All right, thanks.
You know, what you want in the rain is a car that's really compliant. We call it soft, and that's what you would do. You would soften your spring rates, you would soften your shocks, you would soften sway bars, and you would induce the car to roll a little bit into the corners, so that roll would push those tires down through the water onto the pavement. But of course, that's exactly what you don't want if it should dry out, which it will soon.
Well, I tell you, a man who's on a mission right now is Christophe Bouchou. He is currently up to second in the 55 car there, so he is chasing down Memo Gidley. But talk about Kevin Doran's record here: 4 wins and also 1 as a constructor, 4 with a team, 1 as a constructor. He knows how to get the job done. There's certainly been lean times of late for Kevin Doran and his crew, but they never stop trying.
Well, surprisingly, looking right there on Christophe Bouchou, you can see the windscreen, only the wiper only goes on the driver's side. And look, it just hung up there. That's something that happens a lot too. The wind pushing against that at 160, 70 mile per hour. The windshield wiper doesn't like it that much.
You can see the overall race leader just up ahead.
You can see the water there just to the left off line. That was what caught out Michael Valiante there going through the bus stop chicane. So right now it's just a single line. And gradually, as more and more traffic gets through there, that line will get a little bit wider. We'd have to think, without any rain in the air right now, that this racetrack will dry out pretty rapidly. You see the debris there down off the banking from Nolan's incident with the tire.
The rundown is Memo Gidley. He has about 1.5, 2 seconds over Christophe Bouchou. Then Oswaldo Negri, Scott Dixon, Scott Pruitt. That's your top 5. We'll be back.
Back at Daytona, don't forget you can enhance your Rolex 24 viewing experience. Just go to speedtv.com for all sorts of things to see and do. How about Ask the Driver? You can submit emails to drivers such as Jimmy Johnson, Juan Pablo Montoya, Jimmy Vasser, Scott Pruitt, and more. The answers will be posted online and answered on air. You can also join online chat groups, read driver blogs, get the reflections of Davy Jones, a former overall winner of this race, returning to the scene of his greatest victory. You'll get comments on Rolex 24 history by J.J. O'Malley, who's written the definitive book on this great race, narrated in-car laps, and a whole lot more. Just log on to speedtv.com, keyword Rolex 24. Back to the action. There is Memo Gidley, running under the tutelage of Kevin Doran, owner of this car and a man who has posted a number of victories over the years with some great racers, including the late Al Holbert, Derek Bell, Al Unser Jr., and many more. Having a great run in that Dallara.
And Memo Gidley is one of these guys whose career has just not gone according to plan at all. Here's the 18 having a wander around in the grass there. Pretty slippery on this track, as you can still see. A nice dry line forming, but very wet and slippery off.
It's one of the racers group. Porsche GT3s, Dan Watkins at the control. Running order across the top of your screen. Coming up on 17 minutes remaining in the first hour of the Rolex 24. Let's get back to our announce team. High above start finish, Lee Diffie, Calvin Fish, Dorsey Schrader.
And Bob, Mamo Gidley is one of 4 leaders we've had. We're 17 laps in the books already. And we've had Max Angelelli, Scott Pruitt, Oswaldo Negri, and Mamo Gidley lead this race overall. We've got a new leader in GT, and it's a new car. The Turner Motorsport BMW M6. This is their Rolex GT debut. And what a way to do it at the hands of Joey Hand. He has driven this car to the lead. Robin Liddell now putting pressure on Patrick Long for second. The new Stevenson Camaro. Look at this, an outside move by Robin. Tucks it back in and will hang on to third for the moment. But this is good, hard racing in the wet. Let's hear from, oh, Robin Liddell, the back steps out. Good catch. Let's hear from Will Turner. He's with Kelly.
And it's the first time for the Turner Racing to be a part of this GT and Grand Am, but you guys have a ton of race experience. But could you have expected to come out and start off so strong?
You know, when we came here, we knew we needed the best drivers, and you know, we have that awesome BMW power. This is a little bit different than the other kind of racing that we've been doing, but it is our 193rd professional start with BMW. So, you know, it's nice to be leading now, but you know, this isn't the time that we want to be leading, really. We want to be leading tomorrow at this time, right? In 23 hours is where we want to be leading. But, you know, it's all good. Joey settled in. We didn't qualify exactly where we wanted to. We kind of zigged when we should have zagged, but we got it under control now, and, you know, hopefully we can, things will go smooth and we can have a good race.
And in talking to Joey Hand before and some of the drivers, they really didn't feel 100% maybe with this setup. So did you expect it to do this well on the wet track?
You know, we've tested the car for 12 days total, so it's still kind of new to us. We've never had a day of wet testing. So we weren't all prepared for this, obviously, but we made a little bit of a compromise in the setup this morning, and, you know, the track's drying out now. Hopefully it'll be good in the dry, too, but it's working in the wet.
Paying off now. Thanks, Will.
I'll tell you, I watched that car in practice, boys, and it's got a big V8 in it. You swear there's a big NASCAR car going by. When you look up, there's a BMW, and it's really, really a fast car. Trouble here, right front suspension on this Porsche.
Henri Richard, the Team Polizei TRG entry. Big trouble, major damage on the right-hand side there of the car. And just trying his best to get it back as close as he possibly can to the paddock and to the TRG area. This is huge drama.
Yeah, there's major suspension damage to that car. He's hit something very hard, as you can see. The right front corner is completely destroyed.
Oh, yeah, look at the wheel. When you bend the wheel like that, you've hit something really, really hard. This will probably bring out a full course caution because that car's not going to be able to go any further than right where it is right now.
See the amount of water that we've had here over the last day or so, and there you see him right on the side of the racetrack. You can't leave that car there, and I think a lot of these drivers are really looking forward to this yellow because they're starting to use up these wet weather tires. When the track starts to dry like this, these wet weather tires and the blocks, the treaded tire will really overheat very, very quickly, and we see the guys squirming around.
So first full course caution other than the way that we started. So the rescue crews will retrieve Henri Richard and his TRG Team Polizei Porsche. And we'll come back and hopefully go racing as soon as we can. Major action on pit road. Huge amount of pit stops and a huge workload and effort done by the O2 Ganassi team. Scott Dixon has been sent out faster than anybody else. There's been a whole bunch of leapfrogging going on. The 95 is now sent. It's a little further down the order, but they all came in. Mamo Gidley, the race leader, Christophe Bouchou, Max Angelelli, Scott Pruitt, Scott Dixon. They were all hustling. Michael Valiente was in there, Oz Negri as well. And the order has been jumbled considerably. And as we said once again, once we go back to racing, you'll see the fruits of the very fast work of the O2 Ganassi squad.
Well, that's what it's all about. I mean, that team is so prepared. They think of every wrinkle. Talking to Steve Dynan, who's preparing these BMW-powered engines for this squad this year, he said, I cannot believe how buttoned up this squad is, Dorsey. And they've certainly shown that over the last 4 years with 3 wins and so narrowly coming just shy last year of another one here. But they know what it takes, and it's just extremely good, slick pit work. They know what their responsibilities are. When that car hits pit road, everyone has a task and they do it.
They watch every detail of that car. We even heard that Chip Ganassi looked at Steve Dynan's stickers as in says, would you mind changing that so it looks a little bit different? I think it was too big. He likes his better.
Great work from the Ganassi boys, Bob.
All right, thanks very much, Lee. Bob Varsha and David Hobbs at our Victory Lane Speed Studios. David, as in Formula One, anytime we see rainfall followed by rain stopping, the first question is when everybody hits the pits, do you stay on wet rubber or do you go for slicks? Looks like everybody stayed on the wets.
Well, there is a big dry line forming, Bob, but offline it's still incredibly wet. So it'd take a very brave boy to go onto dry tyres at this stage of the game. So everybody went back onto wets, but it certainly was a mass pit entry. And I thought everybody drove very well. You know, we went 45 minutes under extremely difficult conditions with these cars and drives before we had our first full course caution brought out by somebody who spun Henri Richard spun up at the West Horseshoe. There you can see the sky clearing up, and it's supposed to be clear for the rest of the race, although the temperature overnight and tomorrow morning is going to drop a lot as well, which also brings problems. You know, these guys, the tyre they use is not really terribly good in the very cold conditions. It's obviously meant for racing in the summer here, where you obviously get ambient temperatures well into the 90s, and tomorrow morning we're looking at 40s and 50s.
We had an example of just how much rain fell as you see the GT field now heading for the open pit lane when Henri Richard went off and tried to limp that Porsche back on track. The front valence on that Porsche set up a virtual tsunami of water onto the racetrack down there in turn 6. Absolutely. And if we could see where he went off, I think the key there was how wet that grass is. It looked like he spun off driver's right and simply could not get the car stopped before he got to the tire wall. Let's get down to the pit lane. Brian Till, I believe.
Patrick Long behind the wheel of the Flying Lizard TRG. Porsche running second in. Fuel only. They're not going to change tires, so he'll have warm range when he goes out. Not at all uncommon to see these guys run up front, but especially a Porsche in the rain with all the weight over those back tires. They put the power down really well, guys.
Down here at the 94 BMW M6, looks like it's going to be fuel only, and now we're getting some fuel here in the back. Go ahead back upstairs.
Quick work from the TRG boys, the TRG Flying Lizard combination for Patrick Long. You saw right at the very beginning, as the GT cars started coming to pit road, there was already a GT car in there. That's the Godstone Ranch 07. That was a mistake.
It was, because they have a sequence where the pit lane is closed, then DP's the first lap only, GT's the following lap. So big mistake there by that team.
The order has been jumbled. We'll give you the rundown when we come back. We're back and we are racing. Restart occurred just half a lap ago. Scott Dixon is now your new race leader. It was Dane Cameron in that Chevrolet-powered Crawford for Bayer Racing. The orange car there second. He is yet to pit, so Dane will need to bring that car in. Then Mamo Gidley. Here comes the SunTrust Dallara as well. But it was Dixon pretty forceful on the restart, getting that 02 Ganassi BMW to the front.
He really was, because he took that high line like he did on the opening lap of this race. It didn't quite work for him that time, but it did this time. But he got really close to the 99 car of Alex Yerner. I believe they may have touched.
We've got a replay of that. Let's roll it now. Dorse, talk us through. Watch in particular the red car second and the red and blue car in third.
And you look right there, and then he's trying an outside maneuver. Now, it turns back to the right up, and watch. I think they do touch pretty heavily here. And you remember, you can bend wheels real easily, right? There, I think they had some contact.
Well, it's close, but I'm not sure if they actually traded paint. I think it was just an evasive action there from the two cars when they suddenly saw each other side by side. But pretty hardcore racing. But you have to think about different objectives here. When you think about the 01 versus the 02, the 01 is out for a championship season as well as this Daytona 24-hour race. For Dixon and the boys in the 02, they have one consideration: winning here today.
Getting that wristwatch. This is Christophe Bouchou. Inside move there. So grabs another position, not a problem.
Whoa, had a little close call right there as he dropped the left side wheel tire into the dirt.
Pruitt has followed him through as well, Dorse. So the 01 is following. So Scott Dixon, Mamo Gidley, Dane Cameron. Angelelli is in the mix.
And There is Zonta in that lime green chrome racing machine. I mean, they showed so much form last year in the rain. They won that race at New Jersey, went on to score another victory later in the season. We missed him in the last few races, but that Lola has really shown in these sort of conditions to have a lot of speed.
There was a driver change executed in the 95. Scott Tucker, team principal, stepping out. Ryan Hunter-Reay, IndyCar star, stepping in. You heard Ryan say to Kelly a little earlier, I just want to get in there and start carving him up, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, a very exciting season for him. He is the face of the IndyCar Championship with Izod sponsorship, and he'll be doing a limited schedule, including the Indy 500, of course, with the newly named Andretti Autosport team. So for Ryan Hunter-Reay, that is a massive break in his career.
23 laps only raced so far, and we've had 6 different leaders. Dixon, the most recent, of course. Pass for position there. Angelelli has got by Dane Cameron. Alex Gurney still in the mix. And here come the Chargers. Watch for those level 5, the 2 black BMW-powered Rileys. Huge investment from Scott Tucker and his group. It's run by David Stone and the gang up there in Madison, Wisconsin. And it is a first-class operation with a first-class driver lineup. Those 2 black BMWs will be contenders.
It's so hard, though, to expand to a 2-car operation, Dorsey, for this event. There are so many people underneath that awning in trying to get those guys to gel and get the chemistry so that when things go wrong, they work together as a unit.
And on top of that, Scott hired the best of the best as far as drivers, and it's sometimes hard to keep those guys' egos in check. They all are used to winning overall, so it might sometimes be not a good idea.
2.5-second advantage to Scott Dixon at the moment, Brian, till he's flying.
Yeah, Lee, he is, and I checked in with Chip Ganassi, and I said, is it good to have 2 bullets in the gun? Talking about the different strategies that you guys were discussing, and he said it's way too early to think about that, whether the O2 is not in it for the championship. He just said, right now, Scott Dixon's got a good car underneath him, and it's running well, so he's just running a pace. Even though it looks like he's checking out, right now, it's just a really good car.
And you know, guys, the twitching around that you're seeing at the back of the car now is because of the drying out of the racetrack. It's not now wet all the way through the corner, and as you go through there, you start getting more grip, less grip, more grip, and you start seeing that twitch. And Calvin, as you know, this is a worse condition when it's not all the way wet.
It really is, because, you know, the tire condition is changing as well in terms of it's going to degrade pretty quickly. I was very surprised to see a number of the leading GT cars not elect to take fresh tires. Certainly a testimony to the Pirelli tire and the way it's standing up, but it's not as much as how the car was at the pit stop. How's it going to be at the end of this stint? You're really extending the life of that tire when this track really starts to dry out.
New leader in the GT class, it is the 23 for Medics Porsche, Martin Rogginger. This is a 21-year-old Austrian who is a Porsche Junior factory driver. Now, that all sounds very good. However, according to some of his teammates, he drove like a 21-year-old earlier in the weekend, a little too much on the right foot.
Well, 3rd lap, first session here, and he stuffs it big into the wall, which required them to pull the entire back of the car off, engine, transaxle, send the car by a flatbed into a frame shop, had the frame pulled back. Alex Job, who owns the car, and the boys have got it back together, but no one was too happy about stuffing the car in the first practice.
Well, Martin explains it that he was just bedding in some brakes, and when he went on his first flying lap, suddenly when he jumped on the brakes, the brake bars, which is adjustable, had been changed, and he said it was my fault entirely. It's up to the driver to check that out, but when he used the brakes properly, and here we see a problem on the 44 car.
That's the rear window that's come loose. This car is getting black flag, which means it's got to bring it to pit lane to fix it. This is a safety issue. That is the corner of the back window trying to fly off right there.
Craig Stanton behind the wheel. This is the new John Potter-owned car. And the staff, as we see a move for position here, Alex Gurney on Dane Cameron, fairly straightforward there. That staff of that 44 Magnus Racing team, very interesting. It's a blend of Farnbacher Lowe's and TRG. It's a pretty good operation.
Well, the 2 cars having a great run here. For so many years, we saw that Crawford chassis poised for victory and winning races, but right now it's the only car entered here from the Crawford stable, but it was a late entry. And certainly Dane Cameron, the young hot shoe, was running in the GT category last year on his 24-hour debut in a Daytona prototype, certainly showing some of these leading lights the way right now.
And we certainly know that Max and Jan Crawford up there in Denver, North Carolina will be watching. I sent them a text this morning and I said, guys, it's not the same Rolex 24 without the Crawford family here. They wrote back and said, thanks, we'll be watching in support. So we wish you all the best with whatever you got cooking, and hopefully we'll see you back at the track real soon. Out in front, it is IndyCar star Scott Dixon. He's won the Rolex 24 at Daytona overall, and he boasts a lead of 2.7 seconds. Whoa! Check this out, we got problems up ahead. You look at the view and it's Dane Cameron.
I tell you what, there was some debris down there into the braking zone. I'm not sure if it came from this car and he hit it or something happened, but certainly Dane Cameron has got turned around here. You see the rear bodywork is dislodged.
Yeah, that bodywork is in. Look, the rear window, I think, is blown completely out of that car. It looked like it was to me. We'll have to get a better look at it. But it looked like, as you said, Calvin, the bodywork had come loose. I think the rear window is gone. Something big happened here.
Well, I wonder if it's another tire issue. It looked like down the track there was some debris. That came from him. He'd already lost it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Close with the 40 car. Was he involved in touching him as he got into the brake zone?
I think right rear tire went down, and that's what started that all. Really, I think he was in full spin when we first saw him.
Did he make contact with that GT car, though, to have that problem? Here's another look at it, Dorsey.
Watch the right rear. Watch the right rear. There it goes. It did.
No.
Definite tire issue. Usually that means a puncture. Keep an eye on this now. It looks like the tire's probably got a small leak in it, and it's going to blow out right. Well, it just went. You see the debris right there.
And remember, this car is not stopped, so these tires have 20 laps on them. So that 26 laps, excuse me. So that's a long run. If the track is starting to dry out, maybe it just started to overheat a little bit.
Take a look at this on board, riding with the 55 up in front of you here.
Whoa, you see the tire fly.
Yeah, debris everywhere. All these guys did a great job, I must say. All the people behind that car.
A lucky escape for Dane Cameron and that Bayer Racing Crawford. As he limps back to pit road, we are under our third full course caution. Plenty has already happened here at the World Center of Racing. While we're under this caution period, it gives us time to tell you about Pirelli Tyres' Chip Foose Dempsey Racing Edition Mazda RX-8 giveaway. Pirelli Tyres wants you to have a chance to win this special Dempsey Racing Edition RX-8 designed by the man on your screen, Chip Foose. All you have to do is continuing watching today's coverage. We will show you a code word, hint. Go to grandam.com/Foose, enter the prize word to have a chance at winning. And one of you will be selected at each of the next 11 Rolex Series races. And the 11 of you will be guests of Pirelli, Grand Am, Mazda, and Dempsey Racing at the season finale this year. That's at Miller Motorsports Park in Utah. It was a really popular competition last year. That was with the Ford Flex. This year it's with the Dempsey Racing Mazda. So we wish you all the best. And get involved. Look for that code word. We did already show it to you once.
See the cars right there, drivers driving offline through puddles to try to cool these tires down. Racetrack's still wet, but it's drying quickly, and tires have become an issue.
This is the V8 powered Porsche for Action Express Racing. Brian Till is standing right there.
Terry Borcheller behind the wheel brought it in. Had a real hard time getting it out of the pit spot the last time. Blowing air down on the back of the engine. To me, I got to feel like the clutch is slipping or something, Dorsey, and he can't really get it hooked up and get it out of here. But it stumbled, it stuttered and all that the last time out. And they brought him in under this caution to see if they can effect repairs. But right now, I got to believe it's with the clutch on the back of this big Porsche V8.
Well, here we're taking a look at the Crawford, the number 2 car. This is the car, lost the right rear tire coming through the tri-oval. Of course, it blew up. When it blew up, it took off the rear bodywork. We saw the window missing. But it usually, as they're looking right there at the suspension, usually that carcass whips around and damages the corner. Obviously, it has, as they're affecting repairs to the right rear.
Yeah, well, they are pulling just over 190 miles an hour there, so it's a high-speed part of the racetrack, and suddenly it lets go, just rips that car to shreds. And this is a last-minute entry for Bayer Racing. They made some great performances last year, really showed well. Jared Bayer back behind the wheel this year, going to be sharing with Dane Cameron, we believe, for a limited schedule.
For those of you who regularly watch the Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series here on Speed, you know that we like to get the commercial breaks away while we're under caution so we can show you as much green flag racing as possible. Mondays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern live on Speed is the NASCAR Race Hub presented by Hooters. This is one of the new shows on the network. It's proving to be very popular. And with Speed Weeks right around the corner, drop by the hub to get your NASCAR fix before the season starts. That's the NASCAR Race Hub presented by Hooters, Mondays at 7:30. We welcome you back to Daytona International Speedway, the Rolex 24 2010. And the Bayer Racing Chevrolet is up and running. Kelly's got an update.
Only a lengthy pit stop, though. We've got Don Connor, the team manager. Can you tell me what happened and what the damage was?
Well, it looks like we had a tire go. I think we tried to go too far on the laps, and it might have caused some collateral damage. I haven't heard from the guys what exactly happened so far, and you know, we did the best we could, and we'll see what we can do.
Let's back out there, and we've got green flag coming.
That's what it's all about, just making those repairs as quickly and as effectively as possible and try and minimize the laps lost.
Well, the key is that they got that rear bodywork tied down, because at speed that could take off on you, so that's the most important thing, Doss.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it was the miles on that tire that caused the problem. I really suspect more a puncture than the amount of laps.
How do you like the sound of this? Dixon, Angelelli, Gidley, Gurney, Zonta, all the big names are at the front of the field as we go back racing.
It's Christophe Bouchou there in that black level 5 motorsport car, taking the long way around the outside. Really tight again. Gurney's seen this picture before when Dixon made the same move on the previous restart.
Outside is proving to be valuable, Doss.
It is. That's a good move, and you saw right there that Gurney didn't want any part of it. He just let it happen. But once again, look at the outside lane. It's got more grip out there because it's not normally run on, so it's got more force nature.
We know how good that 75 car is. The Krone Racing Ford-powered Lola. Ricardo Zonta and Nick Johnson, they dominated. They won in the wet at New Jersey last year, and Zonta is running well here in the wet as well. It's Scott Dixon, Max Angelelli, Memo Gidley, and Christophe Bouchou. Brian.
Into the scanner under that last full course caution, they were telling Christophe Bouchou that they would stay on reins, and he said that's good. And they said because all the rain is gone but the track is still damp, and he said that's bad because if we run at speed for many more laps the track is going to dry. One of the things about these Pirelli rain tires, they like the rain. In these mid conditions, when it begins to dry, they will come apart very quickly. The drivers and the team's really going to have to keep track of that. And as soon as they start to lose grip, they're going to have to think about coming in for slicks, guys.
Well, you're going to see them start running into puddles on purpose to try to cool these tires down. And this is one area on the racetrack you can do it. This inner loop always has a puddle you can dip a wheel into.
There's been a change at the top in GT as well. Martin Rogginger in the Fometics Porsche has come into pit, and Robin Liddell in the new Stevenson Camaro has gone to the top. So it's Camaro, Porsche. There's Robin. The last couple of years, he and Andrew Davis have come so close to being GT champions. Can this be their year? Team manager Mike Johnson said, I certainly hope so.
Now, one of the things you have to do to run at 190 miles an hour with the windshield wiper is put a really heavy spring on it to push it really hard into the windshield. Problem is when it's dry like this, then it's pushed so hard to the windscreen that it starts putting a rubber mark on the windscreen. I saw it with Robin Liddell's car right there. His windshield's starting to turn black, and it's from the windshield wiper.
Yeah, you're almost better to just leave the windshield wiper turned off, because otherwise it's going to smear across the screen, and really if there's no rain coming down, you just got to try and deal with it. But these are tough conditions for these boys. The track is changing every lap. You can't see very well, and you're just praying for that next pit stop when you get fresh rubber. The track is more consistent, and then the race should be underway.
Let's go to the Stevenson camp. Brian?
Mike Johnson sitting on the pit box right now, looking at radar and also looking at that car on the track. We talked to John Stevenson earlier about what an undertaking it was, not for just one, but 4 cars this year out of that stable. Seems to be working well right now.
Yeah, we kind of figured we got a really good driver lineup, and we thought, all right, by the time it shovels through, we might be in the lead maybe hour 6. We never expected hour 1, but I mean, you remember Montreal, Robin Liddell never even puts rain tires on and beats everybody in the rain. So, you know, we got the best rain driver out there. We got a good car. And I can't say enough about this team. To go from 1 car to 4 is unbelievable. We had 2 top 10s in the GS yesterday with a debut. And I'm just so lucky to be surrounded by such good people on this team. It really makes my job easier, even though I've been kind of in a daze for the last 3 days. But no, so far so good. But you know, I think once it dries out, we'll see where it is.
Well, I was going to say, in this type of condition, you guys knew it was going to rain. How much of a compromise do you put on the car setup-wise, because you know you're going to be driving in both type conditions?
None whatsoever. We put Rob Liddell in the car. That's no compromise.
No compromise, guys.
And as you heard Calvin say, the nexus of this car is ostensibly the same as last year. However, the outer skin is very different. The Chevrolet Camaro, it's shorter, Cal, isn't it? But it's considerably wider.
It is, and one thing they're really working on right now is trying to get a little bit more front downforce on that car. They really feel it is affecting the overall performance of the car, but it's early days, and to be leading the big one so early in the going is a surprise for everyone. Here we see 4 wide there down that front stretch as that Turner Motorsports BMW again showing its power here, Dorsey.
I tell you what, that V8 in that car, and you got to be here to hear it, doesn't do justice. That BMW V8, I can tell you one thing, is making some power.
How about the 70? The team principal, Sylvain Tremblay, won this event in the GT class just 2 years ago. The Castrol Syntec machine is back. It's a brand new car, some 150 changes from the last model to this. And it's a combination of Riley Technologies and Speed Source. It really is a very effective combination. These are beautiful cars, and there's going to be a change season long as far as the driver lineup's concerned. No longer Sylvain Tremblay and Nick Ham going throughout the course of the season. It'll be Sylvain and Jonathan Bomarito. Brian?
Lee, one of the other changes to the car, one of the 150 or so that you talked about, was a repositioning of the fuel tank. If you'll remember last year, Sylvain put the car on pole with a new track record, but dropping a wheel in the bus stop put a hole in the fuel cell. Well, they have repositioned that and armored it a little bit more this year. They said it has not changed the handling of the car whatsoever, but it certainly made sure that problem won't happen again. Also remember a bigger front splitter in the middle of the season last year. They really feel like that has helped balance the front end of that car, helped the tires stay underneath it a little bit longer as well. So any way you look at it, it's not good for the competitors, but for these guys it is. It's a very much improved Mazda RX-8.
One of the other changes too, Dorse, is that in the previous model they had hanging pedals. This time in the footbox it's bottom mounted. Does that bring a big difference from your driving point of view?
From the ability to move the driver around in the car, it helps a lot. And what they've done with this car, a lot of those changes, is ergonomics. And it's stuff like being able to get into the car and out of the car easier, having a different size driver be able to get in and get his lap belts adjusted, and those pedals, like you say, be adjustable without having to take as much time to do it. It's really a lot of thinking that went into this new car.
Tell you one thing I'm noticing, guys, looking at the lap times, the Daytona prototype leaders now are lapping in the 155 range. We expected the race pace in the dry to be about 143, and I think that's the critical stage where these wet tires will start to overheat. When you get to about 10 seconds off a good dry pace, that's the critical point. That's the point where these wet tires will no longer be effective.
Of course, when we talk about a wet tire, they have full treads on these tires, tread sipes they're called, and they're only used in the rain, and they're made of a very, very soft compound, a very sticky compound, which once it starts squirming around gets really hot and degrades quickly.
Pretty wild stuff there from Christophe Bouchou, just trying to hang on as he went off the edge of the track. And there's been some really wild stuff going on. We're going to show you a replay in just a moment because Bouchou has been in the thick of it. Literally, here we go. Watch that Crown Royal sponsored black BMW Riley.
He's outside there of another car and gets
Negri, I believe, that he touches with and loses a bit of ground.
I take that back. It's the 95. It's not the 55. That was Ryan Hunter-Ray involved in that little scrap. There's Bouchou with the yellow mirrors.
One thing that I'd say about tire strategy, remember, we're in a 24-hour race. Now, if this was a sprint race, you'd be trying to make that tire choice at exactly the right time. It's not that critical. It's okay to be out there an extra lap or two, maybe be losing 2 or 3 seconds a lap to someone who switched to slicks early, but the key is your driver's probably going to keep it on the racetrack more. You saw Christophe Bouchou going over that painted curb into that wet area of the racetrack still. If you're on slicks there, you'd still have a real problem.
You'd be gone. He's right alongside Ricardo Zonda. It's an outside move. Does this pay off, or is he carrying too much speed? Too much.
Good save. He got stuck on the outside. Now, this is a point in the race where if I'm a crew chief, I'm starting now to worry about the tire. I'm starting to worry after I saw that tire blow up before that my guy might be blowing a tire here pretty soon.
Let's get a tire update at Mike Shank Racing.
Now, just as we came to talk to Mike Shank about rain tires, it looks like slicks are getting set up. Mike, the guys in the booth have been talking about the track drying a little bit. How were the rains that just came off the cars?
I mean, it surprised me. We took a set of tires off of Oz's car there. They look brand new. We're going to use them later. Hope God forbid we don't need them. But Crown Road car's running great. 6 good. We're just trying to be cool. I haven't seen this kind of racing like this. It's a little crazy, but everybody seems to be settling down now. We are going to put slicks on, and that's going to be interesting in these conditions, at least the initial 2-3 laps.
Interesting for sure for the drivers. For Mike Shank, all he has to do is stand here in the dry.
It looked good. It looked good.
As we have a pass for the lead, Max Angelelli on Scott Dixon. We are hearing the 55 of Bouchou has spun. So it's all happening at the same time.
I think the key point here is that's our pole sitting car now back to the front. When it was really wet, he backed up a little bit, but as the track dries out, I think that Dallara has shown that it's really effective here this weekend, Dorsey.
Well, we were talking about Bouchou and how close he was getting and how he was complaining. We have a replay of the spin that he just encountered. You got to know that rear tires are going off. I'd say there's not much grip right there, Calvin.
Yeah, he was very wide. Once again, we saw him the previous lap. He ran really wide up and over that curbing, and just using all of the racetrack. But he's pushing really hard, and I think that's one thing. You talk about the team managers, the crew chiefs talking to these drivers. They need to remind him right now this is a 24-hour race. Don't throw it all away. We've got a really strong car, a really strong driver lineup. We need to be around tomorrow.
And right now it's the trickiest conditions when it's starting to dry and you're trying to find that speed out there. The back end can just snap away as it did right then. Ooh, that was close right there too.
Dixon's just starting to back up a little bit on his lap times in the 0-2, and that's allowed Max Angelelli to skip away. There's the margin right there. The Ganassi sister cars, the 0-2, then the 0-1. So Scott Dixon, then Scott Pruitt, then Mamo Gidley, and Ricardo Zonta maintains his position in the top 5, although he's being a little impatient, isn't he? That outside line, will it work again? The Lola against the Dallara.
And they're fantastic. Yeah, but look at it. It's not that easy. I mean, both those guys giving it their all. Cars are not stuck to the racetrack. They're twitching around. Look at the back of that.
He is dirt tracking that car off of that corner. When you do that, you lose traction, and you immediately see the other 2 cars close up, and he loses the gap to the 2 Ganassi cars in front of him.
Behind the Red Dragon there, the 99 of Alex Gurney, it's Oswaldo Negri, then the sister Shankar Valiente, then the 55 of Bouchou, Hunter Ray, Rice, Donahue, Borcella. We'll be back.
Back at the 48th running of the Rolex 24, a familiar name up front. Scott Pruitt has taken over the lead. The 10 car, Max Angelelli, had led early on, but a right rear tire going down has brought him to the pits. He's back out with 4 new Pirelli rain tires and topped off with fuel, but the lead to Scott Pruitt. Let's head back upstairs now with Bob Varsha and David Hobbs.
Thank you very much, Brian. There you see the 10 car currently shown in 19th place, so that was a tremendous blow to their running, but we are still very, very early in this race, and there is the tire that forced Max Angelelli to the pit lane.
Yes, as you can see, a full wet tire with those deep sipes that Dorsey was talking about earlier on, but they remained on there. You can see the big cut around the tread there, starting to come off the sidewall there. So bad luck for Angelelli, back to 19th, but a long, long way to go yet. All these cars very evenly matched. And we've seen some great driving this afternoon. As Calvin just said, all these guys dirt tracking their way around here. A lot of power trying to put down through those wet tires, and the track definitely drying out now. Lap times coming down into the 50s. It won't be long before they are going to go onto slicks.
There's a look at Scott Pruitt, 8-time winner here at the Rolex 24. 3 of those overall victories. And he has had an absolutely astonishing career. Remember calling Scott Pruitt's days in Jack Roush's GTO cars and Trans Am cars?
Absolutely. I mean, I remember racing against Scott Pruitt. His very first car race was the Toyota Celebrity Race at the Long Beach Grand Prix in about 1983 or something.
He holds 8 major road racing championships, does Pruitt. And there's a look at that beautiful lime green Proto Auto Lola. Ricardo Zonta
And again, we're seeing, you know, the drivers, the really top drivers are coming to the top here. Ricardo Zonta, Formula One driver, a lot of experience coming up from well down the pack up into second overall. Scott Dixon hanging right in there, as you're looking at now.
And there's the 99, the Gainsco car that started 15th and last in the Daytona prototype portion of this field of DPs and Grand Touring cars.
And of course, when it was very wet earlier on, we saw Mimo Gidley, who came up from 10th in the GP. And we saw Joey Hand in the GT class come up from 11th to 1st in the class. So again, the wet weather bringing out the best in the drivers.
And the car with the big Crown Royal extra rare livery is Oswaldo Negri, longtime Michael Shank hot shoe. Brazilian currently running 5th, followed by this man, Scott Tucker. Crown Royal cask number 16 car, number 55. Just one of the BMW Rileys in the field. All of these BMW V8s prepared by Steve Dinan, who is actually a fairly small company tuning performance BMWs, and it's been quite a chore, he told us, David, to equip 5 cars in this field.
I would say that Dinan about to get a lot bigger. As you said, a small company. There's David Donahue in the 59 car. He started well down in the pack with the Porsche engine, but he's coming up through. He's doing some very good times too. He's doing just as good a time as the real front runners. His last lap was a 56.6. Scott Pruitt's last lap was a 56.9. So David Donahue right on the button as it is. There's the Michael Shank car. We saw him slide off the road earlier on, fill the front. Michael Valiente driving it. Slid off at the bus stop or the chicane on the back chute there. Got on some water when there was a lot of water lying around. Floated off. Charged into the dirt. Luckily, he didn't do much damage, but scooped up a lot of grass and mud. And of course, that mud is very fine. It's very sandy down here, that soil. And of course, it can get into those radiators and clog them up.
Here's the 77 Dallara of Mimo Gidley for Kevin Doran, McDonald's sponsorship.
I started to say earlier on, Mimo Gidley has had one of those star-crossed careers. He's been into IndyCar racing, out of IndyCar racing. Just never had the right car at the right time, and things have never absolutely gone his way. But boy, oh boy, that display of wet weather driving earlier on in this race was absolutely extraordinary.
Here's the 67 of Patrick Long, Porsche factory driver from California, headed for the pit lane, and Brian Till.
Well, Bob, this looks like the first team up and down pit road that will take Slicks. Slicks being laid out right now, and it'll be Jörg Bergmeister going in behind the wheel of this Porsche, co-entered really by Flying Lizard and TRG. It's a TRG entry, but the Flying Lizard team running this car, a lot of their crew guys helping out, and obviously Jörg Bergmeister and Patrick Long, longtime teammates, have won championships and races together. Everything going smooth right now. This car, not a mark on it. Jörg excels in this type of condition, but how difficult is this going to be? It's his first time on the racetrack today, David, in damp conditions on slicks.
I was going to say, the typical driver rat trick. Patrick Long is out there, has done a double stint, comes in and says, I think it's time for slicks, but you, Jörg, can try them. Thanks a lot, Jörg. Patrick. There you see some of that dirt tracking we were talking about. The rear of these cars getting very twitchy. As the boys earlier said, these wet tires, of course, start to go off, and the more you dirt track them and put heat into them, the more they degrade, the quicker they degrade. So it's a very fine balancing trick. These guys are probably going to go to a pit stop window.
Look how dirty that windshield is.
Exactly. For some reason, you were saying earlier, Bob, when we were in a break, why is it that racing car windscreen wipers never work?
They're terrible.
Of course, the problem is the shape of the windscreen. They are so curved, it's very difficult to get any sort of a standard wiper to stay on the screen.
Now this is all for position. We are this early in a 24-hour race. 3 full course cautions thus far have kept all the front runners in each class bunched up. And as you can see, it is nose to tail and door banging all the way around this 3.56 mile racetrack. Boy, Alex Gurney goes low under Scott Dixon. 55 is Scott Tucker right there as well. Meanwhile, let's go down and meet the driver who just climbed out of the number 67 Porsche with Brian Till.
Patrick Long talking to his engineer, standing here looking at the tires. He got everything there was out of these Pirelli rain tires, and I think some more, because there's some spots missing there. I see them blistering already. Track conditions right now.
Yeah, track conditions are okay. It's fun. I mean, we're out there driving as hard as I can. I blister my tires just trying to keep up with all the two-frame cars. But, man, there's a few guys. Joey's had a lot of mini burgers because he's fired up. He's missing his brake zones, flying in the dirt, and then he comes motoring back by on the straights. But we're having fun. You know, I've grown up racing against these guys, Andy and Joey, and so it's fun to be out there brawling. But I kept reminding my crew, we're in the beginning of a 24-hour race, and some of these guys are coming flying into the corner like it's the last lap.
David Hobbs said it was really nice of you to hand Jurg a fresh car with slicks in the damp.
Yeah, I gave that to Jurg. You know, him and I have been driving a long time, so it's kind of my 5-year anniversary gift to him for being my teammate and being so patient. But he'll be all right out there. I had the front bar full stiff because I had blistered my rear tire, so I was just telling Craig when we came on that he needs to remind Jurg to start coming back on that bar so he can get a little front bite.
It's like Patrick said, there is still a long way to go, guys.
No question about that. And a quick correction. The 55 is not Scott Tucker. It is Christophe Bouchou.
Christophe Bouchou, of course, a winner at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Very experienced long-distance driver. Very tough, very great team that Scott Tucker. The car belongs to Scott Tucker, but boy, oh boy, he has assembled an absolutely amazing world-class field of drivers.
That shot from on board Bouchou's number 55. Normally drivers look for wet parts of the racetrack to keep the life in their treaded wet weather tires. Bouchou needs a wipe. Anybody got a squeegee? We'll be back with more of the 48th Rolex 24 at Daytona live on Speed. Stay with us. Back at Daytona, where things continue to dry out, be sure and check out all the extras at speeddv.com, including highlights from our extensive speed coverage of the Rolex 24. You'll see driver blogs, daily photo galleries, technical reviews. At 8 o'clock Eastern Time, after we go off air, David Hobbs and I are going to go down into the media center and join our staff to answer your questions. So get them sent in to speeddv.com. Among the driver blogs, you can also read two-time Rolex 24, make that three-time Rolex 24 overall winner Scott Pruitt, Alex Gurney and John Fogerty, who've had an interesting day thus far with the 99 Gainesco Bob Stallings Racing Daytona prototype, and Charles Espinlaw, factory Mazda driver, who also has an interesting story to tell about burns received in a horrific-looking accident last year in another series. As you can see, the skies are clearing, the ceiling is raised. Everything quiet out on Lake Lloyd. It's still a lot of water.
Sky looks a lot better, Bob. The wind has dropped. It was pretty windy before the start of this race, and I thought that might be affecting some of these cars on the banking, but at the moment it's absolutely dead calm. There's a 75 car currently running in the lead with Ricardo Zonta driving. Again, another driver who's had a very good career, but just never quite made it in Formula One. Was in the wrong car, I suspect, at the wrong time. But nevertheless, Ricardo Zonta, a world champion in sports cars a couple of times, and very, very successful in everything he put his hand to, and looking very strong in that Lola chassis right now.
He just went by the number 69 Mazda RX-8 of the pole sitter in class, Jeff Siegel. And that is the 5th place car in the class right now. So the Daytona prototypes starting to lap the GT class leaders.
This weather, of course, bringing out the true skill of the top drivers. Someone like Scott Pruitt, who's had 8 wins here, including 3 overall. He's the sort of guy that can really play a cagey game. He's not going to get involved in any of this knockdown, drag-out punch-up at this stage of the race with another 22 hours and 15 minutes to go. He's going to save his best shot till near the end. But nevertheless, Scott Pruitt hanging in there at the moment. He must be getting ready to change soon, I would imagine. These guys now all running till these tires are pretty ragged. Their pit window, whenever it's going to come after the 3 full course yellows we've had so far, obviously where their pit window is now, I would think at that stage they will all change to slicks. And of course they'll all be watching Jörg Bergmeister, who has already gone on to slicks in the GT class.
Up onto the banking goes Pruitt. There is Zonta. As he flashes down into the tri-oval, let's meet his teammate with Brian Till.
Well, Ricardo Zonta and Nick Janssen had a couple of wins last year. That one in New Jersey in just horrible conditions. Lola seems to really excel in the damp conditions. You want it to stay wet, or are you looking forward to it drying out a little bit?
I think if you're going to stay wet for 24 hours, it's probably going to be pretty miserable for everybody. But we don't mind, the rain. But I think it'd be nice if we dry out a little bit during the night. And if it's not raining tomorrow morning again, I wouldn't mind it, I don't think. But I think it's, very difficult conditions for everybody. and they're very, you know, unpredictable in the conditions. So for everybody's sake, I think it's better if it dries out a little bit, and hopefully we have a good enough car for that as well.
Even when it dries, though, Nick, this track is going to be very green. A lot of the rubber taken off of it, and the temperatures are going to be much cooler. So grip is still going to be at a minimum, is it not?
I think that the difficult part going to be like when you come in for a tire change and go out on cold tires. It normally takes about 2-3 laps before you get them up to temp. It's almost like driving like on ice. That's where you're going to see a lot of mistakes being made, I think. As long as we get them up to temp, I don't think the air temperature or the ambient temp are not going to have a big impact. But just to get them up to temp, that's where you're going to see a lot of mistakes being made, I think.
Well, Nick Janssen should excel on the outlaps if it's going to be like driving on ice, guys.
Yeah, I should say. Yeah. You notice it's a very interesting design, that Proto Auto Lola. Very low on the nose, lower than most of the DPs, and higher at the rear deck.
Well, trying to shovel a lot of air onto the top of the car to create some serious downforce.
It's quite a team. Tracy Crone from Texas has put together an all-star driver lineup and a one-of-a-kind race car. There is our GT class leader, Stevenson Chevy Camaro, in the hands of Scotsman Robin Liddell.
Well, there's a guy that's used to driving in the rain. Scotland, not renowned for its long periods of wonderful, brilliant sunshine. And there's a kid that grew up racing on the English roads and English racetracks in the rain, and certainly come to the fore today here. Qualified mid-pack in that car, but boy, oh boy, the wet weather again has brought his driving skills to the fore. And here you see him rocketing along in the lead of the GT class.
Car looks good, sounds good. Chevy power. Yeah, second place, that's Joey Hand.
Yeah, they qualified. Liddell qualified 12th. Hand qualified 10th in the GT class, and here they are, first and second. So again, showing the skill of these drivers in the rain. The BMW engine, of course, that Dynon engine, well, all the BMW V8s have got a very good power curve, so they're great to drive. They don't stumble and stutter low down. They have a very smooth power line, so it does make driving in the rain just a little bit easier.
That's the race leader trying to get by the second place car in GT. There's the third place GT machine, another BMW in the hands of Max Hyatt. This team is a great story, modestly funded. Hyatt doing a double. He's joined by Rob Finley, Jeff Westphal, and Thomas Merrill in the Corsa Team PR1 BMW M6.
Well, they're doing again. They're showing maybe that BMW engine has really got some hidden secret for driving in the rain. It does make a lot of difference if the engine is very drivable, which obviously it is. So they're doing extremely well. But they'll all be watching Jörg Bergmeister, who, as we saw a few moments ago, came in his Porsche and put on the slick tires. Well, young Bergmeister, his last lap was a 2:01.3. Andy Lally was a 2-minute 4:46. So the slicks don't seem to be playing out well. And everybody, I tell you, every team down there will be watching Bergmeister's every lap.
There's York, the 41. That's Lee King, last year's class champion. Took that championship in a Porsche, now driving a Mazda RX-8 with James Gouet, Don Kitts Jr., and Dave Lacey. This is the Team Seattle operation. We understand they've gone through a driver change. Lacey getting in. So we approach the end of the second hour of the 24 hours that make up the Rolex 24.
David Donahue still giving some stick through that turn 1 and 2. Osvaldo Negri right in front of him, very experienced driver.
Ooh, look at that Gainsco car, the 99 in red, sliding through the corner behind him. Say, will Donahue attack in the International? No, he will not. Alex Gurney still behind the wheel of the 99, who've been through such trouble thus far this weekend. Brian Till has more on them.
Bob, I've been listening to Alex Gurney talk to Kyle Brennan, the engineer, and he's saying the handling is going away on that car. Now, the rain tires are pretty old, and once those large tread blocks get very hot and start moving around, the handling will go away. We saw blisters on the rain tires of Patrick Long's Porsche GT tires and it could be perhaps that the rain tires are just giving up the ghost. They're talking about going to slicks, and the crew beginning to set up for a stop. So as soon as Gurney gets within a window, he will be to pit road, and I would imagine that what we'll see is slicks on the 99.
Well, Bergmeister's just done a 59.6 as opposed to Andy Lally's 59.9, so it looks like the slicks are finally coming into their own. Although he may be having trouble, Alex Gurney, but he's still turned in one of the fastest laps there to 54.9, which is quicker than anybody else is doing at the moment. So maybe that super sticky rubber's just helping you a little bit before it finally gives up completely.
Keep in mind all that team went through. They basically had to cut off the back of the car, weld on a new rear clip and all the supports and things, and did it without the jigs. So you have to wonder if they got the handling just right. Change in position in GT. You see Joey Hand dropping back a little bit right of your screen in that yellow BMW as Max Hyatt goes by him in the 32 to take over second in class. Looks like Hand is headed for the pit lane. Could be a set of slicks in his future as well. Now the lights around Daytona International Speedway are on.
David Donahue and Negre, they're having a heck of a battle here, absolutely side by side. It's so tempting to have a go through that little S there, but not that simple. Down to the horseshoe again. He tried to go around the outside last time and gave up, but really hanging on there. Both these guys, of course, struggling mightily. One to hold off Donahue, Donahue to try and get by, but at the same time trying to baby their tires.
There's the 57 also in. Brian is there.
Andrew Davis taking over from Robin Liddell. It will be slicks on the Camaro as Andrew Davis heads back out, and he'll be in the same condition that Jörg Bergmeister is. Fresh in the car, but very cold slicks in these damn conditions. Kelly?
Down here at that 94 Turner BMW, Bill Oberlin, it looks like getting behind the wheel now, taking over the driving duties for Joey Hand. And he'll start on those slicks. They took off the wets, they put on the slicks. And as they finish fueling, and they should be on their way.
Bill Oberlin, one of the finest drivers in DP GT racing. Absolutely extraordinary success over the years. You and I, Bob, watched him when he was doing Formula Atlantic many years ago. But he's been a great driver for BMW, a great asset for BMW over the last, well, 15 or 20 years.
Oswaldo Negri continues to lead David Donahue third and fourth in Daytona prototype and the overall running. Say hello to Hurley Haywood. We'll be right back. Thursday here at Daytona, an American tradition is renewed as Speed Weeks begins. The NASCAR season starts here. From first practice to victory lane, be there for Danica's ARCA debut, the Gatorade Duel, and the season opener for the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. Live coverage on Speed begins Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR on Speed, be there. Good seats up there on top of the tallest. Oh, the 75 of Ricardo Santa is into the tire wall. They had just pitted, and I'm guessing caught out on slicks?
Caught out on slicks, I imagine. So Ricardo Zonta still at the wheel, who I was just raving about what a great driver he was, but got caught out by the slicks. Has it done any damage? I didn't see any huge amounts of damage.
The first thing you think about are the radiators up on the nose. Good job to get to the nearest pavement.
That's at the West Horseshoe.
Let's see if we can take a look at what happened to the Brazilian Formula One veteran. Under braking going in, he gets wide, gets left side wheels off, and boy, oh boy, once you get on that wet grass,
he's gonna
forget steering or stopping.
Wow, he got onto this escape road, so he was getting some retardation there, but as soon as you get on the grass, I mean, it all goes away completely.
Now look at him swinging back and forth. There may be something wrong with that car. He almost went off again. And there's Oswaldo Negri in the number 60 that was battling for third place. There has been a driver change there. I suspect John Pugh may be taking over for Oswaldo Negri. Perhaps Bert Frizzell or Mark Wilkins also on the driver's strength for that car. Now, a moment ago, Joey Hand finished up a near 2-hour stint in that 96 Turner Motorsport BMW M6. Kelly Stavist is with him.
And Bob, it's one thing to be called a hot shoe in racing. It's another to mean it literally. Joey Hand getting out and complaining that his foot was hot. Joey, what was going on in there?
Well, I mean, it was just one of the things going on. It was steaming, and early on the water was swooshing up in the car. Got my foot all wet, then it was steaming. Felt like a Christmas turkey in there or something, but no, it was good. This Turner Motorsport race car is flying Fletcher horsepower, BMW powers. We're excited because we know we got reliable horsepower out there. I love the rain. I think everybody knows me, knows I love the rain, and I love it here. So it's great to be at Daytona. It's great to be on such an awesome team. My buddy Bill Obelin's out there gonna keep it where I was going, to the front. We'll see what happens.
You said this BMW drives unlike any other BMW you've ever been behind the wheel of. But that said, you had this thing in first place for a while. Good showing. How pleased were you with it out there?
Well, BMW power. I'm just I know how to drive BMWs, and I love the rain, like I said, and it's not abnormal. You could put a deadly combination like this Turner Motorsports team, me, Bill Boris, Paul Dell'Anna, BMW horsepower, and this car, and I think that we got a shot. If this thing keeps going, we really got a shot. I wish my wife and kids were here to see it. That was really fun. I love leading at Daytona.
Thanks a lot, Joey.
Well, everybody likes leading at Daytona. The big key, of course, to be leading at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon is when you want to be leading. Now, it could be that the BMW M6 there, the chassis may be a little bit more compliant than some of the other GT cars, the GT3 Porsches, for instance. And it may be that as it dries out, they lose some of that grip. But Joey Hand did an outstanding job there in the wet for whatever the reason. But I suspect that as the track dries out, it may slow down a bit and fall back into the clutches of the Mazdas and the Porsches. Oh my God, 75 off again. So he's having absolutely no joy at all with those slick tires. Must be something. The thing's all
sliding. Well, he is on the 31-degree banking there, so if he's not getting grip, I wonder if they took all the downforce off that car to be quick in the dry, and they're just struggling in these conditions.
I don't know. It's strange.
Zonta right back up on the cam.
Is he going to come in? And I mean, he hit that tire barrier with a fairly good little clump. Is he going to have it looked at, or?
Well, it's not overheating. Maybe he's just trying to hold his ground. Meanwhile, in the 60, I was incorrect about John Pugh taking over. It's Bert Frizzell in that car, now shown in 10th place. Bert, the brother of Brian Frizzell, who was in the other Michael Shank racing car, the number 6. Bert Frizzell looking for his first victory in Grand Am Rolex sports car competition. It wouldn't have been something to do it here at the Rolex 24.
Well, Ricardo Zonta in the 75 car, who we're not looking at just right at the moment, I think he's suffering from that problem that Nick Johnson was on about when he was talking to Brian Till there. He's got to get heat in the tires, and of course if you keep sliding off, you can't get the heat in. This is a stout battle here.
Scott Dixon going down the inside of Frizzell.
Yeah, Frizzell first lap out there on the slicks.
There's the number 9 car, 4th overall. Correction, Ian James, no. Terry Borcheller behind the wheel. Sharing with João Barbosa, Mike Rockefeller. Let's go to Chris Neville.
Yeah, these guys. This team finally deciding to go over to the slick tires, putting Terry on a fresh set of sticker slicks. And I talked to João Barbosa just a few minutes ago. He said they are having some clutch issues with that car. Terry looked like he got out of pit lane fine. But guys, hey, we're very early in this race. The last thing you want to hear is clutch issues, because clutch doesn't.
Thanks, Chris. You see the 10 in. Max Angelelli apparently going to do a triple, pitting from 8th place. There's Max the Axe. Must have the radio turned up to his favorite song. I'll say this for the rain, it makes things lively. Recall that 9 different cars led this race last year, which was quite a scramble. Thus far, we've had 7 different cars lead just 2 hours into the 2010 version.
I tell you, the field looked at the beginning just so competitive. The top 7 DP cars were covered by a second. The top 11 GT cars covered by a second. And of course, one of the problems with that, that's David Donahue.
The 59 has gone around.
Is that still David Donahue?
Still Donahue.
Now they changed the slicks or those on his wet tires that have just absolutely shot. Oh boy, David Donahue is right up at the sharp end there for a bit. Because he doesn't want to go in that grass, particularly because he might get stuck in there.
Might well get stuck. especially if he's on slicks. Okay, while Donahue sorts out his situation, let's get more on the 75 with Kelly.
Basically, Nick Johnson telling me that they were having issues finding grip with the front tires in good condition. So when they went to the slicks, he said we just may have gone to them a little bit too earlier. Because obviously, Ricardo is having one heck of a time finding some grip out there.
Yeah, just exactly like Nick Johnson said. You know, the first couple of laps on the slicks, especially when the weather's a bit cool, which it is now, and the track is obviously very cold after that rain, finding it difficult to get heat in the tires and get grip. And of course, if you keep sliding off the road and going to the grass, you never get the heat to build up in the tires.
Left side of your screen, that's Ryan Hunter-Reay in the pits. Looks like he's gotten into some door banging. Got some rubber donuts. Yeah, back there toward the back. Well, no, perhaps not. It's just this battle damage from all the mud and dirt on the track.
Meanwhile, a heck of a race going on here between Alex Gurney and Scott Dixon in the O2 car. So the 99 and the O2 car locked in combat down here. At the moment, they're down in 9th and 10th in the DP class.
Chris Neville has more on this battle.
Well, guys, it's been about 3 or 4 laps since those two cars were in pit lane for fuel and tires. And the interesting thing, listening to all these teams doing tires right now, it's definitely a blend of going with scuffs or stickers. And the 02 went with stickers, the 99 went with scuffs. When Dixon went out, he was in front of the 99 car, but in the first couple laps, he fell back. And typically that's because with that sticker tire, the tire has a little bit of a sealant on it for when it pops out of the mold, so it's a little bit more difficult, especially in damp conditions, to knock that off before the tire really starts sticking to the ground. So Gurney pulled out about 2 seconds on him, but obviously now those tires come into life, and he was able to pull back by. Also checked in on the 59. David Donahue is on slick tires, and right now the 01 team stepping up for Scott Pruitt coming to pit lane soon.
Boy, you saw Alex Gurney in the 99 there in turn 6, looking like he had all kinds of wheel spin.
Yeah, very twitchy. Again, you're going to get wheel spin until you get heat in the tires. There, he slashed it by the 44 GT car.
77 is in. Memo Gidley
from 4th.
Well, pit stop continues. Let's hear from Justin Bell about the kind of aerodynamic changes they can make on a stop. Justin?
It's funny you're talking about Alex Gurney. It's quite an appropriate subject. Here in the Supercar Live pits, when the 55 came in, they actually removed the Gurney strip at the rear, and this is it. It's a 3/4 inch carbon fiber strip. And for those of you looking at home, it gives you an idea of the kind of aerodynamic subtleties that are on these cars. See that? That sticks up into the airstream. What went onto the car was a 1/4 inch Gurney strip. The reason for that is they can't put any aero package on the front, increase it or decrease it during the race very easily. But the rear wing is the best way to trim it out. Obviously less resistance, less of a Gurney strip at the rear, and on the straight they can go faster. It also means though that it's a little bit more unstable under braking. So what you saw, I think, Calvin, you were saying earlier, when the cars are getting a bit squirrely, when he went out on the slick tires with less aero on the back, it makes it a little harder to drive, but obviously, ultimately it's faster. So Dan Gurney had something to do with that. So just to put it into pictures for you.
Leader is in, Chris Neville.
And Scott Pruitt hits the box down here. He's going to stay behind the wheel. This team going to go with slick tires, slick sticker tires, just like they put on Scott Dixon's car. And now this is kind of interesting because talking with Tim Keene, who manages this car all season long, said outlaps are going to be imperative in this race. Since now we might be seeing the potential of double stinting these Pirelli tires. He said these guys are really going to have to work hard on outlaps for cold tires. So I was thinking that possibly these guys were going to go with the scuff tires since they saw Dixon having a little bit of a tough time getting his car up to speed those first couple laps. And they blew out the nose of the car, making sure that's nice and clean. Had plenty of time to do that because they took on a full load of fuel. So everything good with the 01. Justin?
I'm standing here in the 95 pits. They went out and then just came straight back in 2 laps later. They're looking at the suspension. They're feeling those uprights as though there's a vibration through the chassis. And then they're looking at the rear now. So it's obviously a tough one for the driver to pinpoint. At first, I thought it might be, we talked about aero, but they actually had damage on the front right louvers over the front wheel, which I thought might be something to do with it. But now, look, they're looking at the drive shafts and rear suspension. I will have to give you an update on what's actually happening here, but the worst thing for a driver at the high speeds, almost up to 200 miles an hour on the banking in damp conditions, is a vibration that you cannot put your finger on. As you know, guys in the booth, that is not a pleasant situation.
Well, I hate to say it, but You know, you put slicks on in conditions like this, cold slicks on a cold track. I mean, sometimes it is so bad that the driver really does think there's something broken on the car. You can't believe it could be just the tires.
As Ryan Hunter-Reay prepares to depart the pits, there's a car we haven't talked about yet from the Racers Group, Porsche GT3 Cup of Spencer Pumpelly from Virginia. Currently the leader in GT, a part of that 5-car fleet entered by Kevin Buckler and the Racers Group. Ryan Hunter-Reay makes his way back on track, back in 20th position in the overall. We'll take a break and return with more live here on Speed from the 48th annual Rolex 24 at Daytona. The Rolex 24 at Daytona is presented on Speed by Rolex, a crown for every achievement. And brought to you in part by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Welcome back. Beginning to see a little blue sky. We may see some stars tonight during the overnight hours at the 48th annual Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs, Kelly Stavis, Chris Neville, and Justin Bell down in the pit lane. Cars streaking through the growing darkness up on the high banks.
Just to add what I was saying a moment ago when I said that Ryan Hunter-Reay, it may not be anything wrong with the car, it may be just the slicks. Well, Ricardo Zonta, we saw what a terrible trouble he was having. He's just done the fastest lap of the race.
When they're on, they're great. Yeah. Alex Gurney currently running in second. Let's hear from one of his more perhaps well-known teammates with Chris Neville.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson just came down to pit lane here. So, Jimmy, does that mean you're going to be getting in possibly the next stint?
Yeah, I'll be in next. Whenever things work out for fuel and all that, I'll be ready to go. I'm happy to see the rain's gone. Hopefully a dry line comes in. A guy that doesn't usually run in the wet going out second time. So I'm excited though. The car's been running great. It looks like Alex has plenty of speed when he wants it, and we're just trying to play it smart.
Track's starting to dry out now. We're seeing these times come down. We're still probably about 6 or 8 seconds away from a real dry track. Is Alex starting to say anything how this car is handling as we're getting into a dry track?
Yeah, we made some decisions because we feel like it's going to stay dry, be dry more than wet, to have a dry setup in the car, and we're just trying to get through this wet session here, and really worry about things when the sun comes back up and then from lunch on. So right now we're just trying to be smart. I've already made my mistake for the weekend, and no more for me.
Well, talking about mistakes this weekend, you and Alex Gurney were christening the new flag stand here on the front straightaway with some bottles of champagne. What happened up there?
Well, everything was good on my side, but Gurney cut himself. So last year I tried cutting my finger off trying to modify my suit with a knife, and Gurney had a puncture wound up there on the flag stand.
What's up with you guys and these hand injuries?
I know. I'm prone for injuries, so I'm just hopeful to get through this offseason without one. It'll be first time in a long time for me.
Well, hey, if it's a golf cart or if it's a bottle of champagne, I think all these guys just need to stay away from them.
All right, thanks, Chris. I would imagine Jimmy Johnson, I mean, let's face it, he is a fine racing driver, but the idea of going out in one of these unfamiliar cars in the wet has to be pretty intimidating.
2 weeks before the race of the year for him, the Daytona 500. I mean, boy, oh boy, I think poor old Rick Hendricks up there in Charlotte with his fingers and legs crossing, and now you don't go and make any mistakes.
Ooh, watch out for that GT battle. Taking the high road.
I think I was in the middle of a thought earlier on. You know, the first 8 DP cars, the Daytona prototypes, are covered by about less than a second, and the first 8 or 9 GT cars are covered by the same sort of, but they're 10 seconds a lap slower. So the prototype cars obviously pass the GT cars relatively frequently over the 24 hours. But of course, when they catch up with them, those guys are involved in some pretty serious racing for their class and for their win here at the Rolex 24. And as we saw from those onboards, this is not exactly a wide open track with masses of room. I mean, that's pretty narrow down there into that kink, that very fast left-hander.
And it all comes down to the Grand American Road Racing Association's rule book and how they keep all these different marks of cars, all of the different engine configurations. We have 9 different chassis and engine combinations in DP alone in this race, and even more on the GT side.
Well, obviously their handicapping system and the way they've done it is obviously working very well. Otherwise the cars would not be that closely in time. Ricardo Zonta, as I said, after that disastrous start on his slicks, got some heat in the tyres like his teammate Nick Johnson wanted him to do, and boy oh boy, suddenly old Ricardo Zonta is absolutely on fire again.
Going by David Donahue for 7th place.
He's up to 8th place now, Ricardo Zonta. Ryan Hunter-Reay also, who came in complaining about a problem with his car, has obviously stayed out, got the heat in the tyre, and he has just done the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:47.519. So, which is compared to Scott Dixon, who's leading the race, 1:48.458. So, a second quicker.
On the 31-degree banking they go, onto the long backstretch, and then through the chicane and back up onto the banking. Here's the kind of email question we'll be answering later on after we go off the air at 8 o'clock. John Hummel Newell has written to us at speedtv.com from Baker Lake in Canada, asking which is the harder transition in the wet? Entrance to the infield off of the high banks or coming up off the flat infield up onto the banking?
Well, I think probably going off the banking into the infield. Although it's a less sharp corner, you are braking from pretty high speed even in the rain, and when you're braking into that turn 1, it's very tight. I think it's probably slightly more hair racing than going through turn 6. The trouble with that turn 6 is a lot of water lies down there, but it's sort of within your hands. You can either give it some welly or not give it some welly. So it's difficult, but on the other hand, it's kind of in your hands.
That's Kevin Roush, who had a good run last year in the GT class. Maybe got on the throttle just a little bit early coming off the horseshoe and gone around. He makes his way back up to speed. Let's hear from Justin Wilson standing by with Chris Neville.
Yeah, we got a lot of drivers now showing up to take over that next stint. Justin Wilson, this is your first year with Ganassi, 2 years with Mike Shank. Working with these two different organizations, what was it like coming over to Ganassi?
Well, it's actually very similar. You know, both teams are very professional, both do a great job. So I'm very privileged to be joining Chip Ganassi Racing for this race, and you know, hopefully I can do a good job. It's just getting used to it. These conditions are just treacherous. Scott Pruitt's doing a fantastic job, so you know, obviously a little bit of pressure picking up the baton after him, but you know, I'm looking forward to getting in the car. It's going to dry out. The more we run, so fingers crossed.
This is always a great way to start the year, but what do you have looking ahead at 2010? You got an IRL deal put together yet?
Well, working on things. You know, right now, just enjoying driving the Telemex 01 car. Once we go back to IndyCar, you know, I'm hoping to get something sorted out in the next week or two, and then move ahead, you know, and concentrate on my season. But this is a great build-up for that.
Well, let's hope we see him back in an IndyCar this year, and obviously he's going to put on a great show in the 01. Justin Bell?
Here with Christophe Bouchot. That was a very strong first stint, Christophe, but very difficult conditions.
Yes, absolutely. The Grand Dame did a good job because they decided to keep all the cars behind the safety car. It was a great decision, I believe, because at the beginning, even behind the safety car, it was almost impossible, especially in the infield. Everybody was in aquaplaning. It was really, really hard, but we was lucky. Lap after lap, the line was more dry.
So we're looking as the transition from wets to dries is very hard for a lot of cars. I think someone just spun there, but the 52 car just spun. But tell me, when you're driving on the wet tires, describe for us, we speculate what it's like. How difficult was it handling-wise at high speed on the banking with the wet tire?
On the banking, that doesn't change really. You are always flat. When it was raining at the beginning, we was always flat because the rain could stay on the tarmac. But of course, you have to adapt your speed, especially on the first corner and on the brake. And when the line beginning to be more dry, you have to follow the line which is more dry to help for a better grip.
Well, thank you. The car's going well now. Thank you very much, Christophe.
Thanks, Justin. There you see Bob McCallion, who got into the Armco, damaging the front end of that Ferrari F430. Lamar Racing. Here's another look.
Oh, that's at the
big impact.
West Horseshoe up under the banking at the west end of the track, and that has severely deranged the front end of the car.
Right. I believe he had just made a pit stop, and I'm going to put that one down to cold tires as well. And I think Bob McCallion is in for a triple in that car. He doesn't do this kind of driving an awful lot during the year. And he was asking just a little too much of the California driver. We'll be back. Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway, part of our 16 hours of live speed coverage of the 48th annual Rolex 24 at Daytona. We'll take you up to 10 p.m. Eastern tonight, then join you once again just before sunrise at 7 a.m. Eastern time on Sunday for 8 full hours of racing before we meet the winners of those coveted Rolex watches here in Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs. Down in the pit lane are Justin Bell and Chris Neville as we come to the end of the third hour of the 24 hours that make up this great endurance classic. Track now almost fully dry, lights on around the speedway. Back in the day when David Hobbs was competing on this racetrack, those lights of course weren't there, and it got very dark here in Daytona. Now they run the lighting at about 1/3 of its normal intensity. Let's join Chris Neville now, who's standing by in the Mike Shank pits.
And Mark Patterson down here getting ready to take over, and I'm sure is coming up with something very interesting for his blog later. Mark, you were down here when Michael Valiente spun the car early. A little bit nervous?
Yeah. He made a mistake that we'd actually set up for me to make later, so this is a pretty good time for us to do well. He's doing fantastically right now, great times.
Looking back at last year, this team was so fast off the truck. Typically top of the practice charts every single weekend, but you had a hard time converting that speed into results. Was that tough emotionally on this team?
A little bit. You know, we led a lot of the practice sessions. We were the fastest car out there right before qualifying. Qualified P3, P2 to P6, all 1/10 apart, man. This is a great way to start the race.
So what's it going to take to finish on the podium again this year? What's it going to take to get back on the podium this year?
Just no mistakes from here on out. No mistakes. We'll be on that podium. Watch this car.
That's the mantra. No mistakes. Stay out of the pits, off the walls, away from traffic.
As Hurley Haywood said at the top of the show, of course, you've got to have a perfect run. But obviously, when there's 4 drivers or 5 drivers, you've all got to have a perfect run. And of course, everybody in the crew has got to be perfect as well. So it's not an easy race to win. As the Gainsco guys, you know, Dan, as Gurney says, you know, just can't win this.
This is our GT leader in the pits. Let's get down there with Justin.
The number 23 Porsche, Alex Jones Racing Porsche, comes in. Just look at that, the refueler climbs on top of the hood. I love that. It's just like he has to mount it up there with all that pressure to get it on there. Shows how well these Porsches are made. They're putting scrub slicks onto the car, obviously fuel, tank of fuel, and Dominic Farnback is getting in the car. He was very relaxed before he went out and said the car's handling really well, and they're just looking forward to it. So there's a reason that these Porsches stay at the front in 24-hour races a lot of the time, and that's because it's such a known quantity. And this team certainly has got paid its dues here at Daytona. So as you can see, they're going to get ready to go out, cleaning the windscreen, and away, I'm sure, in a second they will go.
See how far down the class standings they drop. Boy, it takes a long time to fuel these cars with the restricted flow fuel rigs.
Well, I can see somebody slipping off that hood and breaking their leg in a heartbeat. Jörg Bergmeister, the first guy who was brave enough to come in and put slick tires on, now assumes the lead in the GT class. He was down in about 18th spot in the GT class when he put the slicks on. He now leads the class after that pit stop by this car.
He's got about an 8-second lead over Andy Lally in another TRG Porsche. So it's another 1-2 for the team that finished in that order in class last year.
And Bill Oberlin in the BMW is now in 3rd spot after taking over from Joey Hand.
You see the gap back to the 2nd place, number 66. Andy Lally from my hometown of East Northport, New York. Go get him, Andy.
Andy Lally, another great GT driver. Had many years of success with all sorts of makes of vehicles. So just one of those stalwarts you always want on your team in a race like this.
That pass by one of the target cars gives you a good idea of the speed differential between the Daytona prototypes and the Grand Touring cars.
Well, like I was saying, there's about 10 seconds a lap between the DPs and the GTs, but the lead cars in each group are also evenly matched, and you come across these furiously racing groups of cars who are very loath to give up road space to let you through.
This is the 64 car of Tim Sugden, who is a lap down to Andy Lally and Jörg Bergmeister in the 66 and 67 respectively. Let's go on board with Tim. There's a view of Tim at work. This is the J-Lo Racing team, owned by neurosurgeon Jim Lowe. Very proud of his self-proclaimed role as the world's fastest neurosurgeon.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if anybody's going to challenge that.
A lot of experience on this driver strength. He's in there with Jim Pace, a former winner, both in class and overall here at the Rolex. Sugden, who's on board now. Young American Eric Lux, and British driver James Walker. The car looks clean. There's a similar Porsche. This is the number 44, currently shown in 31st place overall. Jeroen Bleekmolen. Oops, looks like one of the hood pins has come out, and that could be very tricky. If the other one is overwhelmed and lets go, that thing will snap right back onto the windscreen and block the driver's view of things.
Very inconvenient, Bob, that is, when the hood flaps up against the hood, against the windshield. That gives you an idea of just how narrow it is. There's that dry line forming, but it's pretty narrow so far. If you see, as you see, if you get pushed offline whilst you're overtaking anybody, you can find yourself on some very, very wet track still. But at least it is drying out rapidly now.
Over in the pits, the number 23. Alex Stroke has been in. Martin Raginger of Austria has climbed out. Let's hear from him.
Martin, in my opinion, you had the drive of the race so far, really. 21st place to take the lead and hold it. Obviously, the car was going very well.
First of all, big thank you to Alex Job and for Matix Porsche. I had no problem and the whole stint. I mean, 21 was not the best starting position, but the car was running very, very good. And I'm really hot now. So in 2 hours is my next stint, and I want to be ready there again.
Is the car physical, even in the wet, it's physical, or is it mentally tiring?
I mean, in the wet, it's very mentally tired. And to drive it on the limit the whole time, it's very humid out there. It's very hard for me.
I can see it. So we'll go and take a rest, and we'll see you in 2 hours. That's a great drive, guys, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
It was an incredible drive. As we came to this scene and saw Scott Pruitt, I thought to myself, I bet you $100 he had an assist, and sure enough, he did. The number 14 GT car of Daniel Greff got him as he went through the West Horseshoe.
Well,
that is another GT car, the 07 car.
A pretty adventuresome lap. That's Paul Edwards off and on in the 07. And Scott Pruitt's off. Oh, and the 10 is in the pits, and there's not a lot of urgency. What's going on?
Oh dear, it's not like Wayne Taylor's looking forward to.
Currently shown in 13th and falling. Looks like a crewman in around the electronics, perhaps. Maybe got a little water in there. Haven't had a good look at the driver's helmet.
I think it's Max.
Wow, the 30 is off into the tires. Currently shown in 30th place, that's Todd Lamb, and that's at turn 6. just where you make the left and get up onto the NASCAR tri-oval.
Our emailer had wanted to know which was the most difficult, going onto or off the banking. Obviously, a lot of people are finding it very difficult today getting onto the banking, but as I say, it's kind of in your hands how you handle that.
It's the Racer's Edge Motorsports Mazda. Okay, in the 10
this
is Ricky Taylor. That's Wayne's son, Ricky.
So the Taylor family, suddenly their fortune's taken a massive dive. Ricky was leading the class in the 30 car. Now it's well and truly stuck in the tyre. And his father's car and his brother's car, the number 10, obviously in with some undiagnosed problem.
Well, I'm wondering if that was a problem. Was listening to the radio scanners and didn't hear anything. I'm wondering if, because Ricky was getting in the car earlier, our colleagues Lee Diffie and Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader were talking about the momentous decision in the eyes of Wayne Taylor to put his young son into this car, to make him the full-time driver of this car this season with Max Angelelli. That's incorrect. It's not Angelelli, but Ricky Taylor, who is now on board the car as the 30 pulls away. I'm wondering if they just made it a nice long pit stop to make sure Ricky was comfortable in the car.
Yeah. Now he is going to find out how difficult it is to drive on slicks in these tricky conditions.
You can see the line he's following, that light bit of pavement. That's as dry as it gets. Chris Neville.
Yeah, Bob, I think something is wrong with the 10 car, or was wrong with the 10 car. I caught it on my scanner a little bit late as they were doing some work, and I could hear Simon Hodgson telling the team, hey, let's take our time, let's get the thing fixed. We're early in this race. If we go down on lap, that's not a big deal. But then when the 30 car got into the tires, he said, hey, let's get them back out there, let them get caught up with the pace car, and then we'll bring them back in and try and see if we can figure out what this issue is. I'm guessing it's potentially something with electronics, but Ricky Taylor now behind the wheel. I'm just going to still listen to this team on the scanner and see if I can figure out anything else.
Well, let's ride along with Ricky and listen and see if we can detect anything. Sounds all right.
I was going to say the engine sounds all right.
It's a 500 horsepower Roush Yates V8. 2,275 pound race car. There's the 30 in the pits, guessing for a quick check over, Justin.
And that's all it was. It was like going to your local GP. They just opened the hood and had a quick look, and it's no fluids, no nothing. I don't know. They're actually having a problem doing the hood back up, which is, well, that's just really silly. Unfortunate. The engine's still running. He's got his hand on the gear stick ready to go. Oh, don't you hate it when something like a stud hood clasp is delaying them, what, 15, 20, 25? Okay, he's going out again. I guess we'll have to follow this tail to see what the issues were.
Those are some pretty trick fasteners on that Mazda. There's a look at your leaders in the Daytona prototype and overall classes. There are the GT leaders. We'll take a break and return with more live in Hour 4 of the Rolex 24. Welcome back to Daytona. Hour number 4 of our broadcast, about 2 hours and 41 minutes into the Rolex 24. Don't forget, you can ask the drivers your questions or send your comments to us at speedtv.com. You can speak with the Gainesco Racing drivers, Jimmy Johnson, Alex Gurney, John Fogerty, or Jimmy Vassar, or the Chip Ganassi Racing Team, Franchitti, Dixon, Rojas, Pruitt, Montoya, McMurray, Wilson, and Max Pappas. And that's a lot of experience you can cover. Just go to speedtv.com or email askthedriver@gmail.com. Try to get a return email out your way. And don't forget, David Hobbs and I will join you for live chat after we go off the air as a twosome at 8 p.m. Of course, the broadcast takes us right up to 10 p.m. with Lee Diffie, Dorsey Schrader, and Calvin Fish. Now let's go to Chris Neville.
Well, guys, when I was talking about the 10 car, the reason being I was having a difficult time getting down there is because I'm up in Mission Control TRG. I think we're pretty much even with our broadcast booth as high as this thing is, Kevin. Right there, you had 2 cars running 1 and 2 in GT before that last pit stop, 66, 67. What's going on with those cars?
We were running really 71, 66, 67. They're all running up there. You guys did really good under rain. We didn't have any problems. We got 71 in early, put them out on stickers. It was a little bit of a gamble, but it paid off. We took the lead early from everybody there, and then everything's just sort of back and forth cycling on the pit stops right now in terms of who's pitting first for fuel. But we're all in the lead lap. That's all that really matters. Got all our good guys in right now, so looking pretty good. You know, we kind of like these adverse conditions. It throws another element of strategy into it, but the drivers are doing a great job, and so are the crew guys.
Now that 67 car, your team, your car, but you're working in conjunction with Flying Lizard, Seth Nyman. How has that been going this weekend?
It's been going great. I mean, we were just down there talking to each other about what each other's going to do. You know, they're looking at our tires, and they're talking to our guys, and we're talking to their guys, and it's really cool because taking two of the most storied sort of teams in current, you know, modern day racing and partnering up to try to work for Porsche to get a win here is really neat. I like partnerships that work. Seth's a friend of mine. All the guys over there at Flying Lizard I know real well, and so this is cool. We're having fun with this.
Well, Bob, I just heard on my scanner Ricky Taylor saying something about an alarm going off that might be engine temperature, so I'm going to take the elevator back down to pit lane and head down there and see what I can get out of Simon Hodgson.
All right, thanks, Chris. There's the number 40, Patrick Dempsey. Currently behind the wheel, shown 34th overall. I understand he has a pit stop in his future, maybe getting out of the car.
That shot there shows you a lot of water waiting for the unwary there as you come through that chicane. So if you get pushed wide by somebody you're trying to overtake and you get pushed offline, you could do a very neat pirouette there. Mazda humming away there.
Right, yeah. Mazda engine tone.
Sound great, don't they?
Third visit to the Rolex 24 for Patrick Dempsey. He's also been to Le Mans. And you might say he's had a pretty nice career thus far. Two-time People's Choice Favorite Male TV Star, 2 consecutive years. Screen Actors Guild Award winner. Apparently they're having some problems communicating with Patrick Dempsey in that car. Justin, what's going on?
Absolutely right, they are. You just saw him go past again and start yet another lap. And Scott Maxwell came to the pit wall. All the guys are ready, and they pull back. As you know, it's very, very hard here because there's no traditional pit lane where you can actually hang a board out. And as most racetracks, Le Mans included, you still have the backup of the traditional pit board. Here, you know, you really don't look to the left. I don't know, David, if you ever had it, but I've driven here trying to look to the left when the radio goes silent. So it's very tough, and eventually you get the fuel alarm come on. So what's happening out on the track, Bob?
Well, looks like more problems for the Racers Edge Motorsports Mazda. Todd Lamb, where we saw into the tire wall, now apparently has lost the fire entirely. Let's find out more about what's going on with the 10 car. Chris Neville.
Wayne, we saw just a little while ago the car in pit lane. One of your crew members inside the car. What was happening with the SunTrust machine?
The antenna in the roof has come unstuck and fallen down. Seems to be having the same problem now with Ricky. So we've lost 2 laps. We need to just get everything back on track here.
Yeah, I think I also picked up something on my scanner. Ricky talking something about an engine temperature alarm going off.
Yeah, there was a temperature alarm because we were in the pits for so long, but it's not a problem.
How long is it going to take to get this antenna fixed?
How long is it going to take to get this fixed? I'm not sure.
Okay, obviously these guys want to get this thing fixed. We're early in this race. You could come back from a couple laps down so early in this thing, but you can't have problems later.
That's right, and you could tell just from Wayne Taylor's tone, he really wears his heart on his sleeve a little bit. There was the reaction. Now consider that he has won 24-hour races in 2 separate decades. If he can win, now that we're at 2010, imagine winning 24-hour races in 3 decades. 1996, 2005, and now gunning for his 3rd. What a thrill it would be to drive to that victory with his son. But right now, things aren't looking good for the 10 car. You see the number 60 are in the hands of Bert Frizzell, going off by line to pass slower traffic. That's still a pretty risky proposition, I think.
Well, this guy's here. Frizzell, Ricardo Zonta, Scott Pruitt are all covered by a massive 2.5 seconds. So these guys are all duking it out for 4th, 5th, 6th. David Donohue is only just behind them in 7th. 8th is just behind him.
And Dixon up front is getting quicker. He's just reset fast lap of the race at 1 minute 43.893 miles an hour. That's 123.358 miles an hour in average speed. Through the chicane. Daytona prototype drivers have to be very careful working through the GT traffic. The 94, Bill Arbelin, the GT class leader, is in. Looks like Bill will stay in the car. Fuel going into the back, radiators being cleaned at the front.
We didn't notice him sneak up on those two Porsches, the number 23 and the 67. He was lying third, and he whistled by both those guys. So the BMW is still looking pretty strong, even though it's drying out.
Patrick Dempsey out of the 40 car. Justin Bell is with him.
So Patrick, a really rough first stint out there. You had communication issues.
Yeah, I lost the radio, I think, on lap 2, which is really difficult. So you spend a lot of time in the mirrors trying to decipher who's coming up on you. And then went out on the slicks and then started not feeling very confident in the car. A little bit. I didn't have the confidence I would like normally attacking the corners. Then I felt I was behind too much. Slowed down, trying to regroup. And, you know, it was a heck of a way to start at 24 hours. But thank goodness the car's in good shape. It's early on. It's good to get that out of the way, and we'll see what happens.
It's very hard. You went out on stickered slicks, which is, you were probably one of the few cars in the pit lane to do that. And very hard to do it.
Yeah, it's a little slick. It takes a while for the temperature to come up, certainly here now in what we have here in the temperature. So that was a little frustrating. You couldn't get up right away, and then you have to be really patient. And it takes a while because you don't know if the car's going to stick or not.
The most important thing is you stayed on the track, you're still in the race, and all the drivers are going to go through, cycle through. So it's not a bad strategy. We'll keep an eye out.
Well, we've had some problems on the track. One of the GT cars, number 19, Riccardo Romagnoli. Sounds like he's still got the engine running.
Yeah, you can see the blue flame coming out.
There's Ricardo Zonta, currently shown 4th overall and in the Daytona prototype class.
Ricardo Zonta recovered well from those first 2 or 3 absolutely diabolical laps he had when he put the slicks on.
Ago, it's number 14 GT Porsche going around.
Oh, spinning right in the middle of the pack, catching the 23 car, pushing the 21 off. And the 6 car, Michael Shank there, slipping through on the inside. So, boy, oh boy. Oh my, who's that going around the outside there? The 18 car having to go very wide. Up on the grass there, no grip at all.
Now, just after that, 23 gets organized again. Zonta comes up the inside, not seen by the driver, Dominic Farnbacher, and there is contact. And it's still very, very wet out there. Even though there's a dry line on the racetrack, the grass is sopping wet. There are large puddles everywhere. If you get off track, you are in for a wild ride. We'll take a break and return with more live on speed from the Rolex 24.
At 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're quite tired, and you really have to be paying attention to what you're doing.
The biggest challenge with nighttime driving here is just being careful of the differential in speeds and the differential in driving abilities.
The dark, when it's nighttime, is really when all the racing goes on. Here at Daytona, unlike Le Mans, you got 12 hours, 12 plus hours of nighttime here.
It is a challenge to get through the night, but the goal is to get through the night without a scratch on the car and be ready for that last hour, because that's really when the racing starts.
I love the night. It's when the car's really cool. You feel like you're out there on your own, and you really can get into a rhythm in the night for whatever reason.
That's the most important thing about the 24 hours is that middle of the night deal when you're out there by yourself and it's cold and you're tired. Just keep on digging.
Well, the nighttime hours are just beginning for the competitors in the 48th Rolex 24 at Daytona, and we are under the full course caution for the 4th time in this race, now coming up on 3 hours old. You see the fabulous new flag stand with the message board and those lights atop it that reflect the condition on the racetrack. There's the reason for the full course caution. Somebody's going to have to go get the 19 car. Nosed into the tire barrier. Looks like Romagna got it turned around.
That's the second time we've seen him off in the last couple of minutes, isn't it?
I don't think he's off in the same place. Well,
Must be having trouble with the slicks.
I think Riccardo Romagnoli had just gotten in the car. Notice the snapping of the flags. There's a steady breeze blowing out there, and that'll help dry the track too. Now we got more problems with the 18. Currently shown in 37th place. It's David Quinlan. And it looks like they're going to have to go get him as well. Chris Neville.
You know, guys, in these next few hours, what we might see during cautions like this is some of these cars coming back to the garage, not because something major is wrong, but because they're trying to fix small things with the cars, and they can potentially do that without going down a lap. You can see we're over in the Brumos area right now. They've got a new front splitter here set up with a radiator and everything. We've seen teams change these out in about 2 minutes, so you can definitely get something like that done in a caution lap. Then also the back end of the 58 car with the tail and the wing, gearbox, all of the suspension and brakes underneath this blanket here. Don't want to pull that off. And then they've got another full back half end over here. Just the gearbox, just the suspension and the brakes. So lots of things can go on in this garage. We're going to see brake changes. We're going to see body work being fixed. Everything is going to happen late in the night down here, but you got to make sure you have a car ready for the fight when the sun comes up.
Exactly right, Chris. And in case you're wondering, when you see cars off track creating a full course caution, when they're towed in, can they be fixed to go back out again? You bet they can. We'll take a break and return with more from the Rolex 24 at Daytona. The long night is just beginning here at Daytona Beach. Fans, you can get an exclusive Speed Trackside Tavern ticket package to the Daytona 500 for just $99. You'll spend pre-race meetings with Speed personalities with food, beverages, and entertainment, a seat on the Daytona Superstretch, and more. For details, go to speedtv.com, keyword promo. Welcome back to the aforementioned Daytona International Speedway. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs. Chris Neville and Justin Bell down in the pits. We are behind the safety car for our fourth full course caution of the day. You see GT cars diving into the pit lane. Just a few moments ago, the number 70 Speed Source Mazda, driven by Nick Ham, pitted with the Daytona prototypes, and that is a no-no. Each class pits separately, so we expect a penalty to the number 70. We've also had a number of driver changes. Dario Franchitti takes over for Scott Dixon in the 02. Jimmy Johnson is into the 99, replacing Alex Gurney. And there is the 70 back in again. Chris Neville.
Well, Bob, there shouldn't be a penalty here because the problem with the 70 coming to pit lane with the Daytona prototypes is because the 70 car was out of fuel. Nick Ham ran out of fuel. He was planning to come to pit lane when the caution came out, so he needed to come in. In that situation, you can just plug in for a couple seconds, get enough fuel in the car to get it back running again, go back out, catch up with the pace car, then come back to pit lane and do your service. As you can see right now, they're putting fuel in the 70, putting new tires on. Nick Ham staying behind the wheel. Justin, what's up at your end?
Well, the 32 came in. It's just a routine stop, driver change. They're taking the tear off on the windscreen. As you can see, this is the time of night that you really need to get that tear off. And of course, this is a well-opportune pit stop. They actually needed to come in. They were in their fuel windows, so a strategic stop for these guys. And they're just waiting for the signal to go. Don't know what the holdup was there. And you know, they're not easy to drive, as you can tell there. Driving School 101, off he goes on the pit limit.
Pretty tall first gear for a great big open fast racetrack like this one. It's the 43 Mazda making its pit stop. While we're under caution, we'll get another commercial break in and return for green flag action at the 48 Rolex 24.
Welcome back to Daytona as the 10 car back in pit lane. They've gone down one lap as the pace car has gone by. They're trying to get this antenna fixed in the car. The cars have a number of antennas on the roof, and the one that has come loose is the one right in front of the driver. So as it comes loose, it drops down right in front of the driver's helmet. Ricky Taylor behind the wheel. The team really took their time. They initially put some Bear Bond, which is essentially duct tape on steroids, to try and hold it to the ceiling. But then as they realized they were going to go down a lap, they said, you know what, let's drill some holes in the roof. They took some zip ties, stuck them through those holes to try and hold that antenna in place. I think they probably got it fixed pretty well, but we're going to have to pay attention to that as this race goes on.
So, to some people, this would be a lunchbox. To Boris said it's an orthopedic aid. What are you doing?
Well, right now Bill's complaining his feet are burning up in the car on the floor, so I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but if you can hold a hot boiling cup of coffee in a foam cup, you know, I'm just cutting out, putting some foam in just to insulate my foot, and I've done it before at NASCAR and it worked. I think Sterling Marlin told me that once a long time ago, and I've tried it a few times and it's worked great. So.
Well, at least you took the burger out first. What happens? Why is it a case of insulation through the firewall to the? I mean, in a lot of the cars you race, they sort that out with pretty sophisticated insulation. What's happened here?
Well, we're not really sure. I mean, you know, the Turner Motorsports just got this BMW M6, so they haven't had a lot of time in it. And, you know, basically what you need to do is put another layer of insulation, get some airflow in there. And, you know, that was just something you just don't drive the car that much when you're testing. So I'm sure they'll fix it for the next race, but right now I got to fix it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and that's the truth. I mean, we've all experienced it. I had it with the Vipers. Our feet would actually start to stick to the pedals. And driver comfort, unfortunately, when you get a new car, is the last thing that they worry about, guys.
Well, Boris is a NASCAR veteran. I would think he'd have one of those foil-looking shoe covers that the guys wear all the time. Now, a few moments ago, John McCutcheon took over in the Godstone Ranch Corvette and spun off the racetrack, but it looks like he's gotten started once again, and it will not extend the yellow flag. We are back under green at the Rolex 24.
Yeah, John McCutcheon, I think it was his first lap in the car. How he managed to spin off under the caution, I'm not quite sure. And I'm sure that Davy Jones, his co-driver, will have questions for him when he returns to the pit lane.
Setting the running order, Dario Franchitti leads.
Now this is when just 1 second, Bob. This is when these guys have got to be really careful. They've all done those pace laps. The tyres are stone cold again. Very slippery, very cool night temperatures. They've got to be very careful on these first couple of laps to get temperature back up in these tires.
And
there's
the result.
Exactly what I mean. Woo! The parting of the seas.
Is that one of the Stevenson Camaros? It is. That's
the 57. One-time leader of the class. Andrew Davis driving down in, what is he, 6th now at the moment, 7th?
Well, we'll have to see when timing and scoring recycles. Through the corner they go. Oh, one of the Porsches locked up. I think everybody just got on the brakes to avoid the accordion effect. That's the 48, that black and white Porsche.
This is what I mean. See, they're being very careful as they drive around here. Really, really being very. They're listening to me intently to be very careful as they put heat back in the tires.
Well, they've only got a little under 21 hours to go. I mean,
I know you can't miss any time out here, no.
Again, the order: Franchitti, Bert Frizzell in the 60 up in second place. Jimmy Johnson in the 99 is third. Then Nick Johnson in the 75 taking over for Ricardo Zonta is in fourth. Brian Frizzell, Bert's brother, is in fifth. Both sons of Brad Frizzell, a very fine endurance driver in his own right. Winner of the 12 Hours of Sebring one year.
And of course, I used to race against Dad in the Can-Am. Long time ago. Very keen on his boys getting to racing, so
that he is.
He must have way too much money.
Not for long. We're in racing. Let's look at Dario, who enjoyed part of his winter holiday in his native Scotland. Just getting over a bout with the flu.
I presented Dario Franchitti with his prize for winning the IRL Championship this year in London at the British Racing Drivers Club prize giving in London, and they asked me, as I was in England at the time and he was in England, to as I lived in America, to present the prize. And it was the same prize that I won back in 1974.
Oh, nice symmetry. Dario was in the crowd as Rolex honored their Grand Marshal, Vic Elford, last night, and you learned right away that Dario is a student of the sport. He was just hanging on every word that Vic Elford had to say.
Yeah.
On board the 10 now, Ricky Johnson, hopefully not troubled, Ricky Taylor, not troubled by that errant radio antenna that was falling in front of his visor.
Unfortunately, Ricky Taylor now down a handful of laps, something that's going to be very difficult to make up with these cars being so evenly matched.
Front
Brian Frizzell has gotten around Jimmy Johnson and moved into third behind Dario Franchitti and brother Bert. Let's hear from David Donahue down in the pit lane.
Well, David's having a chance to cool off after he just handed the car over to Hurley Haywood. David, you were one of the drivers out there who had to kind of go through that transition of wet to dry, going out on the slicks early on. How difficult were those first few laps?
Yeah, they were pretty tough. You know, the tires when they're cold are always difficult. Before I came in, the windshield was so dirty I couldn't see the surface of the track. So when I went out on slicks, it was the first time I could actually see the surface, figure out where to go. And it took a long time. I had my moments, and after a couple laps, it became a one-lane track. It was okay as long as you didn't get out of that one lane, and then you had your hands full.
We're a little bit past 3 hours now. We've had 7 lead changes, and guys being pretty aggressive out there for just the first 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised, actually. You know, everyone wants to be a hero in the wet because reputations are made, I guess, but reputations are also lost, I guess. And it's a long race. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's a long race. We still have 21 hours to go, guys.
That we do. Meanwhile, Jimmy Johnson has been passed for 4th place by Nick Johnson. And Justin Wilson now closing in. 4-time NASCAR Sprint Cup champion, being very careful out there.
Well, I would say, I mean, his big race is coming up in 2 weeks' time, and he's not used to driving in the wet, and he's not used to driving a road car, a road racing car. But nevertheless, Jimmy Johnson is always going to give it his best. But he's also listening to David Donahue there, just saying, I can't understand these guys all want to be heroes in the wet. This is a long race.
Johnson.
And I mean, he's 5 seconds out the lead, which at 3.5 hours into the race is not exactly a vast margin.
The leaders up ahead. Franchitti, Frizzell, and Frizzell all running nose to tail. Let's see if we get any brotherly love action working here as Brian tries to overcome Bert. There's the 63 GT Porsche. Looking like it's having some problems. It's Rene Villeneuve. Through the chicane, he straight lines it, driver's right. And the problem is, sooner or later, you got to come back on track.
Yes.
You have all these guys bearing down on you, and you're on the line.
And this is where they go wide with those slick tires and get over into that water. Not very nice at all. The 71 squeezing through on the grass. Look at them all bunching up there together. Ooh. Hair raising.
Looks like Villeneuve's having a problem. It's a little unstable. No change in the running order up front. Franchitti and the Frizzell brothers, followed by Nick Johnson and Jimmy Johnson. We'll be back with more from the Rolex. We're back live at Daytona, 3 hours and 18 minutes into the Rolex 24. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs, Chris Neville, and Justin Bell down in the pit lane. And there's Dario Franchitti, who holds the distinction of being the only man to win the Rolex 24, the 12 Hours of Sebring, the Indianapolis 500, and a major national open wheel championship, all in the space of less than 12 months. Quite an achievement, David.
Absolutely. It's just extraordinary. And you're seeing some of those skills come out right now, too. He's under big pressure from Bert and Brian Frizzell, but he's gradually extending that lead. He's up to 1.5 seconds now, 1.3 seconds. His last lap was a 44.4. And he is just humming right along here.
Further back, Ricky Taylor, after all those problems, shown 14th in the overall, but he too is lapping at 144. So he is lapping with the leader, but he's got 3 laps to make up. Meanwhile, the Frizzell brothers continue their battle. That's Bert in the number 60 in second place. Brian right behind him in third. Let's go down and hear from their car owner with Chris Neville.
Yeah, and Mike Shank very happy right now with where his cars are running. It's got to be pretty cool to see your cars not only running second and third, but also you got the brothers Frizzell out there, and you started back in, what was it, 04 with Bert Frizzell and Oz Negri in Adoran.
Yeah, it's really great. I think it's really cool. Big thank you to Crown Royal XR for coming on board with the 60 car. Right now, the 2 cars are good, so we're not trying to hex ourselves too much. but what I think is really cool that the two brothers can race for the lead of the 24 Hours of Daytona.
Looking back at those first 2 hours, guys being really aggressive out there. In fact, the level 5 car getting into the side of the 60 car. Any damage on that car from that contact?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. There's a little bit of left front damage, but right now we're not going to try to repair it. That was some crazy racing the first 2 hours. I don't know what to say, but these guys get after pretty hard.
Mike was telling me that on the left front, one of those latches is askew, so that the nose is a little bit loose there, but he's saying everything going to be good. Hopefully they can get it fixed later in a pit stop. Justin, what do you have down at your end?
Bill, you came in, and I don't often see you have a puzzled look on your face, but you were very quizzical about why was the car slowing down.
I mean, Turner Motorsports has prepared an unbelievable car. I mean, look, it's their first time out, and the thing is just led and did great. It just slowed down. I don't know why. Nothing wrong with the fuel pressure, nothing wrong with the oil temp, oil pressure, everything happy.
Are they getting the same feedback over the radio now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we didn't see it, we were in break, but I was showing some pictures of, there was a lot of damage to the right rocker panel. All the exhaust is exposed. What does that actually do? You're getting more noise, more fumes?
A little bit of both. As that rocker sort of bent out, it took the sound and threw it right in my window, and it made it pretty noisy. But the speed was unaffected then. It was later on that it started slowing down.
So I guess we're just going to have to see the troubleshoot this on another pit stop, or it'll sort itself out, hopefully.
They pulled the Bosch data card out, and it had no data on it. So now we have to start trying to log data again to see if we can get the log out of it.
And it is early in the race. We're just one normal Grand Am race into this 24 hours, so a long way to go. Good luck.
Thank you, Justin. That was Bill Auberlen. Boris Said has taken over his seat in the number 94 GT car, currently shown 10th in class, 24th in the overall. Here's the battle for 6th. Justin Wilson now at the controls of the 01 from Ganassi Racing with Phyllis Sabatis. We got an off and on down there in 6th. Just behind Wilson, Hurley Haywood at age 61, going for his 6th overall victory here at the Rolex 24. Just behind Hurley is Antonio Garcia in the 90. Remember, Garcia was on the Brumo strength in the 58 car that won the overall last year, along with Donahue, Darren Law, and Buddy Rice.
That car really showing some speed. We didn't see much of it earlier on the first couple of hours, but in the last hour or so, it really has started to turn into some very quick laps.
It's the spirit of Daytona racing. Porsche Coyote. That's not the standard flat 6 Porsche engine. That is a Porsche V8 built by Lozano Brothers Porting, based on the engine used in the Cayenne Sport Ute from Porsche. They are having a good race thus far, but once again, we have a long way to go. More than 20.5 hours remaining in the race. Here's Chris Neville.
Well, Colin Brown standing on the wall here. Street closed, so obviously not getting in the 75 car anytime soon. But watching this car this week, it just didn't seem to have the speed. But now in the race, you guys are right up near the front.
Well, you know, I think that was a lot of the plan with this number 75 Krone Racing car. We weren't super fast for one lap, but I think we focused on our race setup, focused on being good, whether it was going to be wet or dry. These guys worked really hard preparing this car, and I think that's where we really were planning on being fast, you know. During the practice sessions, posting one fast lap doesn't do a whole lot of good, you know, so we worked on race runs, long runs, tried to be good throughout a stint, and I think we accomplished that.
A couple years ago, when you were in the Rolex series, you didn't have this little North Carolina twang right now. What's going on there?
I can't help it, you know. I'm around all those guys in North Carolina back at the shop, and, you know, always at the shop every day, working with the guys on that number 16 Conway Freight Ford, and it just rubs off on you. I can't help it. You know, it's not something I try to do. I didn't try to become Southernized, but I guess it happened.
A couple minutes ago, we saw Boris Said putting some styrofoam on his feet because they're getting hot. You got any NASCAR tricks up your sleeve?
I don't think yet. I don't know. Maybe I'll go down and talk to Boris when he gets out and see what he did, but, you know, I think I got some real silver shoes for that.
All right, thanks, guys. There you see, speaking of NASCAR, Jimmy Johnson now thoroughly with the program. He's gotten up to speed, got temperature in the tires, and he is lapping quicker than the 4 cars ahead of him, sometimes substantially so. Right there, you see him closing up on the far more experienced Nick Janssen. And Johnson is looking under the Swedish veteran.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson looking very racy at the moment through these tighter corners. Here's that kink where he came unglued on Thursday, caused that damage to the car up to the Western Horseshoe there, under the grandstand and under the banking, the west bank. Ooh, back marker there, the number 20 car. Both drivers in the DP cars running just exactly what
there he goes under. Got him. Janssen slipped a little bit wide at turn 6. Jimmy Johnson takes back 4th place. And quickly gaps Nick Janssen.
Yeah, he came through that 6th turn very well there. Slightly unsighted by the 20 car, but he managed to weave his way through there and left Nick Johnson gasping for air behind him.
Now he's about 4.1 seconds behind Brian Frizzell in 3rd. Meanwhile, let's find out more about why that BMW M6, the 94 car, has been slowing mysteriously.
It has, and as Bill said, the diagnostics were not there because they lost the data. But you can see they're looking right now, seeing if there's a blockage. I imagine that in that 2 laps since they went out and in, they actually found out on the diagnostics they've got maybe an air restriction issue. It's not temperature related, I don't believe. They just put a new filter on, but they're having a good clear look all the way down the intakes, from the air filter there. So. I'd say there's bigger issues at work here, and I will have to keep you up to date, but they're about to get right in and start taking things apart. That's not what they need. This car was running very strong. But, when things start to go wrong this early at Daytona, starting with that body damage on the right rocker panel, sometimes just starts to escalate.
The horse won't run if it can't breathe. A lot of yelling going on down in those very, very noisy pits. They've dropped back to 33rd in the overall, well down in class as well. We'll take a break and return with more from Daytona. Welcome back just after 7 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 hours complete, about 3.5 hours into the 48th running of the world-renowned Rolex 24 at Daytona. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs, joined by a very special guest, Michael Printup, in his first year as president of Watkins Glen International. Michael, you've got some changes to the racetrack in preparation for your 2 visits by the Grand Am Rolex Series this year.
We do. We made some great changes in the road course and put some pavement on, some sand trap, and put some safer barriers up in 10 and 11, and added some more asphalt to some sand. Keep those cars on that track and keep them running.
How do those changes come about? How do you decide what we need to go out to do to enhance the racing on your track?
We started looking at it last year, and then our goal was to work with all the series. So we talked to the car clubs, Ferrari, BMW, IRL, Cup, Grand Am, and we all said that this is some of the changes we're going to make. We have a lot more going. Hopefully we'll be able to do those in the next couple of years.
Well, it certainly is one of the best tracks to race at. I mean, I used to love racing at Watkins Glen. The winters were always a little bit hard on it, but when they put the extra addition on back in about 1970, 71, I mean, it just made a great racetrack, and it's one of the first tracks I raced on in the States in 1968 in the GT40s, which I raced here.
Well, we'll have to get you back up there and do it again.
I mean, it is a great circuit to race on. There's no doubt about it.
Well, we know your biggest crowd every year, Michael, is the visit by the NASCAR Sprint Cup stars. Are the 2 kinds of racetrack that enhance those shows compatible? In other words, do you need to do things differently for the Cup cars than you would do for the Rolex cars?
Yeah, we do, because first of all, we got the short course running on the for the Cup cars, and then we're running the long course for the Grand Am. So, we got to take a look at that entire track and how we make sure that the spectators are safe, make sure the drivers are safe, and that's what it's all about. But we want to make sure that competition's at the highest level, back like when he raced.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you can't mention Watkins Glen without thinking of Formula One. You ever get a tweet from Bernie Ecclestone about the possibility?
You know what? I think I need you guys because, I love, you got the best show in the world. Love watching your Formula One presentations. You guys are great.
Well, thanks very much.
I actually sent an invite to one of your comrades and asked and told Mr. Windsor to please use my track. It's free. Come test on it. Come have a ball, because I'd love to see the Formula One cars.
Man, that wouldn't draw a crowd watching a Formula One car go around Watkins Glen.
Yeah, so Mr. Windsor, if you're out there, help us out.
Here's the action on track. Race leader Dario Franchitti looks like a slightly crippled GT leader. That's the 23 car. Bits falling off. Remember, they had a heavy accident at the start of the weekend. They had to take that Alex Strobe Racing car to a local shop. In fact, their team shop nearby, I think they're in Tavares, Florida,
to fix that car, straighten the frame. They got it back on track after a zillion man-hours of work. And here it is, looking like it's already finished a 24-hour race. And we're only 3.5 hours into this one. That's Dominic Farnbacher. Now we're getting tire smoke. He's obviously got fender rub on some of those Pirelli tires.
And it looks like he's got a headlight out too. It seems to work all right there when he. Oh,
I think he's been off the road. See the front splitter.
He's got a headlight out.
He has knocked some things loose. How has the winter been up at Watkins Glen, Michael? I know it's been rough around a lot of the northern parts of the country.
Yeah, I got lucky. When I flew down here, it turned to 5 degrees in a snowstorm. So I lucked out by taking the southern trip. But, you know, with these Grand Am cars up there, we just love them, have them up there. The Salem 6 Hours, the Crown Royal. We just have a ball up there. We got the new one, Continental Tire 150 this year. So we're really excited about it up there, and hopefully this winter goes fast.
Well, it is a great track to race on, too, because it's long enough and interesting enough to really be a sort of circuit where a driver in this type of racing, a road racing driver, you really feel like you're going somewhere at that track. It's not like it's a real quick lap, you know, it's just a long lap, and it's very good fun. A lot of undulations, a lot of terrain changes, and of course a great selection of turns.
Battle on the track going by the new class leader. That was Jörg Bergmeister in that 67 Porsche. This is Jimmy Johnson, Nick Janssen, and Justin Wilson, all nose to tail. Let's get down to the pits.
Yeah, look at the 23 car. This car was leading the GT class, but get under here. Look at that down there. He's taping it up right under here. That front under tray has been ripped down, and they're having to put this strong sticky tape on it. It's really a disappointment for them. The Obersing car went off. Dominic obviously had a bit of an off, and they get back out on the track. What that does is, you know, it disturbs not only the braking capabilities of the car, but it'll affect high-speed stability, and obviously you don't want anything coming off any of that carbon fiber cutting the tire. It's still, I think that story's not over though, Bob. I think that's going to slowly work its way into more front bodywork damage.
Close action here. Justin Wilson right up the back of that Dayglow green car of Nick Janssen, the Lola. Jimmy Johnson trying to gap the other two just a little bit.
Well, Wilson here is caught between a rock and a hard place. This is his first drive for this team, so he wants to impress. And of course, one way of not impressing the team is to take the thing off the road. And of course, we've already heard the stories from the other drivers about night racing, how difficult. And of course, you can't see all the water lying at the side of the road.
Look back a lap. This is Jimmy Johnson closing up on the 67. And going just a little bit wide, giving the position right back. And that
well, more
Johnson.
important, he lost momentum and let Nick Johnson and Justin Wilson get right behind him again.
Let's go to Chris Neville with team owner Bob Stallings.
Bob, we just showed a replay of Jimmy going around some of the GT traffic and then letting that guy go back by. I also heard Kyle on the radio say, hey, let's be careful of that GT traffic. And that's also the same GT traffic that he got in the incident on Thursday. Really kind of playing into this race, those GT cars.
Yeah, actually, the lap before last, JJ was the fastest car out there, and he's getting through traffic extremely well. He's doing just fine. We love him out there.
He also had a little bit of lockup. You guys talked about it on the radio. Any concern about that?
No, we asked him if there's a vibration to let us know. He said the car's fine.
Well, obviously his confidence is not shaken by that incident on Thursday, but the team really paying attention to that car. Since he had that lockup, the last thing they want is that tire to let go.
Well, you don't get to be a 4 consecutive time NASCAR Sprint Cup champion by being easily intimidated out on any racetrack, no matter what you're driving.
Well, as we said, Bob, at the beginning of the show, you know, the top 10 cars were covered by less than a second, and here we are, nearly 4 hours in, and our top 9 cars, well, our top 7 cars are covered by 18 seconds. Well, when we've got another 20 hours of racing to go, obviously 18 seconds is neither here nor there. Look at those brakes, those front brakes glowing in the dark as he comes into the West Horseshoe.
Another damaged GT car up ahead. Gonna have to wait. Micah, we've got a break coming up, but we don't want to let you go before we find out when your races are coming up. When are you going to see the Rolex cars come to Watkins Glen?
Well, June 5th through 7th, we've got the six-hour race coming up, and then the Continental Tire on Sunday, or Saturday, excuse me, and then we got the Crown Royal Grand Am matched up with the Cup cars in the weekend of August. So 5th, 6th, and 7th. So we're getting ready.
And where can people go for tickets?
www.theglen.com.
All right, that's Michael Printup, president of Watkins Glen International. Thanks for taking the time to be with us. Got another break. We'll be back. Just over 20 hours and 20 minutes remaining in the Rolex 24. Stay with us. Welcome back. We are under our 5th full course caution thus far in the Rolex 24. Now 3 hours and 41 minutes long. There you see debris on the racetrack. That brought out the original double yellow flags. Just before the yellows came out, Jimmy Johnson had a quick spin down in the turn 1 area where it is very, very wet. Let's take another look at what happened. First car in line, decided to go straight. Forgot the Daytona 500 isn't for 2 weeks yet.
And the trouble is, once you get offline like that, they're so wet still that it's very, very slippery, and that will cool his tires down a lot as he comes back through that water. So when he legs it down the road, he's going to have to be a bit careful there. Not going to have much grip now.
Actually, it was a very wise move. Very late on the brakes, he decided if I try to turn in, something really bad is going to happen. So just go straight and get her woed up. Now let's join Chris Neville standing by with Mr. Daytona on 2 wheels, Scott Russell.
Well, this isn't where he wants to be. He wants to be back in this 07 car, which right now is in the garage. Scott, what's going on with the car?
We got a problem with the right rear axle. Feels like the clutch was slipping really bad, but it's in the axle. So you get up on the bank in it, or anyway, I wouldn't run. And we got a problem with the shifter too, so it gives us a chance to fix that, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah, real unfortunate, because this Corvette was very fast. And let's remember last year that this car was a Pontiac's GXP-R, and some of the changes that they made, you look at the back end of the car here, they cut 16 tubes out of this car, shortening the back end by 9 inches. And we can see Leighton Reese inside this door right here. He's working on that transmission. Typically you don't see Chip Ganassi or maybe Bob Stallings or Wayne Taylor working on their cars, but Leighton Reese is. And I just heard Jimmy Johnson talk to the team on the radio about why he went straight. He said the throttle is sticking in the 99 car. They asked Jimmy if his foot got hooked up on it, but he said, no, guys, my foot didn't get hooked up. That throttle is sticking a little bit.
Justin Bell.
You know, the trouble with the Turner car was actually a restriction of air. As you said, Bob, quite rightly, if you can't breathe, you can't run. But take a look at this. This is the hosing. Now, air hosing is not an expensive part, but this is what was happening. Look up into the light there. Can you see that? That is restricted. And when it was in the car, it was like that. It is blown out inside this hose. And as Will Turner just said to me, he said, in the face of our enormous budget, that was probably $30. Racing is a cruel mistress, isn't she?
Yes, she is indeed. Thank you, Justin. Right now, we'd like to offer a sincere apology to viewers who might have been offended at the top of our program during all the pouring rain as we were trying to get our interviews in, and you heard the national anthem being played in the background. We meant no disrespect. It was the result of some confusion between the racetrack, who had priorities of their own in some very difficult weather conditions, and our attempt to follow our timeline into the show. It was a mistake. We apologize for it, and it will not happen again. Oh dear. Number 64, that's the J-Lo Racing Porsche. Lights out. A little bit of smoke from the back of the car. That might just be steam. Again, the grass is very, very wet after that heavy rain I mentioned. Didn't see a sign of driver James Walker in the cockpit. But because we are under a full course caution, there'll be time for the tow vehicles to go over there and get him. Word from the corners is that there was a big puff of smoke before that Porsche rolled to a stop over there in the west hairpin. There you see the Mazda pace car. Daytona prototypes. For them, the pit lane is now open. Dario Franchitti leads Brian Frizzell, Bert Frizzell, Nick Johnson, Justin Wilson, Hurley Haywood, Mike Rockenfeller. Jimmy Johnson has fallen to 9th behind Antonio Garcia in 8th. To Chris Neville.
We can see Jimmy Johnson in the box here. They're going to do tires and fuel. They're also going to take a look at that throttle. Jimmy just came back on the radio and said, guys, I'm not sure if it's sticking. Maybe my foot got caught underneath it. I don't quite know. Kyle Brennan immediately came back and said, hey, Jimmy, that's great. Good feedback, but we are going to take a look at that throttle. We got 20-some hours ahead of us. Let's make sure everything is okay. So you can see the crew starting to bring the back deck off the 99 car. They're going to take a look and make sure that there's nothing getting caught up or that throttle is sticking at least in the engine bay area. Yeah, we got a couple crew members in the cockpit too, looking down in there, just kind of looking to see if there's anything caught up around Jimmy's feet. They got flashlights in the cars. So these guys really taking their time since we're under caution, making sure everything is good with the Gainsco machine.
See the 55 pulling out. Sasha Maassen still behind the wheel unless they made a driver change. I don't think they did.
Actually, Bob, yes, they did. Emmanuel Collard did get in the car.
Great.
They have a problem with the ID signal on the car, but so the team manager rushed over to tell me they have done a driver change.
Great. Tell them we appreciate that. As far as timing and scoring is concerned, team owner Scott Tucker has been in the car since the race began. Emmanuel Collard now at the keyboard. There's the number 7 car. They were having a pretty good run, but now they've spent an extended time in the pits, and as you see, they are working back in the engine bay as Jimmy Johnson takes the Gainsco machine down the pit lane. You should see the headlights flashing when they're on the pit lane speed limiter. That's a great idea.
It's a super idea, yeah. There's no doubt about it.
It's one less thing for the driver to think about. Gently, gently in the pit lane, Jimmy.
This pit lane, this exit lane is absolutely lethal. It's so narrow and so slippery.
Chris Neville has another update.
That big thumbs up from the 99 guys. They said they thoroughly looked over the car. Nothing wrong with the throttles, nothing wrong with the foot area in that car. So it looks like Jimmy maybe just got his foot hung up on that throttle going down. I think it was down into turn 1. So everything okay with the car. They're just telling Jimmy, just relax, go out there. You're doing some great times. Let's put some miles behind us because we got a long ways to go.
He got those sticker tires on. That gives you an idea of how little grip they've got when they're brand new.
Do like the stock car guys do. Put a stirrup on that throttle pedal. He can pull it back when he needs to. We'll be back with more. The party just getting underway here at Daytona International Speedway, and it's going to last all night long. Sunday should be beautiful. Join us on Saturday night. That's tonight at 8 Eastern for a Rolex 24 at Daytona live chat. David Hobbs and I will be there to answer questions about the awesome first half of this race thus far. Get ready for the finish, chatting with fellow fans as well as top Grand Am drivers and a couple of guys who've been talking to you all afternoon to this point. Just go to speeddv.com, keyword Rolex 24 for a live chat beginning at 8 Eastern. On board the number 10 car, Ricky Taylor stayed out while the rest of the DP field pitted. He was waved by the safety car and gained a lap of the 3 laps that he was down to the leader. Now he is back underway as Dario Franchitti remains the race leader. Our 5th full course caution of the race thus far. None of them have been longer than about 3 laps, which has been very useful in keeping things going and keeping the top runners bunched together nose to tail. So as Ricky Taylor leaves the pits, here comes the field.
Pace car lights are out now, so he'll pull in at the end of this lap.
Now he's going to have to be very careful. He's going to want to get around the track to get to the tail end of the line without throwing it off on cold tires. To Chris Neville.
Yeah, and that was a close one too. They got that late wave by there, so they had to make sure they got a perfect pit stop done, because as he was leaving the pit lane box, the field was starting to come through the tri-oval here. So he just got out in front of that pace car. Gonna have to really work his way around the racetrack now, trying to catch up to the back of that pack, but they're very happy because they are hopefully gonna get a lap back here once we get back to green. And the good news is, when I took a look at that car, that antenna that had been dropping down was staying in place. So it looks like the fix they did is at least working for now.
Sometimes it's just the smallest things. I mean, the antenna has nothing to do with how the race car works.
Well, it goes back to what Hurley said. Everything's got to be perfect. Do you see him having trouble with the grip on those rear tires? Obviously, this banking will put some heat into them. It's the quickest way of putting heat into the tires is to hammer it around the banking. Caution light still on, but I'm imagining they'll be coming off momentarily. Now he's got to be careful going through the chicane on the back chute here. He gets no help here from camber, or very easy to just slip off there. Okay, now lay into it again and get some more heat in the tires going up onto the NASCAR 3 and 4.
GT cars hitting the pit lane. Safety car is in NASCAR 1 and 2. As Ricky swings on past the pit entrance and through the tri-oval. Man, that looks like fun. Thus far, I would say Ricky Taylor has done a very commendable job behind the wheel under all the pressure of the wet racetrack. Driving for his dad. Nice job.
Yeah, very good job.
Field beginning to bunch up. Lights are off on the safety car. And we expect to go green in a moment. The field just entering NASCAR 3 and 4. There you see them coming around. The car just ahead is the Bayer Racing Crawford Chevrolet in the hands of team owner Jared Bayer. They spent a long time on pit lane. They're shown 29 laps down to the race leader, 38th overall. So down to the pit in they come. Mazda safety car is off. Dario Franchitti has done this once or twice before. He's got young Brian Frizzell right on the back on the gearbox. Thought there might have been an ambitious attempt to go under the IndyCar champion. Nothing doing.
Dario Franchitti having none of that. Down to the International Horseshoe for the first time. Goes a bit wide there, locks up that rear. A lot of people slipping and sliding around there.
That's the 90. That's Darren Manning, another IndyCar driver, having a little problem finding grip. Check that, having a big problem finding grip.
What's that GT car doing there?
Well, he was trying to make his way around. He was caught by the queue. Another car that made a late pit stop. Couldn't get around before they went green. Nick Janssen still in the 75 Lola. Now, while we were following this action, the number 69 car made a pit stop. Chris Neville.
Yeah, bit of a miscue between the team and Anthony Lazzaro. They got the wave by to get back on the lead lap. They are the highest running Mazda right now in a race that we thought was going to be dominated by Mazdas, but is being dominated by Porsches right now in GT. So they got that wave around. They should have come in when we saw the 70 car and a couple of the other GT cars come in, but they didn't. So then they came in the next time by and obviously hurt them.
Fourth in GT. You saw some very close running among those prototypes, coming off the chicane and heading up onto the banking. Into the glare of the track lighting.
The third car in a row here now. The Scott Tucker car is now being driven by Emmanuel Collard. Very, very experienced French driver. Massive amount of long distance race experience. Expect to see him put in some very quick times.
Right now you're watching the battle between Nick Janssen in fourth and Richard Westbrook, who's taken over the number 95 car from Ryan Hunter-Ray. There's a look at Richard. Very experienced Porsche driver in the GT ranks in Europe.
Winner of the Porsche Cup at least once.
Getting a crack at the Daytona prototypes. Still looks wet down there in six. You've got to be really careful.
It's certainly wet offline. And of course, when somebody's trying to come by the lap, if you're a GT car, the DP car comes up on the inside, you tend to give them a bit of room and find yourself out there yourself on the water. It's not what you want.
stays behind through the chicane. Still see little rivers of water through that area. Here's a battle for the lead in GT. Tim George Jr. and Wolf Hensler. Whoa! 71 is passed by the 66. Hensler moves into the lead. That 57 is Jan Magnussen, who is no shrinking violet behind the wheel, as anybody who watches this racing through the season knows.
Oh, there he goes, right down the inside there.
Yep. He is a GM Racing superstar. But he is one lap down. That was not a position change. The order in GT is Hensler, George, Johannes van Overbeek, Dominic Farnbacher, and then Jan Magnussen in one of those Stevenson Camaros.
Which at one stage was leading the GT class in the rain earlier on, doing an outstanding job.
Classic GT battle, the Flak 6 Porsche power and that big Chevy V8 pounding around behind. Credit to Grand Am that the rules allow these cars to race on a level playing field. Equalizing the various mechanical variations available to teams in Grand Am racing is a very, very difficult task.
Well, there's so many chassis designs and ideas and the manufacturing capabilities and, of course, engine sizes and types. It's a real juggling match to get everything equal, which they do a heck of a job of.
And you want to keep it all within a reasonable cost, whatever that means in motorsports. Another break coming up. We'll be back to Daytona. Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs, Justin Bell, and Chris Neville are in the pit lane. Great action going on here at the Rolex 24. Now 4 hours and 4 minutes along. We're watching all of these Daytona prototypes running nose to tail in a tremendous bunch. John Pugh, Rafael Matos, Emanuele Collard, Jimmy Johnson, all covered by 0.8 of a second. Johnson looks under Collard, then goes around the outside. Nope, can't get it done. I mean, the pace of this race and the passing we've seen at this point will set records for the Rolex 24.
I think we will. Obviously, it got off to a slightly slow start because of the rain, but we're not expecting any more rain. And the pace, well, this could not help that if it brings down a full force caution or the engine's still running.
It's Glenn Gatlin in the number 14 Porsche.
I mean, just look at these guys, absolutely glued together.
And slower traffic ahead. Let's see if we'll get him up on the banking, and then we'll, straight into the tire walls. That's John Pugh in the 60. Front brakes still aglow.
Oh boy, he got slightly off put by the DP and by the GT car that he was going around and just fell right into the trap.
You see he's got a little bit of a brake fire going on there. Stopping so suddenly, he doesn't have that airflow over the discs to get them to cool off.
Broken the left fender too, you can see it.
Yep.
Crack there, oh dear, how unfortunate.
Lost a few bits. Boy, he was right at the point of that. There he is on the right. Crown Royal XR car. A little bit of brake lockup. And not enough. Can't get it stopped. Understeers off the track.
Down to that turn 6. Tries to go underneath. Gets in a bit deep. Then when he's in deep, the road suddenly gets very, very wet out there. No grip at all, straight into the tires.
I thought that was the number 71 of Romain Dumas. That's the second place GT car that Pugh went across the bow of. Now let's get to Chris Neville, who's standing by with AJ Allmendinger.
Yeah, Bob, we've talked to Jimmy Johnson, Boris said, Colin Brown. We might as well talk to A.J. Allmendinger. A.J., last year, you were in the 6 car about 9:30 at night leading this race. And then all of a sudden that crank sensor failure that really plagued all the Fords. How heartbreaking was that?
Oh, that was tough, but it wasn't as tough as 2 years before that when we were leading about 14 hours of the race and broke it 3 hours to go. It's part of the 24 hours, what makes it fun, what makes it heartbreaking, but probably what makes it most fun for the fans to watch at home. So it's an amazing race. Obviously, as we're seeing on TV right now, anything can happen. So we'll just keep pacing ourselves. Michael Valente did an awesome job that first stint. I was glad he was in the car instead of me because those conditions looked so tough, but that's why he's probably the best guy in the DP car. So I'm glad to have his teammate. Ryan Frizzell right now is doing a great job, and just happy once again to be here at Michael Shank Racing and just be a part of Ford. They fixed the problem last year. Cars are so fast, we just got to get to the end.
You've been with Mike now for 4 years at this race. Your best finish is 2nd place. How much fun is it to come over and do this, and especially do it with Mike?
I mean, it's awesome. It's probably one of the coolest races that's out there, and this is why I come back and do it every year. It's a great way to kick off the beginning of the season and focus on being at Daytona, getting ready for Speed Weeks, and be able to come here and do the Rolex 24 hours to start. It's an awesome race. That's why you see so many drivers all over the world come over and do this race. It's awesome to do. I have so much fun doing it, and hopefully this year we get that nice Rolex. I know we got the car, we got the right team, we got the right manufacturer. We just got to put it all together and be smart.
You've got a little bit of a cold this weekend. This race is so physically demanding. Is that going to hurt your performance at all?
No. Just getting in the race car, ultimately that's the only thing that's going to make me feel better. Sitting in my bus, not a lot of fun. It makes me feel sick sitting there. So I like being out here watching the crew guys work, waiting to get in the race car, get in my office, do some work. I'll drink some active water, stay fresh and hydrated before we go out there, but we get in that race car, everything will be all good.
Yeah, guys, he doesn't want to be in his bus because he's actually not going to be in that car for a little bit because Mark Patterson is going to get behind the wheel of the 60 and then A.J. Allmendinger. And I just heard the 60 car come to pit lane. They're already gone, so they just did fuel tires. They put a new nose on that car, and also Mark Wilkins behind the wheel.
All right, thanks very much, Chris. We hear that word a lot when you talk to drivers who aren't necessarily in the hunt for the points championship. The NASCAR stars, the IndyCar guys, the European guys who all come over here and they want to have fun. More problems for the 60. The car came in, looks like they replaced the nose. And that's probably
I think that's Mark Wilkins' first run today, and he's got caught out by the fact that these tires don't work very well when it's cold, which it is pretty nippy out there now. And of course his first lap, you've really got to be just so treated with kid gloves. Round it goes.
Racers call that the back chasing the front.
Yeah, the first chance you'll get to put some real heat in the tires, of course, is when he hits the banking out of turn 6. So you've got to be tiptoe through the infield.
Now watch this move. This is up to the front. Ryan Frizzell in 3rd. Mike Rockenfeller in the 9 car going by.
Oh boy, Mike Rockenfeller really sticking his neck out there, going wide up onto the wet, then trying to force his way past that GT car into the International Horseshoe, which he successfully does.
So the order is now Franchitti up front. Mike Rockenfeller is 2nd. Brian Frizzell down to 3rd, followed by Richard Westbrook, Nick Johnson, and Justin Wilson. Time for another break. Plenty more to come, trust me, at the 48th Rolex 24 at Daytona. The Rolex 24 at Daytona is brought to you by Pirelli. Power is nothing without control. Welcome back. There's Dario Franchitti leading by less than 3 seconds over the charging Mike Rockenfeller. A few minutes ago, we heard from A.J. Allmendinger describing his reason for coming to run the Rolex 24. Earlier, we asked Dario the same question, and he gave us a pretty similar one-word answer.
It's fun. It's no more than that. I would say it's a good chance to go and have a good time, race against some of your friends, people that you don't race against for the whole rest of the year, from different countries, different series. And so from that point of view, it's a lot of fun. It's a nice warm-up for the team. because a lot of our IndyCar guys come down here and help out on the target team. So, but it's so different doing the Rolex 24 from driving an IndyCar race that it's really more about maybe a little warm up, but more about just fun and having a good time and trying to win the Rolex watch.
That's the other thing you hear from these drivers. It's fun, and it's all about the watch. Franchitti fattens his lead to 3.07 seconds over Mike Rockenfeller. Richard Westbrook in the 95 car is now third, 5.3 seconds off the leader. 6 cars in all on the lead lap right now.
I'll tell you, Dario is driving extremely well.
As is this guy, the 99 of Jimmy Johnson, who had that problem with the throttle pedal. Well, he is fully back on his game. Check out this move on Emanuele Collard. Now, here's a guy who has a reputation as one of the best sports car drivers in the world, up ahead of the 4-time defending NASCAR Sprint Cup champion. So what does Dario do? Goes high on those familiar high banks. Collard keeps his foot in it, side by side off the banking, but up ahead on the road is slower traffic. The Frenchman realizes there's nothing he can do. He's got to lift out of it, and Jimmy Johnson rockets by a GT car to take over the position. Now up into 8th place. Here's another angle.
But that all started with Jimmy Johnson coming out of the chicane quicker than him. He got more momentum coming up onto the banking, got alongside him and hung in there. And Emanuele Collard got terribly caught out by that GT car going into turn 1 and lost about 3 seconds in 1 lap to Jimmy Johnson, who's right back on power again.
Jimmy has made a lot of friends for himself in the Grand Am Rolex series. After he had that accident on Thursday, he got his hand in the air, said, "That was my fault. I collided with another car when I shouldn't have. I did all this damage." And then he made the crew love him. He ran in there and asked him if there was anything he could do. He didn't retreat to the motor coach. He started coiling extension cords and sweeping the floor, sent his plane to go get the parts they needed. Anything he could do past midnight to help get that car back together. That's the kind of thing a race driver can do that makes the mechanics just love him.
Absolutely, indeed. And he's turning in some really good laps, although Dario Franchitti consistently doing the fastest lap of the race.
A Shamazel.
Uh-oh, the 43, the Nonamaker car. Mazda. They've had 2 or 3 excursions like that today.
Joe Nonamaker at the controls. A family effort. Sponsored by Salins.
Down in 29th spot.
Famous sausage makers up in Western New York. Here's another look at what happened. Entering the chicane.
Oh, tried to be a bit bold, go around. Whoa!
Oh, and he gets punted.
He tried to go around the 19 car, which was obviously never going to, not got a cat in the hex chance of that working.
Couldn't make the corner.
And then, of course, loses him. Gives the 18 car a good belt as well. So the 18 car, no doubt, pretty ticked off with all that.
You notice that big splash when the 18 got offline. Now, if you weren't with us for the top of the show, we documented the struggle of the 99 car to correct the damage caused by Jimmy's accident and his role in it. Let's take another look at how it all unfolded. After the crash, backing into the tire wall, this was the condition of the defending series champions race car. Now, they had a backup car, but rules wouldn't allow them to bring it to Daytona. It was in Texas. They decided they could fix this car with the help of Jimmy's private jet, which went to pick up the pits from Charlotte, North Carolina. They got the engineering drawings from Riley Technologies, who built the car. They fell on the job. By 4 o'clock in the morning, it was done, and at 10 a.m., ready for Friday practice, Jimmy Johnson took the repaired car back on track. And as I say, Johnson was there helping in any way he could. I'd be surprised if he didn't go get a cup of coffee and a sandwich or two for the crew working on that car. And it really was a pretty miraculous repair. They basically had to cut off the back half of the car from the firewall backwards because various brackets and braces had been torn up. They welded on new ones and had to do all of the squaring up of the car, the setup, without the jigs that were used in the original construction of the car.
Well, that was the tricky bit, I imagine, how they got all those tubes stuck together again correctly with without having a jig to do it on. Yeah, very. So, you know, I still wonder if the car's got some cross-weighted it, or, you know, could easily be just a little bit out of shape.
Jimmy Vasser, the 96 Champ Car champion, was one of the drivers expressing his admiration for the way Jimmy Johnson handled the whole episode. And he's putting in some representative laps through the tri-oval, 194 miles an hour or so. No, I'm sorry, he's on the backstretch. Here comes the chicane. Nice line, using just enough curb, not too much. And this is the fastest part of the track coming up. Depending on the speed you get off the chicane and up onto the banking, just keep that right foot buried and the revs climb. That's what 195 miles an hour looks like if you're right along that rail.
Yeah.
And then, of course, once through the tri-oval, you better downshift and get on those binders.
This turn 1 and 2 complex is a very tricky little complex, and you can still see there's only just that one line that's dried out. I mean, it's still damp offline hours after it stopped raining, but of course the temperatures drop, the winds drop, so not really good drying weather at all.
Now when you see him jumping on the brakes, you get that beautiful red glow right there from those front discs. Brakes are terribly important around a place like Daytona International Speedway. Justin Bell has more on getting these cars to stop as well as they go.
Well, before I talk about stopping, I do want to point out that these drivers have to do a little bit of homework before they come to the racetrack. Look at this. This is generally what you get emailed to you by a team when you're a new driver, especially for the beginning of the year, because they've moved some of these buttons around. This is the interior of the car, and right now it's very hard to see. You see here the front and rear sway bars, roll bar adjustments, rear hard, front hard. And I tell you what, I've been in the car, and you probably have, David, when you're going, oh, I need to adjust the balance of the car. Now, which way did they say? But you should study this a bit more than probably I did. But we talked about brakes, and unfortunately, we're going to be off air around the 12 to 14 hour mark when they do have to change the brakes. Now, in the old days, when the back of the caliper was open, you could literally take the clip off and then pull out the pads, but it's quicker and safer. And obviously, these are cool to have completed brake assemblies here. Look, new rotors, new calipers, new pads, everything going a little bit. You can see the moisture, the rust will soon come off. But it's obviously cooler for the guys to change them. So that's how all this racing has evolved, and it's a very quick stop, probably quicker than the driver can get it. They can do those brakes. If it was a dry race from start to finish, they may be looking at 2 front rotor changes, but I think that's going to have changed now as we look at the strategy. But it's interesting, isn't it, guys? So by the time we come back in the morning, all these teams will have gone through this actually quite vulnerable moment in the pit stop.
You can see how much bigger the front discs are than the rears. That's where so much of the braking takes place. Another break coming up, and we'll be back nearly 4.5 hours into the Rolex 24. Fans, Pirelli Tires wants you to have a chance to win this special Dempsey Racing Edition Mazda RX-8 designed by Chip Foose. And all you have to do is watch today's race coverage here on Speed. Well, there's a little more to it than that. A special code word will be shown on camera at least 3 times during the broadcast. Take that word, log on to www.grand-am or grand-am.com/Foose and enter the prize word to have a chance at winning. One lucky fan will be selected at each of the next 11 Rolex Series races. Those 11 winners will be guests of Pirelli, Grand Am Mazda, and the Dempsey Racing Team at the season finale at Miller Motorsports Park in Tooele, Utah. And one of those 11 winners will get the keys to this one-of-a-kind Chip Foose Pirelli ride. So check it out. Watch and win here on Speed. There you see the time remaining, less than 20 hours to go here at Daytona. Night has fallen fully. Chris Neville is down in the Racers Group pit.
Yeah, Bob, hanging out underneath the war wagon down here. We've got Spencer Pumbelli, Tim George Jr., and Bobby Labonte hanging out down here. Bobby, you and Spencer were having a nice little conversation here. So who was giving who advice?
He was giving me a lot of advice. He's already run a couple hours at the first of the race, so he's been out there for a little bit and been here watching, so he's giving me all the advice he can.
You've done this race a number of times, but never in a GT car. How has that been?
It's coming real good. The TRG guys have done a great job. They're on the top 3 right now and been really consistent the whole race. And both times that I tested here with them, the car feels really good, so real happy about that.
I think most people would think that Daytona is probably the first place you've done a 24-hour race, but that's not the case. It was actually Watkins Glen.
No, I did a Firestone Firehawk race up there back in 1991, and I drove a Porsche actually for like one lap, and some guy wrecked it. So I flew home and did a bush race and came back, and they put me in a Camaro about midnight. So I never run but one lap on that racetrack, and I run a few hours on it. So that's my first stint as a 24-hour deal. Slept on a cot in the garage at the old garage stalls. So that's why I didn't do it for a long time after that.
Some pretty rough days up there. Now, why did you go do the 24-hour race at Watkins Glen?
Just to get some laps at Watkins Glen that I was going to run the bush race at later in the year. So just to get laps on the racetrack, I thought that was a good time to do it, and I had an opportunity to go. So, you know, anytime you get track time, it's always great.
Well, these guys running so strong right now. Once again, Kevin Buckler's car is running up at the front of GT. Justin?
I'm here with Lucas Lowe. You haven't actually driven yet, Lucas, but we were just having a great chat. You said these cars are great fun to drive and race. Why are they fun?
First of all, you can touch slightly, and then the aerodynamics are not as high as built up as in the other prototype series, like you go to Le Mans. Therefore, you can follow each other very close, and we see it. You have some very close, very tough racing. And you know, the car is simple, but it's still a lot of fun to drive. That's why I always love to come back here. And our 95 car is running really strong. I had a big shunt in the free practice when I got hit by a GT car, and the guys did a really great job putting the car back together. And now Richard is driving, he's third, fighting with Rocky, so it's exciting. I'm looking forward to get in now.
I think you certainly picked the right stint to go in now, but we were talking, the track surface is still in offline, is very wet. That makes it hard to, I mean, they're doing great overtaking, but it's still not a safe, stable driving environment.
Well, as we had said earlier on, the hardest part is to get out pit lane without touching the wall. Now it's very slippery, especially the first couple of laps when your tire temperatures and the pressures are not up there. But then when the tires are really going and you have them up to temperature, it's good. You can also go to the wet spots.
Well, we'll all be watching you leave the pit lane. Have fun. Back to the booth.
Thanks, Justin. There's the 32 GT car recovering from what apparently was an off-course excursion in the chicane.
Yeah, Lucas repeating what I said earlier on, that pit lane exit here is quite extraordinary. It's so narrow, so tight, and so slippery.
We've seen cars hit the Armco down there just trying to get out of the pits
times, yeah. At no speed at all, you just go clump into the barrier.
There's the GT running order across the top of your screen. As usual, the GT battle is very close, but so are the prototypes. 10 cars on the lead lap. Franchitti leading Rockefeller by 3 seconds. Then Richard Westbrook, Brian Frizzell, Justin Wilson, Nick Janssen, Rafael Matos, who just turned the fast lap of the race at 1 minute 43.411. Let's see if we can figure out what happened in the chicane. Headlights in the darkness.
I suspect the usual, yeah. Thought he could be braver than Dick Tracy and outbrake the car that just leapt across the screen there, and of course it didn't work, which confused the 18 car, who decided to go straight on and had to do that stop and go at the end of the chicane.
Exactly. If you straight line the entrance, you have to come to a complete stop and be motioned back on track. You cannot gain competitive advantage by shooting the chicane. This is the battle for fourth. Ryan Frizzell in the 6, followed by Justin Wilson in the 01.
Justin Wilson's gradually been hauling himself up through the field here. He's been doing some pretty good time. Justin Wilson's last lap was a 44.7.
There's the number 7, Mike Forrest, at the controls, according to timing and scoring. But Rafael Matos, we are told, is behind the wheel. That car is in 19th place after a long stay in the pit lane. Getting reports of contact. Let's have a look. Down into the International Horseshoe. Oh, 66 getting over into the 6 car. Here's another angle. It's the GT leader in the 66. Looked like they didn't get together.
Well, because, you know, like I say, all these guys are struggling like mad to win their division. And if you're the GT leader, you know, you're not just going to roll over and let those guys through, because it takes off too much momentum of your lap time.
There goes Brian Frizzell. And he's got Justin Wilson right on his gearbox in a battle about to be joined. Wilson getting very aggressive. You pointed out, David, the last thing you want to do when you're a visiting hot shoe.
Well, you don't want to go wad it up, that's for dead sure. But on the other hand, if you can make yourself look like a hero, you're looking good for a job further on down the line. So, like I said at the beginning, he's between a rock and a hard place, and he's doing a pretty good job, though. He's been turning some very good times, and I think he's going to be able to get past that 6 car of Brian Fussell. But he's going to have his work cut out, and of course, every time you catch up with a group of GT cars, it foils your effort again.
Slower traffic again. There's Brazil.
You've got to be very careful down here.
Justin Wilson, an interesting guy. He once sold shares in his career. Interesting way to fund things. There's Mark Patterson penning one of his Opus Magna, an email covering Rolex 24. We'll be back.
Time to remind you about our continuing coverage of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Tomorrow we will be back at 7 a.m. Eastern, continuing coverage right through to the checkered flag and beyond, with some 30 minutes past the checkered flag. Hi everyone, Lee Diffie back with you, along with Calvin Fish and Dorsey Schrader. Chris and Justin are still on pit road as we say thanks to Bob Varsha and David Hobbs. But I do need to encourage you to go to speedtv.com before Bob and David go nine eyes. They're going to spend about half an hour or so at speedtv.com answering your questions. There's so much going on, online chat, driver blogs, as you can see on the graphic there on your screen. There is a lot there. So in addition to the coverage that we are currently enjoying, we're going to be with you all the way through till 10 p.m. Eastern. Speedtv.com. Now, Mike Rockefeller has just brought the Action Express Daytona prototype in. Ryan Dial is behind the wheel, and I know that Chris Neville is standing by down there at the Action Express team.
Yeah, Mike Rockefeller sitting down here in pit lane. Mike, you got out of the car, they poured some water on you, put a cold towel on you. Is it that hot in the 9 car?
The problem is, I've never been in a car which is that hot. I mean, I don't do DTM over in Europe, they are closed. But the air cooling system failed since the beginning pretty much. And I think instead of cooling it down, it's heating it up. It's unbelievable hot. I mean, I was dying. And you know, the car on the straight, we are pretty down on top speed. So I had to push like mad to stay with the front guys.
Well, you're pushing like mad, but the car is running up near the front. So obviously the car performing well.
Yeah, the handling is okay, but like I said, we still miss some top speed. But we need to keep it clean and then be there at the end, and then, you know, we see where we end up.
Well, the team took their time with that last stop. They made some adjustments to the car, trying to get some air into the cockpit. So it was a little bit longer stop than just normal fuel tires, and then putting Ryan Dial behind the wheel.
Well, here's the deal, guys. I mean, we just came back to work. We were surprised at how much water is left on the racetrack. The track's not drying. And the reason is, of course, that it's humidity. It's so humid out there, and that's what he's feeling. We see the 45 now is 46 has had a little moment.
The fact that these drivers are getting overheated may certainly affect the strategy of how they're double and triple extending the drivers. If the drivers are really feeling the heat like that, all of these boys will probably be feeling it too. Ryan Dial now behind the wheel. He'll have to tread very carefully. We've seen a few spins with drivers going out on cold tires, and here we see the 0-2 machine as hot rubber. Dario Franchitti, the leader, and you'll see a difference in pace here immediately, I think.
Well, you saw that twitch right there. I mean, that's cold rear tire. You can't put any power down. This is the worst corner on the track. No downforce at 48 miles per hour. Look at that thing twitch around.
So Ryan Dial goes down a lap to the 0-2. Franchitti going from strength to strength. Richard Westbrook has been elevated to second place. The 6th, Mike Shank Ford of Brian Frizzell is third. Then Justin Wilson and Rafael Matos. That's your top 5 at the moment. In GT, it's a TRG 1, 2, 3. Wolf Hensler, Romain Dumas, and Johannes van Overbeek are the top 3 in the GT class at the moment. Porsche.
Well, Ryan Dial will certainly try and get back onto the tail of Dario Franchitti and get back onto that lead lap. Who can forget that tremendous battle that he had in 2007 with the Chip Ganassi Racing team when he was running for Samex?
Got a full course caution, boys. It just came out. Haven't seen the incident yet, but we're back. I think this is our 6th full course.
And it is for Richard Zahn. He's the man behind the ZMG sponsorship on the side of that Pontiac GXPR. It's Richard's very first Rolex 24 at Daytona. So it's a big weekend for him, and this is not the way that they wanted it to go. However, there's some good people on that team owned by Robert Kurland and Marcus Hasselgrove running that team, so they'll try and get that car back going again. Nearing the end of our 6th full course caution, hopefully sooner rather than later, and we're edging ever so close to the 5-hour mark here at the 48th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 9 cars on the lead lap. The race is headed by Dario Franchitti, and as the normal pits rotation happens, Daytona prototypes come in first. Chris.
And Dario Franchitti is in. We've got the 59 car coming in. We've got Justin Wilson coming in, Jimmy Johnson coming in, just about everybody in Daytona prototype coming in right now. The 6 car also in. It looks like, yep, they're going to do a driver change down there. I think that's Mark Patterson getting in that car. We've got Memo Rojas getting in the 01. We've got Juan Pablo Montoya getting in the 02. Jimmy Johnson is going to stay in the 99. Doesn't look like a driver change on the 59 car here. Everybody taking their own sweet time here on the 01 car, blowing out the radiators up front, doing fuel. You know, guys, I had my back turned there for a minute on the 02 car. I think my camera was on it. Did they do a tire change, or are they double stinting tires?
Well, they certainly flip-flop positions there as the 01 has beat the 02 out of pit road, Chris. So a change of position there on pit lane, and that competition will be on all day long between the inter-team rivalry with Chip Ganassi Racing and, of course, everyone up and down pit lane.
Cal, just to give you a quick update, the 01 car with Memo Rojas behind the wheel, they did not change tires, so they're double stinting tires on the 01. The 02 car did change tires with Juan Pablo Montoya getting behind the wheel. A little bit of a long stop here with the 99. Now, the problems earlier we thought were possibly with a throttle sticking in that car, and then Jimmy said, you know what, I think my foot just got caught up in the foot box, and the team looked over the car in the last pit stop, didn't see anything wrong, but right now we can see a crew guy in the cockpit with a flashlight, and it looks like he's looking down towards Jimmy's feet. So as soon as this car gets out of pit lane, the team has a chance to catch their breath. I will check in with them and see what is going on with the Gainsco machine.
I think this is a smart move, because if you think you have any problem, you're really not going to lose anything by doing this under caution. Really take your time. It's anxious. Everyone wants to get back on the racetrack, but I think what happened there with the 01, I spoke to Timmy Keane about this. He said what we may try and do, because they're so treacherous, problems here, the 90 car's off.
Wow, this could be, it's going to extend the caution for sure. I think Ricky Taylor's made up that lap that puts him back on the lead lap. That means he's made up 3 laps because of these cautions.
DL certainly did by staying out. He'd recently made a pit stop. Getting back to the Memo Rojas situation, Tim Keane, team manager there at Chip Ganassi, said it's so treacherous for a new driver to get in on these cold tires. What I may do, which is against the norm, is keep the hot tires on, just change drivers and let the new driver go out on some hot rubber, so he's not really having to go through that phase of getting up to speed and getting the grip.
And it's only experience that leads to those decisions being made. Chris, tell us more about the Gainsco Bob Stallings machine.
Well, that was their electrical engineer, Eric Crowder, in the cockpit, and the reason being they've lost telemetry with that car, so they are not able to see what is going on with the vehicle in pit lane. They were trying to get that up and going. I'm not sure if they have it up and going. Again, no, looks like one of their monitors is black right now, so that 99 car might not be fixed. Obviously, this isn't an essential item to have to stay out on the racetrack, but something that they would like to have.
The guy in the center of the screen is Chuck Houghton from Pratt & Miller, and Kyle Brannon, Bob Stallings, the regular guys on the pit box. Kyle's on this side, the right-hand side. We can't quite see him in that camera shot, so it's the brains trust at Gainsco Bob Stallings Racing. There's Bob on the left of the screen, up on the pit box, the team owner, team principal, and former racer and former champion, which we should say in his own right.
Well, one thing what can happen when you have a big crash like Jimmy Johnson did have earlier in this weekend, it really resonates through the whole race car, and suddenly midway through this event, Dorsey, those things will crop up. Maybe one of those electrical connections suddenly got shook in that incident. The team didn't quite catch it, so they may be playing catch up now.
Of course, it won't affect the running of the car. They just won't be able to monitor things like the oil pressure and the oil temperature and water temperature and so forth.
As we mentioned a few moments ago, we're edging closer to the 5-hour mark. If you've just joined us, welcome to Speed's continuous coverage. Let's bring you up to date. We started under a full course caution. The weather was just atrocious. So we started under a full course caution for a handful of laps. Then we finally got going, and Oz Negri finally got going too, putting a move on Pruitt. Craig Stanton early on, or rather I should say Johnny Molam in the Orbit Porsche had a tyre let go. And then Michael Valiente through the bus stop, just got caught up in some of that standing water, and that blocked the air intake. Scott Dixon putting a move on Dane Cameron, who led early. Momo Gidley was very strong, and then Dane had a tyre let go as well. The team admitting they may have stayed out there a bit too long, Cal.
They did. They put about 26 laps on that Pirelli wet tyre and may have overheated and caused that blowout.
Christophe Bouchou in the level 5 Crown Royal car with a spin, and then Ricardo Zonta, once he went on to slicks in the Krone Lola, he had some drama. So too did Bob McKayleen in the 52 Ferrari. Some cosmetic damage at the front of that car there. We skip ahead to hour 3. Check this out, Pruitt in the Autometrics Porsche. Bang.
Well, it's so hard to read that traffic. There's new drivers getting in. You suddenly come across them. There we see the 07 Corvette having a problem. And then Todd Lamb knows in the tyre barrier there.
There's a bit of skirmish going on amongst the GT ranks. The Autometrics Porsche again, the 23 machine. The Miller Barrett Porsche, and then the 57 new Camaro for Stevenson Motorsports. Now this car here, the Fometics Porsche, was a class-leading car from the Alex Job camp. It's dropped back a little bit, and unfortunately the J-Lo Porsche, it let go. Terrific battle doors. TRG 1 and 2.
Look at these guys going bad. That's not the only one either. Look, as Jimmy Johnson shows, the fast way to get around a lapped car on the banking.
That was Emmanuel Collard that he went by and used that lap car. He used the high banking as well, and all of his experience. The reason why he's a 4-time NASCAR Sprint Cup champion. How about the defending IndyCar champion? He's had a good stint, Chris.
Yeah, Dario here after he just turned the car over to Juan Pablo Montoya. Dario, strong run by the 02 right now. Few cars having troubles with spins coming out of pit lane. You telling the guy, then Juan Pablo, anything about taking it easy?
Yeah, absolutely. We all know from the test here how difficult it is to get heat in the tires, but because it's still wet and there's not enough, there was no sun really, not enough heat to dry the track out. It's still a single lane track, a dry line almost. So even when you do get up to speed and you try passing back markers, it's really tricky. But the Target Telmex car is really good right now, so yeah, we're pretty happy.
Seen some drivers get out of prototypes in the last hour and be pretty hot, a little bit tired. How's the 02? How are the conditions in that car?
Once they took out the, there was a plug in front of the driver coolant vent. As soon as they took that out, it was great. But the car's pretty easy to drive right now, and we're logging laps. You know, we're trying to get a bit of a gap, but not taking any chances. But we're logging laps, getting ready for the fight tomorrow, and that's the trick. We've got to stay in it, and we'll see what happens.
All right, the second you get out of the car, you get a drink of water and you grab your BlackBerry. I think you might have a problem there.
I was checking to see if my wife was watching.
And hey guys, just to give you an update on that 99 car, the telemetry is still not working.
Well, just to talk about what Dario's talking about there, the plug and the driver cooling system, they probably had that in for the start of the race when we had all that rain. You don't want that water coming in there, so they may have got the point they obviously need the drivers to be cooled down. But I tell you what, JPM, Juan Pablo Montoya, was just spectacular here in the test in January. We had sub-freezing conditions, Dorsey, and he was going out on cold tires, and the rest of the teams up and down pit lane could not believe the car control of that guy. And some of the teams claim they're losing 15 to 20 seconds on their outlap. So if you have a driver like JPM behind the wheel, he can make up about 5-6 seconds on the outlap. That is tremendous stuff.
You know, the other thing that's kind of surprising is when the cold front came through and we got all that rain, once it passed, it's dead still outside. There's no wind to drive the racetrack, and it's so much humidity here. You can see pit lane still completely wet, and that rain's been gone some 4 hours.
Look at this fight going on here with the 3 TRG Porsches. The 66 is going to win that battle, but the Stevenson Camaro, it gets out first in that round of stops. And that's Jan Magnussen. So
he may have got a lap back there. He was a lap down to the TRG boys, so I think some magic down there by the Stevenson group may have got Jan Magnussen back on the lead lap for the GTs.
And the 70 car also coming into pit lane late there, trying to get back on the lead lap too. We saw them go down a lap earlier when they ran out of fuel as the caution came out, so they had to dive to pit lane, then get a splash of fuel, then go all the way back around, and that's when they lost that lap, so they're struggling to get back in the lead lap. Really thought in this race we were going to see the Mazdas dominate, but it's really been a Porsche race all along, and these Mazdas just trying to fight to get back into the race. But the 70 car laying down some good laps. It's just these guys are trying to get back in the fight with the Porsches.
Well, we thought the 10 SunTrust car got its lap back, but they came in, got fuel, did a driver change, Pedro Lamy behind the wheel. Unfortunately, there's still a lap down.
Lights are out on the Mazda RX pace car. We're ready to go back racing. It's the end of the 6th full course yellow. Here we go. Green flies at Daytona. It's Rafael Matos in the 59 Brumos Porsche. It leads the way, the famous 59. And Rafa is starting to build his resume as far as Daytona prototype racing.
Well, absolutely. He's had a win here in GT, of course, with the Speed Source team, but what a performance he put on at Miller Motorsports Park in the finale 2 years ago when he absolutely dominated the final couple of hours and took the victory for the number 6 Shank team. And I think that it made everyone stand up and notice the talent of that young driver.
He's only ever driven the Riley chassis in Daytona prototypes, but different power plants. He's driven for Shank. He has driven for the Level 5 team, the BMW power plant. Now he's driving a 6-cylinder Porsche for the Brumos camp. Very versatile driver. Memo Rojas in the 01.
Remember, Rojas did not change tires. JPM did in the 02, so you would think that Rojas would just scorch away, but look at Montoya hanging on, trying to develop that tire temperature right now.
Of course, that's driver skill right there, because you know and I know there's no grip in that car at this point.
Well, people talked about him when he went to Indy for the first time, and I think it may have been Rick Mears watched that guy going through the corners with a loose race car around the Indianapolis Speedway. And I know you, Dorsey, have worked with him when he first came on the scene over here in the U.S. He just has so much car control, it's unbelievable.
Tremendous confidence, too. I mean, he is just so in tune. A little trouble right there getting into the chicane. So in tune with his ability, he just goes out of the pits and smokes people.
Just think about what Montoya has accomplished, making the chase last year. He's only had 3 full seasons in NASCAR Sprint Cup. It wasn't that long ago that he was still with McLaren Mercedes, and it wasn't that long before that he was doing kart. He is an incredible driver, and I don't really think that he's got the accolades that he deserves and the pats on the back and the praise within the NASCAR community for how quickly he's accomplished what he has.
Well, think about his record here. He won the race 2 years in a row in 07 and 08, and last year he lost the race by under a couple of tenths of a second, so he's almost unbeaten here. And he just drives the wheels off anything. Timmy Keene said even though he finished second last year, Juan Pablo drove the race of his life in one of these Daytona prototypes to keep that car at the point for so long.
Dorsey, you know what Mike Hull, the managing director of Chip Ganassi Racing, told me? He said, you only meet these guys every now and then. He said, Montoya, do you want to go shopping? No. Do you want to work out in the gym? No. You want to go out in the boat? No. What would you want to do 7 days a week? Montoya would be in a race car every single day. Do you want to talk to the media? No. What do you want to do? I want to drive the car.
And he showed us last year that in the nighttime driving stints, he was the best there was. The 19 off again and made light contact, it looks like, Calvin, in the West Horseshoe down there.
Well, this is not his first incident of the day. He's been off course several times, so hopefully they can get that car out of there and not go to another yellow.
Oh, he's in a little bit deep, and you can see, now that's a Mazda that was off. Just way too deep there.
Way too deep. May have missed the downshift or something.
and forget about the light into the tire wall. That was a little bit more than light.
While this situation is addressed, we have not gone yellow yet, but we will squeeze in a break. They're all chasing Rafa Matos up front. We'll be back. Hey, coming up right after we have finished here for our first stint, that is at 10 p.m. Eastern this evening, Joey Logano, David Gilliland, and a host of other stars at the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown right here on Speed, and that's coming away from Irwindale in California. Join Rick Allen and the gang out there. We look forward to that, and that's when we say farewell to you temporarily here from the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Here's an overview for you of the top 10 overall and the top 10 in the Daytona prototype class. And when you get down to that 10th position of Pedro Lamy, he is the first car 1 lap down. So 9 cars on the lead lap, and it is Rafael Matos who leads the way by over 5 seconds over Juan Pablo Montoya, who got by Memo Rojas. So too Lucas Luer has as well. So there's been a change there in the top 3. How about the TRG Porsches? 1, 2, 3. And yes, as Calvin mentioned to you when we saw the 57 fly by at the hands of Jan Magnussen, Jan has got that Stevenson Camaro back on the lead lap in the GT class. It is always fascinating right down to the wire. Will it be a Porsche 123, or can the new Camaro get up there and get on the podium? We'll find out tomorrow. We need to squeeze in another quick break. We'll come back racing on the other side of this. As you expect every year here at the Rolex 24, you have a little bit of everything. We've just crossed the 5-hour mark, 8 different leaders, and then we've had 6 caution periods for a total of 23 laps, and we've had a little bit of everything in between. Rafael Matos, the IndyCar, well, hopeful one day to be a champion and an Indy 500 winner. He's certainly got bucket loads of talent. He leads the way. Meanwhile, in GT, there's still a tremendous scrap going on between the 3 TRG Porsches. Now, speaking of the TRG Porsches, there's something going on down in their pit bunker. Brian Till has more.
Lee, a big huddle down here in the TRG camp when I came down. Kevin Buckler right in the middle of it and listening to the radio. I'm listening to Andy Lally talking about a misfire. At first they thought it might have something to do with the shift mechanism, and then I heard him saying maybe we should change all 6 coils. All 6 coils, maybe that'll do it. He's saying in between 7,500 and 7,800 RPM on that Porsche engine, car really stumbling and falling over. So right now, Andy Lally has a problem. They can't figure out exactly what it is. I guess the good way to look at it is they still have plenty of time to take care of any problem that's there and come back in this race. They've been so strong, but whatever the problem is, they need to address it, and they need to address it soon.
Well, they put him back out there, and we can ride on board and listen, see if they fixed it.
Well, Dorsey, he came back in and went back out. It was when he went back out that he said on the radio, it's still not fixed. 7,500 to 7,800 is where the miss is. So we'll have to wait and see what TRG does.
It sounds like he's shifting, Brian, right at the point where it misses. I'm seeing a lot of blue flame come out of the back of the tailpipe right about that point.
Well, he's about 3 seconds off the pace on his last couple of laps. We saw him go backwards in terms of his relative speed to the 69 Mazda out there on that previous lap. So he's losing a ton of ground, and this is not healthy with this many hours left in the race, and for sure it could be doing some damage to Dorsey if one of those coils is not working properly.
It's not going to be an easy fix either, Calvin, to get to those coil packs where just right on top of where the spark plugs sit. You know, to do all 6 of them is going to be a lengthy stop.
Well, it's one of those decisions you have to make as a team. If it's going to take too long on pit road, you can get more guys working on the car by taking it back to the garage. So those are the tough decisions to make in a 24-hour race.
Yeah, it sounds a bit lame, doesn't it? It's not pulling full revs.
Still in 3rd spot, still a TRG 1-2-3. Andy Lally definitely off the pace. One guy who's not off the pace is this man. Juan Pablo Montoya has cut the lead down to just over 3 seconds behind Rafa Matos.
Made up 2 seconds, Calvin, just since we've gone green. And he's laying down lap times that are approaching the quickest of the race so far.
He's a 7-time Formula One Grand Prix winner, 95 Formula One Grand Prix under his belt. He's an Indy 500 winner, a kart winner. And the reason why his peers in the NASCAR Sprint Cup should be fearful, in his first 2 full seasons, he had an average finish of just under 24 and just under 23. And last year, he rocketed up to finish 8th in the Sprint Cup and an average finish of 14th. Montoya is coming on strong, unlike the 32 PR1 BMW with smoke billowing from the rear of that car.
That didn't look good, Calvin, at all. I don't think that was tire rub either.
It's tough to say. I mean, they have been in the wars a little bit today, so we'll have to wait and see, get a better shot of that to see if it is emanating from the tailpipe or some bodywork rub on that rear tire. But look at this. This is for the lead.
And Rafael Matos leading Juan Pablo Montoya.
Well, Montoya saw this situation, same colors, different car number last year when he finished 2nd behind the 58 machine, narrowly missing out on a 3rd straight.
He was furious. He was livid at the end of the race.
You know what, drove a beautiful race. I mean, he positioned the race car so accurately throughout the course of that final couple of hours to hold on to the lead. And then with 40 minutes to go, David Donahue got the move made and kept it for the win. Tremendous drive by David also.
Looks like Montoya's strong point is the infield, guys, as the Brumos car looks to have the legs on the straightaway. You can see it right there, but Montoya's making that ground up right on the infield. Watch this.
Well, Ganassi have made the move to BMW Power for this year, and they said, we're very, very happy with this change, but one thing we are a little bit surprised by, it does not have any more top end than the Lexus that we ran last year. However, the drivability, the torque, the acceleration off the corners is so much better. The drivers really enjoy it.
And Cal, not just that drivability off the corners, it's out of the pit box. Sometimes when we see these cars of various makes and models chug-a-lugging out of the pit boxes, these guys are able to drive these BMW-powered Rileys out like a road car, so smooth and very little effort. It's quite pleasurable to watch.
It's got a very progressive throttle, whereas the Lexus would stumble at lower RPM, and then when it did get to the place where it was happy, it would want to spin the wheels up and not get any traction.
How about the international flavor of this race? You got Brazilian Rafael Matos leading Colombian one Pablo Montoya, the German Lucas Luhr in third, the Mexican Memo Rojas fourth, and then you've got the Frenchman Emmanuel Collard in fifth. The first American, Jimmy Johnson, in sixth place in the 99 Gainscope Bob Stallings car.
Well, Lucas Luhr is having a great run here today. He'll certainly be trying to make amends for that little incident that he had on Thursday. Created a lot of work for the crew. He has finished on the podium here before in a Daytona prototype machine running for the Alex Job camp back in 2006.
And we're hearing from our camera people out there that there's a sprinkle starting to come down. This was not forecasted. It looked pretty clear behind that front once it got through here, but if it gets wet again, things will get real interesting.
And look around the fringes at how much standing water there still is, just off to the side, down in the grooves.
This is my fault because I left my rain gear back at the bus thinking it was done.
Hey, and you live here in Florida.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, when we get to the front of this Daytona prototype race again, it is going to be fascinating because you've got two of the best in the business, Rafa Matos and Juan Pablo Montoya, separated by about half a second, and they're going to put on a great drive here in these conditions.
Emmanuel Collard is the car, that Black Crown Royal BMW-powered Riley starting to zero in on Memo Rojas. This guy is an overall Rolex 24 winner. He knows how to get it done. He's a two-time European Le Mans Series champ, a two-time FIA GT champ, and he's a Porsche Super Cup champ. There is no messing about with this man. He may not be the most outrageous guy you'll ever meet. He's pretty quietly spoken. He does all of his talking inside the race car.
I tell you what, Scott Tucker means business in terms of his own driving. He is putting the work in. He is very fit, and he is not afraid to employ the best in the business to get his team to that top tier, like the Ganassis, like the SunTrust, like the Gainsco, like the Mike Shank operations.
There's a substantial gap back to where we pick up the 99. And that is Jimmy Johnson. He's next in the order. Even though he's behind the 10, that 10 SunTrust machine of Pedro Lamy is still a lap down. So Jimmy is the next in the order in sixth. Right behind him is the 9 of Ryan Dial for the Action Express team, run out of the Brumos Porsche camp in Denver, North Colorado. That's the car we're talking about there, the V8 Porsche-powered car.
Dial doing a great job. He, in fact, ran this chassis at this race back in 2006, but he's going to be with the newly formed Starworks team for the remainder of this season. Once we get through the Rolex race, he's then going to be on board driving with Mike Forrest, who's driving the number 7 car here today for Peter Barron's newly formed operation for the remainder of the season.
And Ryan was very complimentary of the Canadian young Mike Forrest, who has only done half a season in Daytona prototypes, which was last year. And he said, this kid's got some talent. I'm looking forward to driving with him next year. The NASCAR racing season starts right here from the first practice to victory lane. Be here for Hershey's Speed Weeks. Danica Zarka debut, the Gatorade Jewel, the season opener for the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. So much. It's live here on Speed. That begins February 4 from 4. Hey, let's talk right now about the NASCAR notables. Montoya is currently second. AJ is in 8th. Colin Brown, who'll compete in the NASCAR Nationwide Series this year, is in 9th. JJ, Jimmy Johnson is 6th. Paul Menard back in 13th. And the 01 is currently running 4th, and Max Pappas is one of the drivers in that 01. He's a former series champ. Let's hear from the big Italian now.
Yeah, it was 2004 that he and Scott Pruitt took the championship. You've also won this race overall. You've won it in class, but it's been since 2007, Max, that you've had a Daytona prototype start. How difficult is it to step back into one of these things and get up to speed quickly?
I mean, definitely it took a while. You know, I'm just going to use my first stint to get back on the pace. I can tell you, it was pretty amazing how fast the steering box was. You know, like I gave it a good tag on the banking, and whoa, it was like whoa. But besides everything, you know, it's just a great opportunity to be here with Chip Ganassi Racing and the Telmex team. I'm so pleased because I get to be together with all my friends at Montoya, Dario, Scott Pruitt, and not very often you have a chance to be together. And I believe that it makes it for a great team and a great team atmosphere, and I'm really, really proud of being able to be part of this family where I actually fit in really good.
Well, you say family. Has your wife forgiven you yet? I understand you were in Italy with your family when Chip called and said, hey, I need you to come back over.
Actually, I took them here with me. They're in the bus, so let me say I took Tati, Marco, Matteo. I love them all, and you know, I'm so excited. You know, for me, Daytona means everything. You know, without this race, I would have never been in America, and it's so special to be in this place. It's difficult to describe it. It's a thrill. You know, the car going by, you know, the atmosphere, walking in that tunnel every year. It gives me goosebumps, and I told that to Jim Francis. You know, there is a lot of history, and I'm planning to be part of this even for many more years to come, because I'm so excited.
All right, you got to hang on a second, because Lee Diffie has a question that I think he wants to ask you. What do you got, Lee?
Hey, Brian, ask Max if he's worked out what all the buttons on the steering wheel and the dash mean just yet. He was having some trouble.
Lee wants to know if you finally have figured out what all the buttons on the steering wheel and the dash mean yet.
I've been studying for the last hour and a half, Lee. I have my, you know, copy there. I'm looking, okay, the green one is this, the yellow one is that. I'm not planning to push too many of those.
Just don't push the red one.
Yeah, the red one is down on the right, you know. It's self-eject.
All right, Max Pappas back at it, giving it 110% as usual. Kelly?
Standing by with one of our Indy 500 winners and defending champion here for the Rolex 24, Buddy Rice, kind of in a different situation this year as you continue to develop this number 90 Spirit of Daytona car. So what do you really get out of an event like this when you're kind of shaking your head? You guys have had some issues that you're down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we obviously we don't have the fastest car right now, but we wanted to make it through the night. We had a little problem there on cold tires and tore up a nose, so now we've gone down, looks like 2 laps for sure. So we just need to keep constantly making laps and just staying out there right now, because it's going to be hard for us to make laps up because we don't have the fastest car, but, you know, just try to survive this thing and, you know, be in it for the long haul for the points and everything. But, you know, the number 90 Menards is, you know, it's been competitive up until that problem right now, so let's keep, you know, it's still early. We'll just keep powering through it.
You told me before that you really enjoy being a part of the development of cars, but it certainly creates, you know, a little bit of struggle and frustration along the way. Why do you enjoy it so much?
Well, you know, we get to come here, and actually every time you show up to test and race, you always have new parts and new pieces to develop, whether it's the engine or the chassis, and it's just great to be a part of that. I think, you know, you have a little bit more involvement with it, so you have a little bit more piece of it, so it's just that much more fun.
And you really want another Rolex, don't you?
I would like another Rolex.
Me too. Can you make that happen? All right, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Well, certainly this 90 car is coming on strong, both from the engine. Lozano brothers working really hard on that V8-powered Porsche, and also from the chassis. Pratt & Miller are now on board with that chassis, and we know from experience, Dorsey, they can make things happen. They will turn this program around. They will get that car a lot quicker.
It's a big endeavor to take on a project like that when you're talking about development of a motor and so forth. The Lozano brothers, of course, did my engines and Trans Am. Benny is really, really good, and they've done a great job, you know, developing that, and it looks to be a very potent package.
There we see the battle in GT. Current leader, Romain Dumas, coming up to put a lap on the number 40 car. Charles Espinlaub, he had a scary moment late last year. He was competing in the 25 hours of Thunder Hill when the car burst into flames. He struggled to get out, and severe burns to both his hands and forearms. And I said, how scary was it? He said, mate, I thought I was staring death in the face. He said that was a really hairy moment. But however, when he did get to the hospital, Dorsey, we understand that he was asking the nurses for about 23 sponge baths a day. And that was only his hands that were burned up, so I don't know what's going on there.
Well, he said, you know, there's not a lot of discomfort, he says, but when he grips the steering wheel hard, you know, the scars actually itch, and he says it's a nuisance to have to reach over and try to itch the top of your hand while you're driving with the other.
I'll tell you what, this Dempsey Racing group have really come on strong this year. They now have a 2-car effort. They brought on Mike Guay as like a technical director to really assist and try and take some of the load off Joe Foster. He was really doing it all, not only driving the car, but organizing it, chasing down sponsorship. I think what it allowed Joe Foster to do this year to really come into his own. We know he can win races, win championships. He's shown that in the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge Series back in 2008. And the car was certainly very quick last year throughout the course of the season.
Good draft going on right there. Pops, not yet. He hasn't popped back out. The Mazda have always been strong on the big bank, on the high bank.
There's no mistaking the audio there, is it? The familiar sound of the Grand Am Rolex Series GT Mazda RX-8, whether it be for the Dempsey Racing squad or for this, the one-time champion here at the Rolex 24, the Castrol Syntec number 70. It's becoming very, very famous. And for Mazda fans around the world, they know all about this. And what a moment for this young man, Jonathan Bomarito. He's done 2 Rolex 24s, one in a DP and one in a GT car. But he will be a full-time driver in this car for the season. Let's hear from the team principal, Sylvain Tremblay.
Lee, Mazda's always so strong here at Daytona, and Sylvain Tremblay ahead of Speed Source. You guys had a great pole last year, another one this year, but maybe it's age and treachery before youth and exuberance. I heard you on the scanner during the rain saying, I don't care, guys, I'm letting them go. Is that kind of the thought? Don't fight early, let's save the battle for late?
You know, we have such a strong car. There was no reason to. Why get messed up and sliding sideways? And I mean, so I spent 2 hours on the car just to take care of it, get through the rain, and once the night comes, it's time for the Mazda to go.
Let's talk about that, the balance of this car versus, let's say, the Porsches that are running up front right now. We expected to see the Porsches good in the rain, that weight over the rear axle. Once it dries up, is that when the Mazda really comes into its own?
Our car is so neutral. You know, we take care of the tires. We go fast when it's like this. It's going to get cooler. It's better for us. We don't wear the tires. Our car's very, very well balanced. So this really plays into our hands. We got a little bit behind because of being very cautious, but it's a 24-hour race. Best time to be cautious is at the beginning, then you can go at the end.
And we talked earlier, the guys were talking about the new car and all the changes, 150 some odd different changes. Does it still feel like a good old shoe though?
It's the same car. It just has more envelope for me. One of the big things we did is actually give it more lock. Last year, if you get in trouble, you would run out of lock and spin the car. This year, I can get sideways quite a bit and still make it through. So it looks good on TV. It doesn't go real fast, but it's a great piece. A lot of serviceability items, a lot of items that we can do changes quicker, more range. Bill Riley and Riley Technologies been really working with us, our group, our engineers, to really make a better car all around. We knew we had to step up because we want to win the championship for Mazda.
Well, they won this race in 2008. They're looking to do it again in 2010. Late.
Well, and they have worked so hard, Dorsey, those 2 groups, Riley Technologies and Speed Source, to make this the ultimate car for Grand Am GT competition.
And when Sylvain talks about lock, what he's talking about is the amount of steering that's available. Left front tire down on this car, that's why it's slow. The steering, when you get into a slide, you have to counter steer. He didn't have enough steering in the old car to counter much of a slide. They fixed that problem with the angularity on the front, A-arms, etc.
Luke Hines is behind the wheel of the marquee jet number 48 Miller Barrett Porsche, and has done a good job to get it back to pit road, keeping it all together before that carcass let loose and caused any bodywork damage. We'll let you know how Luke fares when we come back. We just heard from Sylvain Tremblay of Speed Source. It was happy times for the 70. It is not happy times for the pole-sitting GT car, the 69 of Emil Asentato. This is why, Dorsey.
Way too deep trying to get underneath that Porsche. No way to get stopped. Hits that wet grass and no stop until you hit the tire wall.
Now we're on board with him. He's carrying way too much speed in there. And when you hit that wet grass, slick tires, game over. So this is a shame. This is really one of the favorites. I mean, everyone in that car said this car is so strong, we just got to keep our nose clean, and we'll be a factor come Sunday afternoon.
And what even makes that more frustrating, Carl, that wasn't for position.
No.
That pass may not have needed to be executed right then and there. Here's the overall picture for you as we are under our 7th full course caution because of the 69. Martos, Montoya, Rojas, the top 3 there. You see Lucas Luer drop down to 9th place. However, he just came in 2 laps ago to execute a pit stop. So this caution's going to work out pretty nice for Lucas Luer. We run all the way down. We're going to show you the top 40 cars here. Mark Wilkins there just outside the top 10. Romain Dumas for TRG in the 71. That's the car that Bobby Labonte is sharing with he and Timo Bernard. They're running nicely in 14th overall, first in class ahead of Johannes van Overbeek. Jan Magnussen has jumped over the top of Andy Lally to be in the top 3 in the Stevenson Camaro. And we go back to Mr. Daytona himself, Scott Russell in the 07 car. They're running 39th overall and down in class. Grinding down, it's always good when you get on the other side of 20, but there's still so much longer to go. One man who knows how long this race is the 4-time NASCAR Sprint Cup star, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson just out in the 99. We were just sitting here talking about what was going on the racetrack. That has to feel good. After Thursday, we talked about putting all that behind you. Can't do it any better than what you just did.
No, that was a lot of fun. The car has a lot of speed in it, and I was just trying to put down laps that I could repeat and take care of the gearbox and not put wheels off and all that kind of thing. And I did have one scary moment. I guess my foot got tangled up in the foot box, and I somehow held it wide open off into one and had to go off in the runoff area. But now I'm doing a huge lift each time I come off the gas to make sure that doesn't happen. But great race car. We're sticking to our plan, and I can't wait to get the lunchtime tomorrow and let Alex and John race for this thing.
Well, I know that you and I talked when you first came here, and we talked about driving in the rain and stuff, and you said, Brian, you got to remember where I came from. All the off-road stuff that I've done, the car control aspect of sliding around is nothing new to me. I know the track was slick out there. How slick was it?
Yeah, I think the car control stuff, even our Cup cars now move around so much that you learn a lot from that, but the platform of this car is so stiff and rigid that you have a very small window to catch the car. And when I was on track and the tires were up to temp, I felt very comfortable, but leaving pit road on cold slicks, coming off of pit lane in the first 2 or 3 corners, that's frightening. I mean, you just cannot even think about the throttle or turn the wheel, and it's pretty crazy right there.
And I know pit out looks very narrow. You had some excitement, I think, with the 60 car out there as well.
Heck, I can't even remember. There's been excitement in a few different spots, but heck, I can't remember. But it's been a lot of fun. I'm really proud of the Skansco team, and they did one heck of a job getting this car back together, and things are going well. Granted, we've got a little electrical thing where our telemetry's out, but all functions are good.
And I certainly know you know this racetrack well. I saw the little pick you put on the 55, little Sprint Cup move down the front straightaway using a little slower traffic to drop him when you guys were running side by side through the tri-oval.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was in it, but he'd go like hell on the straightaway, and we get to the infield, and I didn't want to make a dumb move to pass him, and I passed him 2 or 3 times, and then I got held up in traffic. And then here, I'm like, all right, buddy, I'm just going to run you into the back of this car, because I was really tired of messing with him. It had been 6 or 7 laps, and I passed him a couple times, so it worked out there.
Well, congratulations. You did a great job. I know we'll see him back in the car, and if you wanted him to make amends for Thursday, he certainly has done it.
Pit stop time. Look at this. Look at the activity on pit road. Here we go. This is the teamwork element to sports car racing. Look at the personnel involved, and this is where you can really win a lot of position.
Well, most of the teams here have got 24 laps on this stint. About 35 is a full green run, so it's pretty ideal in terms of, not maximizing the length of that previous run, but too many laps would need to be going under your belt to try and get to the next one. So good call here, good clean stop, tire change for the Ganassi boys.
Down here at the Supercar Life team, the 55 comes in. Emmanuel Collard is out, and now Sebastian Bourdais, the former Formula One driver, will take over the driving duties. They said they had no problems here with the 55. Now, interestingly, the 95 had come in just a couple of laps before the yellow flag. They had contact. They suspected they had some damage, so they brought it in. Didn't see any damage. They put on some fresh tires and got it fueled up. So it's out there. They were a little premature on that. But the 55 and 95 now good to go. Brian?
Rafael Matos had been laying down some spectacular laps in the 59, but while on that stop, they did a driver change to Butch Leitzinger. Little problem getting the belts done, so he was a little late getting out of pit lane. But I'll tell you what, guys, right now, it couldn't have happened at a better time. Under full course caution, they're not going to lose that much.
Jimmy Vasser rotates to the top of the order. The 99, the Gainsco machine, is up there.